If Descartes cited new land, Hegel takes full possession of it. Point 4. Taking possession of the new land consists in exploring the absolute character of knowing, wissen. Yet how are we to understand the term absolute? Heidegger returns to the word's Latin origin, absolvere, to give it the radical sense of that which has been loosened, therefore released from another, whose bonds of dependence upon the other are solved. In terms of the Hegelian problematic, from what is absolute knowing released? From dependence upon objects in assuring itself of its truth. The plausibility of such a conception is clear enough, if we recall the conception of truth that came into philosophy with Descartes. As long as truth was conformity of knowing to known, the object played an indispensable role in it, for the knowing subject depended on its object in order to be true. But once truth is conceived as certitude, then the focal point of concern becomes the knowing itself, which verifies itself to itself and for itself. In order to be true, the knowing depends not only on its object but on its own assurance of itself. Thereby the knowing is loosened, absolved, from its complete dependence upon the object in the process of truth. The more we explore the nature of self-assurance, the more the object, if it remains part of the process at all, becomes a matter of indifference. To the extent that knowing is released from dependence on the presentation of objects and becomes more aware of itself as knowing, the knowing becomes absolute. We may distinguish three aspects of the process: absolvance, the general tendency of knowing to release itself from dependence on objects; absolving, this tendency in its dynamism, striving to make the release from objects complete; absolution, the actual freedom from objects that is thus achieved in the process of knowing. The distinction is Heidegger's, not Hegel's, and its value is only expository. Heidegger claims, it is the unity of absolvance, releasing from the relation to an object; absolving, the completeness of this releasing; and absolution, liberation by reason of this completeness, that characterizes the absoluteness of the absolute. 5. How successive absolvance in the coming to pass of absolute knowing proceeds, beginning with the spontaneous certitude of the sense order and continuing through sense perception, understanding, and the unconditioned self-awareness of reason, spirit. This it is the principal function of the phenomenology of the spirit to elucidate. Such is the genuine sense, according to Heidegger, of the absolute in knowing, of knowing as absolute, the dissolution of dependence on objects in knowing's knowing of itself. If we recall that, for Hegel, knowing, wissen, and being aware, Bewusstsein, are but 1,6, it is perfectly understandable how the search for absolute knowing is elaborated in terms of being aware and being self-aware. Before we proceed, however, we must add two explicitations to the interpretations of absolute, not mentioned as such by the author, but having their warrant in the text. In the first place, knowing that is absolved from dependence is not conditioned by objects. Whatever conditions are imposed upon it are imposed by its own nature. Absolute knowing is therefore unconditioned; unconditioned absolute knowing is absolved from dependence on objects. Further, there is a sense, and this is essential to comprehending speculative thought, in which we must say that it is absolved, persins, from the individual human ego. For what is essential to the process of knowing is simply knower and known, subject and that which the subject presents to itself. Knowing subject comes to presence as subject by reason of its relation to an object which comports also a relation to the subject, for subject presents the object to itself. Since Leibniz, however, it is possible to conceive this subject-object-subject relationship as characteristic of the being of beings as such, without restricting it to the conscious psychological process of any given human individual. In this sense, though only in this sense, unconditioned knowing must be said to be absolved from dependence upon the individual human ego. Hence it is an essential way in which knowing is absolute. Unconditioned self-knowing is, as the subjectness of the subject, the absoluteness of the absolute. 7. Let us admit quite readily, however, that this last remark opens up a problem rather than solves one, for there is a relationship, indeed an essential one, between the Absolute and human individuals, which will enable us to say that the Absolute could not shine forth as itself without them. In fact, it will be the function of the entire phenomenology of the spirit to discern this relationship. We shall return to the matter presently. For the moment, however, we must be content with this tentative description of the nature of absolute knowing, of the absolute as knowing, of knowing as absolute, insisting again that unconditioned self-knowing is not only the subjectness of the subject but the absoluteness of the absolute. The absoluteness of the absolute, the absolvent, absolving absolution, is the effort of self-seizure in unconditioned self-certitude. S. Hegel 335. I knowing as presence. To know is to be aware, sc self-aware. To the extent that knowing knows itself, it is a self-knowing, it is to be self-aware, it is self-awareness. Whether we speak in terms of knowing or of awareness, the problem is the same. When we say that knowing and awareness are equivalent, it is more precise, perhaps, to say that to know is to be, sen, aware, objeti, in the sense of to be in the state of having come to know, where the state of knowing is the condition in which a knowing subject is. We must understand the meaning of to know. Heidegger returns to the Indo-Germanic form of vid to see a correlation between the Latin vidi and the German wissen, which permits him to interpret the fundamental meaning of wissen as to have seen. To see, however, is to render present. What has been seen is present to the seer because rendered present by the process of seeing. In this case the sense of to see is broadened out to include any type of presentation, so that the knowing of Hegel, like the thinking, cogitare, of Descartes, embraces any process by which the subject renders present to itself, whether this be of the sensible, rational, volitional, or affective order. To know, then, is to have seen, to have rendered present. 9 We are concerned, however, with absolute knowing, presentation. Who is it in this case that presents? Clearly the absolute itself as presentative subject. But what is it that is present, ed? Not any particular object, for we are dealing with absolute knowing, in precision, absolution, from particular objects. What is present, ed, can be only presentedness as such. Lo now presentedness as such is, to be sure, a presence, but the presence of what is rendered present, or represented, by, to, and for the absolute subject. Being aware, then, considered as absolute, means to be in the state of having rendered presentedness as such. Conscientia is a gathering together into presence, but in the manner of presence of something represented. 11. So it is, then, that presentation is the fundamental characteristic of knowing in the sense of self-awareness of the absolute subject. Presentation is an essential form of presence. 7 ot. 12 In other words, presentation characterizes the being of the absolute subject as such, whose being is presence if only in the manner of representation. 13 Awareness, therefore, means gathering together into presence, but the presence of presentedness. For reasons of clarity, we call this represented presence presentness, but the author himself is often content to call it by a term proper to himself, sc. presence, and Wesenheit, and gives it, besides, the Greek term 7 ot. But we must always understand this as the presence of presentation. 2 Presence as shining forth. From all this follows an important consequence. If the being of the absolute subject is that of an absolute presentation, then it is the most elemental characteristic of this subject to make manifest, because presentation is manifestation, itself, because absolute. Self-manifestation is a coming to appearance, a shining forth, erscheinen. To shine forth, means, to come to presence in the full effulgence of a representation that renders itself present. The shining forth is, properly speaking, the coming to presence itself, the 7 ot of the absolute. 14 Shining forth in absolute presentation, then, is the manner in which absolute awareness itself comes to presence. The shining forth is simply the way in which this coming to presence, 7 ot, announces itself. Awareness as such is in itself that which comes to appearance. 15. This permits us to say that since unconditioned self-knowing, therefore awareness, constitutes the subjectness of the subject, sc its being, then the being of the absolute subject consists in shining forth as such. 3. Shining forth and Neoveda. Our meditation has taken us from absolute knowing to awareness as absolute presentation in the guise of a shining forth as 7 tor.po allure. To be 7 tor.po allure and to come to presence belong to the very nature of absolute awareness. If the stem ou allure be taken to signify the beingness of absolute awareness, the prefix 1 tor.p suggests an essential correlate. For this shining forth does not take place by itself but by us, sc. By the side of us, therefore by, through, and in us, in union with us, humans. Furthermore, this coming to presence in union with men is necessary to the absolute. This coming to presence in conjunction with us, 7 tor.po allure, belongs to the absolute in and for itself. 16. Two remarks are in order. A. The absolute as will, the 7 tor.po allure. The coming to presence of the absolute in conjunction with men, one's necessary to the absolute, and with the necessity of its nature. This necessity of nature in the absolute is expressed as will, by which is meant simply the absoluteness itself of the absolute, but considered as dynamic compulsion, taking itself into its own hands by gathering itself into the fullness of its own nature, thus achieving the full coming to presence of itself. This will is absolutely efficacious and the process of execution is an irresistible power that knows no rest until the 7 tor.po allure is completely achieved. In the simplest terms, the absolute conceived as will is simply the dynamic necessity of the absolute to be itself, therefore to achieve the process of absolute self-awareness through 7 tor.po allure, sc by shining forth with and in men. Without men, the absolute would be prisoner of its own solitude, unable to emerge into the truth of itself. 17. B. The absolute as antecedents absolute awareness comes to presence in men. This is its 71 spo, j. 9. Hence the futility of trying to conceive it as outside of men, and human knowing as a means to attain the absolute, as if the absolute were on one side and the human knower on the other. An absolute that is on one side, separated from man by an intermediary, would be no absolute at all. For as 71 spo, j. 9, it is already coming to presence in by through man. In fact, this presence with man is itself the light which illumines man and renders it possible for him to discern the absolute. Human knowing of the absolute, on the other hand, means standing forth in this light, as if knowing were a point where these rays are returned or reflected upon themselves, so that this point of reversion, which is human knowing, finds in the radiance of the 71 spo, j. 9 the source of its own being. Man's task is not to attain the absolute but, already interior to it, simply to elucidate his relationship to it. To have realized that in order to meditate the absolute he must begin in absolute fashion, sc to the extent of the possible he must reconstruct a fundamental structure that already exists. This is one of Hegel's masterstrokes. 19. But it also accounts for the special difficulty of phenomenology of the spirit for the ordinary reader, whose natural thought processes, orientated toward objects, do not permit him to thematize the absolute. It also explains why Heidegger can claim that the so-called introduction to the Phenomenology, NOSRR 6, is in fact a misnomer, simply because there can be no introduction into the 71 spo, j. 9, which from the very first moment holds sway. Finally, it explains why any analysis of 71 spo, j. 9 is necessarily circular in structure. What is true is the whole. At every moment the whole of Hegel's thought is contained in any particular enunciation of it. 20. The affinity with Heidegger's own conception of the hermeneutic circle is apparent. But it makes exposition difficult, and we must be content to proceed in concentric circles. Let this suffice for a tentative delineation of the nature of the Hegelian absolute. It is an absolute knowing, awareness, whose being consists in a shining forth that must take place in by with through man, already somehow manifest to him before he begins to thematize it. Our task now is to discern more precisely the process of thematization. b. The experience of absolute awareness. I experience in general terms. The specific focus of Heidegger's Hegel analysis is not so much absolute awareness as rather the role of experience, Erfahrung, in its coming to presence with man. Because we must proceed in concentric fashion, let us first state the whole of the thesis in general terms, so that we may then discern more readily what is true in the necessarily partial examination of details. Quite simply, experience for Hegel is not some act of human cognition whether of the sensible or of the intellectual order, but it designates the entire process by which, already, absolute knowing comes to know itself as absolute. Since knowing is awareness and the essence of awareness is to shine forth in conjunction with man, experience is the process by which awareness in its seven takpoa, OCSP successively absolves itself from dependence on objects by gradually realizing its own role in the constitution of these objects, thereby becoming more and more aware of itself, sc. Absolute, because completely absolved, self-awareness. More precisely, awareness is always that process by which the knowing subject presents an object to itself. Now the object, as such, is present to the subject only by reason of the presenting process that proceeds from the subject, but initially, and according to the natural way of looking at things for ordinary common sense, the knowing subject does not advert to this. The subject presumes that the object is completely autonomous, existing in itself, and sick. It is not known as an object, sc as opposed to the subject, for the initial naivete does not permit even that much sophistication. But the fact is that as an object it can exist only for presentative awareness, for es. What we have called absolvance consists in the process by which awareness becomes aware of this fact, sc recognizes the cleavage within itself that permits it to consider the object as other than itself, yet nevertheless for itself by reason of a still more profound unity that combines the two. At this moment the object is known in and for itself, nuend for sich. This is the moment, properly speaking, when absolvance takes place, for here awareness absolves itself from dependence upon the object and comes to know itself better, sc it becomes more absolute than before. As the process continues, the absoluteness becomes more and more complete. Awareness comes to be aware of itself as absolute. We can discern a double aspect in absolvance, negative, by which awareness frees itself from its initial conception of the true and therefore becomes other than it was, positive, by which in becoming other than it was it comes gradually to the realization of itself, sc. Self-awareness. This process of self-absolvance is what Hegel means by experience. Who has the experience? Awareness itself, sc the knowing subject. In the phrase experience of awareness, the genitive is subjective more than it is objective. If it is objective, too, the reason is that the absolute subject has the experience of itself. The genitive is objective only because it is subjective, because the subject in question is absolute. Now let us examine all this more in detail. 2-3 Principles of awareness. Heidegger disengages from the Hegelian text three principles that govern the process of absolvance. I. Awareness is for itself its own concept. 22.2. Awareness supplies of itself its own norm. 23.3. Awareness puts itself to the test. 24. These principles polarize the argument nicely, so we examine them in turn. A. Principle 1. Awareness is for itself its own concept. We know already that the absoluteness of the absolute consists in the process by which it seizes itself in unconditioned, self-certitude. This process is a self-seizure that is, after all, an absolute knowing, and Hegel calls it by a term that is congruous with the entire context that knowing comports, sc. Concept. To understand the full import of this we must meditate the distinction which Hegel himself makes between concept as self, seizure and a mere concept, Nurbegriff. The distinction derives from the difference between concrete and abstract knowing, but these terms understood in the Hegelian sense. For Hegel, that is abstract which is in any way one-sided or incomplete, that knowing is concrete which knows the known completely. Knowing is abstract to the extent that it is relative, dependent on its object. It is concrete to the extent that it is absolved from this dependence and knows itself as constituting the knowability of the object, becomes absolute. Now, according to the language of traditional logic, that type of knowing which seizes its object abstractly, universally, is called a concept, Begriff. Hegel accepts the term, but insists that, to the extent that it remains abstract, the knowing is relative, it is a mere concept, hence not yet a completely authentic seizure of the known because not yet a seizure of it in all its knowability. When the knowing seizes the known authentically, comprehending it as constituted by the knowing subject, then the knowing is concrete and absolute, simply because it is an adequate seizure of itself. It is only at this point that one may say that the knowing knows the known with unconditioned certitude, for the certitude consists in the fact that the what of the known and the how of the knower are conjoined in the absolute unity of unconditioned knowing as such. In any case, the knower has an adequate seizure of the known simply because it achieves unconditioned seizure of itself. Seizure means now, the process by which awareness shines forth unto itself in truth. Its essence consists in unconditioned certitude. In these terms, an object known is not yet seized when it is merely presented in a general way abstractly. Much rather must the known in its knownness be referred back to the corresponding process of knowing and be presented in relation to this process itself. Only thus is the known seized from every side by the process of knowing which has thereby become at once both comprehensive and unconditioned. 25. We are in a position now to understand the important distinction between real and natural knowing. For Hegel, that is real which is true, and that is true which is certain, known with certainty. From what we have seen above, it is clear that the being that is known with certainty is comprehended in that by which it is known, therefore in its beingness as a known, as a coming to presence, therefore deriving its being, in and through the process of knowing. Knowing is real, then, when it knows the known in that by which it is real, in its reality, its being. We infer, then, that knowing is real when it is an authentic seizure, concept, of the known, as such, in its being. Opposed to real knowing is non-real knowing. This does not mean that it is no knowing at all, but only that it does not know the real as real, in that by which it is real, as such, in its being. It is called natural knowing. This knowing hangs upon, therefore depends upon, hence relative, non-absolute, the superficies of the object and does not penetrate clearly to that dimension in the being by reason of which it is known. Its being. Such is the knowing of ordinary, everyday living and thinking. Spontaneously it takes the superficies of the beings it encounters as the only dimension in them, confidently holds this to be the true being, and any explanation of the being that is offered is always in terms of the superficies, never of what is behind it. 27 Yet this does not mean that natural knowing has no cognizance of the being dimension of beings whatsoever. If this were the case, it could not know beings at all. But it does not advert to this knowledge. This leaves natural knowing in a condition of ambiguity. On the one hand it knows being, on the other hand it does not know being because it does not know its own knowing, itself. It presents being only in general, hence knows the objectiveness of the object, the reality of the real, the being of the beings encountered, only abstractly, implicitly, non-absolutely, never as such. 28 The situation of ambiguity Heidegger describes in a language admittedly his own and with all the necessary reserves. Natural knowing that clings to the superficial dimension of the beings it meets, taking them for beings and nothing more, in Hegelian terms, objects that are real or actual, this Heidegger now calls antic knowing. On the other hand, knowing that gathers, beings, together in terms of what makes them to be such, therefore seizes them in their objectiveness, reality, and actuality, as what they are, in their being. This is ontological knowing. When this ontological knowing is possessed but not adverted to, it is called pre-ontological. Awareness in the condition of natural knowing is simultaneously antic and pre-ontological. Now the whole process of absolvence consists in the passage from the initial condition of natural knowing to the state of real knowing, from ontic pre-ontological to ontological awareness, of the objectiveness, reality, actuality, hence being, of the known, to the awareness of itself as absolute. It is in self-awareness thus achieved that the authentic seizure, concept, of the known consists. We interpret the first principle of awareness to mean, then, that what awareness grasps, when it seizes the known in its being, is itself. Two supplementary remarks are in order. Firstly, it is clear from all we have seen that awareness itself is neither natural, ontic pre-ontological, nor real, ontological, awareness, nor, for that matter, a coupling of the two. Rather it is the original unity of both. Furthermore, as the original unity out of which both natural and real knowing arise, awareness itself is also the differentiation between the two. When awareness shines forth as itself, this unity and differentiation appear. Awareness itself is neither mere natural awareness in itself, nor mere real awareness for itself, but the antecedent and original unity that is in and for itself. 29. Secondly, the progress of awareness as such from the ontic to the ontological condition is a passage, it must make its way, weg, from one to another. Of necessity it means being underway, Bewegung, a movement. It is a coming and going, the being of the known comes to light, simultaneously, the known itself, insofar as in the state of natural knowing it appeared as true, goes away, is seen in a new light. The differentiating unity, then, is dynamic. This coming and going that is unified within itself is the movement by which awareness itself is. So, this movement is the steady advance forward toward ever more luminous self-awareness. But at any given moment it is always particularized in some form of presentation, the succession of these forms constituting the history of awareness, the history of its formation by which it slowly becomes itself in truth, self-awareness. These forms are successive moments in which awareness seizes itself. This gives Heidegger warrant to say that in the first of the three principles of awareness, awareness is for itself its own self-seizure, the emphasis falls on is. The sense is that awareness achieves for itself its own shining forth in itself, and, indeed, in such a way that in this shining forth of self it establishes the domain wherein that shining forth takes place which is proper to its own essence. Thus awareness finds itself in its own self-seizure. 31. b. Principle 2, awareness supplies for itself its own norm. The second principle that governs the process of absolute awareness finds its sense in terms of what we have said already about the absoluteness of knowing. Because the knowing with which we are dealing is absolute, it is impossible to speak of human knowing as a means by which we attain the absolute conceived as an object, a means which, like any other means, can be examined critically and put to the test. Prüfen. 32 Absolute knowing is in some way prior to human knowing and interior to it. This is the sense of 7 Tokpoa, OC. But then the question arises, in what way is human knowing a way to absolute knowing as the process by which awareness comes to an adequate seizure of itself? Progress of such a type implies self-discovery that would be impossible if knowing were not put to the test. Even in absolute knowing, then, there must be a testing. But what is its nature? By what standard, or norm, is it conducted? The second and third principles of awareness deal with these questions. Principle 2 is concerned with the norm, Principle 3 with its application. Let us take the situation of natural, non-reflective knowing, where a known which awareness initially holds to be true comes to presence through a knowing. If this process is to be put to the test, then this process of appearing, Erscheinend, must be examined in terms of that by reason of which it takes place, Erscheinen. When this is accomplished, then the known that is held to be true appears in its truth, as also, for that matter, does the knowing subject itself. 33 All this takes place, however, only on the condition that awareness returns upon itself through a process of reflection for which the initial duality of knowing and known becomes itself an object whose truth is to shine forth by reason of the reflective discernment. What is to be measured here? The original process of knowing in which the known shines forth. What is the standard by which it is measured? That by reason of which this known does shine forth, hence the being of the knowing process, the objectiveness of the object, sc. Awareness itself, whose nature is to shine forth. Finally, who is it that does the measuring? Again, it can be only awareness itself through the process of reflection. Hence, the formula, awareness that shines forth is of itself the to be measured and the measure. 34 means that, the to be measured is awareness as antic knowing, the measure is awareness as ontological knowing. This duality finds expression in principle 2, awareness supplies of itself its own norm. The of itself, and ihm selbst, here is intentionally ambiguous. It can mean to itself, as the above explanation suggests, it can mean, too, that this condition springs from the very essence of awareness as such, for we might infer as much from principle I, to the effect that when awareness makes a genuine seizure of a known, what it seizes is itself. See principle ill, awareness puts itself to the test. If the to be tested is antic knowing and the measuring standard is ontological knowing, what is the testing itself? Nothing else than the process by which awareness discerns the ontological dimension of antic knowing. Hence, principle 3, awareness puts itself to the test. Furthermore, it must be so. Principle 3 means, awareness, insofar as it is awareness, is a self-testing. 35 For it is the nature of awareness to present the known to itself. Both known and self are different, sc mutually other. The known is differentiated from the knowing self by and through the knowing which simultaneously is, at least implicitly, a self-knowing. This differentiating belongs to the very nature of awareness, whose own unity makes it from another point of view no differentiating. At all. Awareness is in itself a differentiating which is none at all. As this difference that is no difference, awareness is in its essence ambiguous. This ambiguous condition is the essence of presentation. 3.6. This ambiguity, better, high dimensionality, of awareness characterizes it in its essence. This ambiguity can be expressed in other terms, as the high dimensionality characteristic of the very structure of awareness, whereby awareness already is, ontologically, what it not yet is, ontically. In any case, it is of the nature of awareness to compare its knowing of the object with its knowing of itself. Now this continuous comparing is precisely what we understand by awareness putting itself to the test. This comparing is the testing. 37 In other words, what is compared is antic knowing, the immediate presentation of some object, with ontological knowing, the simultaneous presentation of thy subjectus subject, therefore the awareness of its objectiveness, or being. In the moment of ontic knowing, ontological knowing also comes to pass but is not adverted to, sc it is pre-ontological. The comparison that we now call testing consists in the adverting of awareness to this pre-ontological comprehension of the being of its object. Because awareness, or more literally to be aware, BOJT sen, means to be this differentiation between antic and ontological knowing, therefore awareness of its very nature is a comparing of what is ontically and ontologically presented. As this comparing, awareness is continually in the process of self-testing. In itself, its process of presenting is naturally a process of putting itself to the test. 38 By reason of this comparison, antic knowing is not completely obliterated, of course, but rather it is now seen in its truth, sc in its ontological dimension. Awareness returns upon itself to discern in itself the original unity of these two dimensions. It comprehends itself better. Through such a process, awareness shines forth unto itself in itself, illuminating itself as that whose nature it is to shine forth, illuminating, too, the manner in which this shining forth takes place. Awareness comes to presence unto itself. It is. Awareness is insofar as it comes to itself in its truth. 39. J. The nature of experience. This process of comparison by which awareness discerns its own ontological dimension in ontic knowing, this is for Hegel, the dialectical movement that is called experience. 40. A. Experience. Experience designates the dynamic integration of the three principles of awareness coalescing in a single movement. Experience is the manner in which awareness, insofar as it is, moves forward toward a seizure of itself as what it is in truth. 41. It is the process of absolvence. By reason of experience, that which shines forth in ontic knowing is known in that by reason of which it shines forth, erst Heinen, sc in its relation to awareness itself as dimensionally presentative. Hence experience achieves a double clarity, the being presented as object, sv, what it is in relation to knowing, awareness comes to a fuller comprehension of itself as that whose nature it is to shine forth in and through this bidimensional presentation. Through experience, awareness that shines forth comes to presence in its own proper being as that whose nature it is to shine forth. 42. Through the shining forth that takes place in experience, awareness itself comes to presence in its own being, sc as a shining forth in the manner of knowing. If it is by experience that all beings, not only the object known but the subject knowing, awareness itself, come to shine forth in awareness as what they are, in their being, it follows that experience itself is the being or beingness, Sehendheit, of beings. Experience is a manner of coming to presence, sc of being. 43. Of the being proper to awareness as such. Everything depends upon our considering the experience discussed here as the being of awareness. 44. B. Dialectical movement. Experience is essentially a movement, for through experience awareness is continually underway towards the full realization of itself. Hence, for awareness, experience can be conceived as the process of making its way, sc of expending sufficient effort, auslegend, to strive after, erlang and attain, gelangen, self-awareness. 45. Hegel calls the movement dialectical, with no immediate explanation. This leaves Heidegger free to offer his own interpretation in terms of the present context. The movement of awareness toward self-awareness is a continual comparison in and by awareness between its ontic and ontological dimensions. This comparison can be conceived, if one will, as a dialogue. The ontic pre-ontological appeals to the ontological dimension as an explanation of itself, the ontological dimension replies by claiming to be the truth of the ontic. It is this interchange, LOC, of appeal and reply, JICR and OCL, that is the dialogue of awareness with itself. In this dialogue, awareness articulates to itself its own truth. 46. This is the first sense that can be given to the term dialectical. There is a second sense that extends and includes the first. The dialogue is not confined to one single moment or restricted to one form of the movement toward self-awareness. Rather it runs through, ALOC, the entire manifold of forms through which awareness passes in its advance towards itself. By reason of this sustained dialogue it gathers itself, MYELV, into its fullness, sc into the truth of its own essence. This thoroughgoing, LOC, gathering of itself, MYECR and OCL, unto itself offers another sense of dialectical. It is these two senses taken in their ensemble that constitute for Heidegger the full meaning of dialectical. Awareness is awareness as the dialogue between natural and real knowing. A dialogue that achieves the gathering together of its own essence in and through its forms. Insofar as the formation of awareness comes to pass simultaneously with both the self-collective dialogue and the self-expressive collecting, the movement of awareness is dialectical. 4:7 Such a conception of the dialectical character of awareness is more original and more comprehensive than the classical interpretations in terms of thesis, antithesis, synthesis or of endless negativity. for, it is grounded in the process by which awareness thoroughly gathers unto itself the forms of its dialogue with itself in the advance toward the absolute self-seizure that is, once its truth is fully achieved. 48. It is the very nature of experience, then, to be dialectical in this way. Hegel does not conceive experience dialectically but thinks the dialectic out of the essence of experience. 49. Experience is a movement that goes forward insofar as it goes before itself, in the pre-ontological dimension of ontic knowing, yet proceeding thus it returns upon itself. As returning upon itself, it unfolds itself in this coming to presence of awareness and, as a coming to presence, becomes abiding. The absolved and abiding process of awareness is the being of the Absolute. So, for experience and man thus far we have been dealing with the experience of absolute knowing as seven tatpoa, OC, hence as coming to presence in conjunction with men, yet somehow prior to human knowing. How are we to conceive, then, the relationship between experience and man? The problem is not a simple one, but we have already met its analogy. We must somehow correlate on one hand the priority of absolute awareness and on the other a genuine spontaneity in man. We have already stressed the priority of absolute awareness over man in speaking of the irresistible will of the Absolute to shine forth in him. Now that we have seen how the being of the Absolute consists in experience, we can understand how will, experience and being are in essence but one. They all designate the coming to presence of the Absolute. It is as experience that the Absolute's will to be conjoined to us, to shine forth for us as that which is shining forth, holds sway. 51. But who precisely is this us? How does it come to pass that it is for us that absolute awareness shines forth? The us, we, are men who are endowed with a view. With the abiding condition of having seen, Haben, with the axle glc, into awareness as such. This congenital affinity with awareness can be expressed in terms of the metaphor of light. If the seven tatpoa, OT is a light that shines upon us, then the axle glc, may be considered as man's taking a stand in that light. Furthermore, it is a view that is absolutely primary, in man, anteceding all the processes of natural awareness, discerning that which lies behind, all such processes. 52. What is it that we see in the axle glc? Awareness itself, insofar as it constitutes the being of beings. Zel glc, discerns what and how beings as beings are. It has seen antecedently the being of beings, and thereby the reality of the REA. 1.53. It is a axle glc, into the absoluteness of the Absolute. Heidegger describes it indirectly when trying to identify it with Aristotle's E7TLGRLJFLYJ, it is a having seen that takes place before any single being comes to presence, and views presence itself. 54. The antecedent axle glc, into the whole ontological dimension of awareness is not a static thing, however, but dynamic, propelled toward the achievement of itself. Initially, man finds himself in the tikpoa, cx of the Absolute according to the thothobits of natural awareness, oblivious to his native axle glc, into the ontological dimension of the real. At this point the axle glc, is genuine but unachieved because still latent, unaware of itself as such. The axle glc, achieves itself to the extent that it adverts, care, to itself, puts aside the initial persuasions and convictions of natural awareness and brings to light the knowing that constitutes it. Becomes aware of itself as ontologica. J.55. This advertence to the antecedent axle glc, is something that lies within our power to achieve. We must collaborate, in the process. This is done by an act of willing on our part, by willing what the Absolute wills, hence by responding to Absolute will precisely insofar as it wills this collaboration, This collaboration may be conceived on the one hand as a turning away from the ontic and on the other as a turning toward the ontological by letting shine forth as such that which shines forth. To the extent that this collaborating advertence in man is necessary in order that experience come to pass, we may say that it opens up and delimits the domain in which experience takes place, sc where the process of shining forth shines forth unto itself in the dialectical movement that is intrinsic to its nature. 56 Note, therefore, a double polarity. On the one hand, the absolute is prior to the human knowing and thereby enjoys a primacy over man, on the other, it needs man as the domain in which to shine forth as itself, so that it is somehow dependent upon him. The process of experience taken in its totality implies the collaboration of both absolute and man. When the process is complete, the result is an absolute human knowing, which may be considered as the rays by which the absolute, the light of truth itself, shines upon us. 57 Who are we, then? Men. But which man? Apparently not the individual. The axle JLC, which achieves itself, is not a comportment of an individual human subject. The axe JLC, insofar as it views that by which the knowing that shines forth does shine forth, sees the entire compass of such a knowing. The individual ego cogito that presents its objects to itself remains captive within this compass. 58. It would seem, then, that the individual awareness abides within the domain constituted by axle JLT, which in turn views the being of beings. Is axle JLT to be conceived as the essence of man? If so, then the captivity of individuals within the compass of Ozel JLT would constitute the essential relation between individual men and the absolute, and advertence would be an activation of this relation. Then our essence itself belongs to the seven tatpoa, OC of the absolute. 59 But does all this, despite its unquestionable value, solve the problem of the individual man? After all, who is it that wills the advertence which brings axle JLT to its fulfillment, and with it the absolute's experience of itself? And how does the experience take place not only for us but in us? Is it we who must bring about the absolution of the absolute? If so, what happens to us, once the absolution is accomplished and the self-seizure complete? These are classical Hegel questions, no doubt, but, in the present context, we surmise that if we could answer them, we would understand much better Heidegger's conception of the relation between being and its there. 5 Experience and philosophy. Experience is the process by which absolute awareness comes to presence as itself, sc as the being of beings. But when being is conceived as absolute awareness, this presence is rather a presentness, sc the presentation of presentedness. This self-presentation, presentation to self, is effectively an exposing of awareness to itself, or, if we speak in terms of a shining forth and the metaphor of light, it is an elucidation of itself. Let this elucidating exposition of awareness be called now an expose, Darstellian. It follows that experience of its very nature includes this expose of awareness. It pertains to the shining forth of the knowing which shines forth to represent itself in its presence, sc to make an expose of itself. This expose pertains to experience, and, indeed, to its very essence. 60 Expose and experience cannot be unqualifiedly identified, but the relation is so close that we may say that experience is the movement by which the expose of awareness is brought to pass, and the expose is that process in which the experience is elucidated. Like experience, the expose, too, supposes man's willing effort to collaborate in bringing to pass through advertence the crxlg into the ontological dimension of the real. Advertence turns and for the first time brings experience into an expose. 61 What does the expose elucidate? Awareness, to be sure, but this insofar as it is that by which everything that shines forth does shine forth. The expose, then, elucidates beings as beings, I5V, and inasmuch as the precise point at which the elucidation comes to pass is the moment of advertence, then, properly speaking, advertence lets come to pass in relation to I5V. 62 Since Aristotle, however, the elucidation, interpretation, of I5V, V is what men have called philosophy. Philosophy for Hegel is the expose of the knowing that shines forth in terms of that by reason of which it shines forth. It is itself a type of knowing, Wissen, for in making the expose of itself knowing knows itself. It is eminently a knowingness, Wissenschaft. This state of knowingness would be called in Latin scientia, but we shall retain the usual translation of science, provided it be made clear that science as designating the Hegelian notion of philosophy does not mean research or any procedure that has the normal conception of science as a model, it means rather that philosophy becomes, with Hegel, so permeated with the Cartesian ideal of self-certitude that it is conceived as unconditioned knowing that is interior to the knowing of self-certitude. Philosophy has become thoroughly at home in knowing as such. The whole essence of philosophy is fashioned out of the unconditioned self-knowing of knowing. Philosophy is the science. 63 Thus the function of philosophy is to make an expose of the knowing that shines forth, 6v, as shining forth, ti 6v. The expose presents the being of beings. This is the science of 6v fl 6v. 64 To the extent that this expose is identified with the self-achieving acts.lj. The Hegelian concept of philosophy corresponds to the Aristotelian notion of andaikup, oc, sc a beholding. We are in a position now to appreciate the full sense of the initial title that Hegel gave to the phenomenology of the spirit. The science of the experience of awareness, where science means essentially the expose, and experience means the being of beings, sc that by which the knowing that shines forth is what it is, in its shining forth. The phenomenology is in an eminent way philosophy, the elucidation of beings in their being. If the title of the work eventually changes, the sense does not, and the new title remains faithful to the initial one. Spirit corresponds to what we have called up to now awareness, phenomenology corresponds to what we have called experience. The essence of experience is the essence of phenomenology. 65 Pak, Vea and OC, because it is the process by which spirit, awareness, shines forth in and unto itself, A6 Yo, because of its very nature the shining forth is dialectical. 2 General remarks. A. Heidegger with Hegel. Up to this point we have tried to be faithful to Heidegger, who presumably has tried to be faithful to Hegel. Now we must try to disengage the critique that is implied in all this, for critique there is. There is much in Hegel, of course, that Heidegger can endorse. I being. Although Hegel himself uses being, at least in the early stages of the phenomenology, in a completely different sense from Heidegger, sc to designate beings as known by natural awareness prior to the discerning of them in their truth, Heidegger feels justified in using the term to designate what Hegel calls absolute awareness, on the grounds that language that has grown out of one type of thinking, sc his own, can serve to bring into its own light another man's thought in order to liberate this thought into the fullness of its own essence. 66 What is the nature of being as awareness? It is an emergento presence, non-concealment, sc that by which beings appear, shine forth in truth. It is presence itself. Furthermore, this emergence is dynamic, indeed dialectical, and through this movement founds history. 67 Because absolute, being enjoys a certain primacy, yet its nature is such that it must come to presence in conjunction with man in order to emerge at all. It needs a domain that it fashions itself, in the fashioning of which it maintains the primacy, wherein it may shine forth, for such a domain pertains to its very essence. 68 We interpret this domain to be the there of being as awareness, hence the there being. To there being. The there of being is correlated with the essence of man. From the very beginning, man stands in the light of the one Taukrpound OC. SC is favored with a pre-ontological comprehension of CRXE\JNC, into, the being of beings, SC transcendence. Yet despite this constitutional affinity with the ontological dimensions of the real, man finds himself first of all and for the most part victimized by the spontaneous convictions of natural awareness and by the tyranny of what people think and say. In terms of SC, man is initially in a state of inauthenticity. 69 Immersed amid the ontic yet comprehending the ontological, their being has the task of fully achieving the CRX.EC, by which it is constituted. This it does by comparing the ontic and ontological dimensions of beings that it meets, sc the known, a function made possible by the fact that the there itself is the difference between ontic and ontological, between natural and real knowing, sc the ontological difference. This achievement is brought about by the active cooperation of their being with the process by which the being of beings emerges into truth, sc. Experience. This cooperation takes the form of turning away from the ontic and toward the ontological, adverting to the being dimension of the beings known, not destroying ontic awareness but simply discerning in it the ontological dimension and endorsing its own situation. 70 This coming to pass of advertence is an active effort on the part of their being, implying the process of will, by reason of which their being lets the of ov take place, lets being be itself. Thus their being yields in docility to the will of the absolute, being, to come to presence in the seven chkstaukrosi, thereby doing its part to open up the realm of disclosure in which being shines forth. At the same time, by advertence their being fully comes to presence itself, determined as it is by the relation of its essence to being. And in all this we feel at home. Their being achieves its own being by responding, adverting, through resolve, willing, to the exigency of being for a there. All of the principal theses of SZ are here, except, perhaps, the insistence upon finitude. 72 This being so, what possible criticism of Hegel can Heidegger make? B. Heidegger vs. Hegel. I being and subjectism. The nub of Heidegger's critique of Hegel, as it may be disengaged at this point, lies in the fact that the sense of being, awareness, for Hegel, though indeed it may be called a presence, and Wesenheit, is rather presentness, sc the presence that characterizes the relation between a subject and an object. In other words, Hegel's conception of being is determined through and through by the subjectism with which he starts. We know already that the new land which Descartes discovered but Hegel explores is the unconditioned self-certitude of self-awareness, whereby that which fundamentally, subfectum, comes to presence as true, certain, is self-awareness. Hence, self-awareness becomes a subfectum, the sub-one ectum becomes aware of itself. The fundamental structure of a subject become aware of itself is this: it comes to presence by reason of a relation it bears to an object that it proposes to itself. Insofar as this relation renders the object present, it is a presentation; insofar as it renders the object present to the subject, it is a representation; insofar as in the representation the subject becomes aware of itself as such, the representation presents not only the object to the subject, but the subject to itself, sc the subject as subject becomes the object of its own reflection. This relationship in all of its complexity is what makes the subject to be what it is. The being of this subject-object relation that reflects upon itself is called subjectness. 73 Obviously what characterizes the being of the subject is the presentness that representation implies. This being is presence but in the manner of representation. 74 It is in the sense that we must understand the seven tatpoa, and when the being of the absolute subject is interpreted as experience, then experience itself remains radically, ineluctably a present-representation. In being, in terms of which experience comes to presence, there lies, as the characteristic of its shining forth, the process of proposing in the sense of presenting. 75 All this is crystallized in the key word of all post-Cartesian philosophy, awareness, sc. Being aware, bojt sen, for being, sen, means to be in the manner of a knowing, bojt, sc of a cogitatio, of a proposing, presentation. 76. In what sense is this a critique? To interpret being as subject-centered presentness is to bring to a culmination the conception of truth as certitude, for, when all is said and done, this whole conception expands absolute certitude, self-awareness, into being itself. 77 But in doing so, Hegel forgets the original sense of truth as oclhlhoc, sc. Being, PULC as the process by which beings emerge into non-concealment. To overlook this is to disregard the ontological difference as it rises out of this emergent truth. It is to be victimized in the being ambivalence of L5V without taking full cognizance of its import. That such is the case with Hegel, there is reason enough to claim. Witness, for example, the abiding confusion between absolute awareness conceived as being, the process by which beings shine forth, and as a being, the absolute subject itself. Point 78. More convincing still is the interior correlation, as Heidegger sees it, between the phenomenology and the science of logic. In the system of absolute science, the science of logic does not come after the science of experience, or even before it, nor, for that matter, are they two coordinate sciences either. They are but one science, metaphysics, one interpretation of LSV. The phenomenology would meditate LSV in its general characteristics and in effect constitute the science as an ontology. The logic would meditate LSV under the guise of a supreme being, absolute spirit, and in effect constitute the science a theology. Phenomenology and logic are one science because concerned with but a single problem, LSV. But because LSV is ambivalent, it gives rise to an ambivalent, onto-theological, structure within the science itself. 79. To have overlooked the ambivalence of ISV is perhaps not so much Hegel's fault as the weakness of metaphysics itself. So but weakness it is, and even if he brings metaphysics, in all the complexity of its onto-theological structure, to the point of its highest achievement, he does not, cannot, lay bare its ground. Resume. Hegel culminates post-Cartesian subjectism, insofar as he thinks the implications of truth as certitude through to the level of absolute certitude in the self-awareness of the absolute subject, thus forgetting all the more profoundly the genuine sense of truth as OC-A and L at. Chapter V. Nietzsche. For Hegel, absolute spirit, the being of beings, was also absolute will, whereby will suggests the intrinsic necessity by reason of which the absolute unfolds into the complete seizure of itself. In this respect, Hegel's dialectical idealism was no less a philosophy of will than Kant's, Fichte's, or Schelling's. Between Hegel and Nietzsche stood Schopenhauer. We have only to advert to the title, The World as Will and Presentation, to realize on the one hand how deeply immersed he is in the subjectist tradition, as Leibniz had stamped it after Descartes, and on the other how close he stands to Nietzsche, whose debt to him, according to personal testimony, is long since a commonplace. As we come, then, to Nietzsche's philosophy of universal willing, we are somewhat prepared for the thesis that Nietzsche is the consummation of metaphysics in the West. Somewhat. Before we can appreciate the full import of this, however, we must first see it in some detail. The main lines of Heidegger's Nietzsche interpretation appeared first in the essay entitled, Nietzsche's Word God is Dead. Two its theses can be stated in general terms quite simply. God for Nietzsche is what he takes to be the God of Christianity, but interprets in a non-Christian way. For Nietzsche, God is the symbol of the entire supersensible world of ideas and ideals, and, as we shall see, of values, for he is the ground and final end of these ideals, which in turn are the goal of earthly life, determining it, so to speak, from above and from without. Such a world, for a tradition as old as Plato, constitutes the true, authentic, genuinely actual world, while the order of the sensible and the changeable is only an apparent, non-actual world. If we take this merely apparent, sensible world in the broad Kantian sense of the physical world, then the ideal, supersensible world of the Platonic tradition is clearly the superphysical, metaphysical world. God for Nietzsche, therefore, symbolizes the world, the order, of metaphysics. To say that God is dead is to say that this metaphysical world has lost its vitality, has lost all power to offer man something to which he can hold fast or by which he can find his bearings, has come to mean nothing at all. Such meaningless, therefore nothingness is a nihil-sc. Nothingism, ness. Nietzsche's word, God is dead, according to Heidegger, is but a simple declaration of fact. It describes in a striking formula the metaphysical nihilism to which Nietzsche is witness. And this nihilism is not simply a single phenomenon of history among others, such as the Renaissance, humanism, the Age of Enlightenment, etc. It designates for Nietzsche, Heidegger claims, an entire historical movement, indeed the basic movement of history in the West since Plato, which Heidegger identifies here with the history of metaphysics. For there is no need to recall the fact that metaphysics is an interpretation of beings in their beingness. Nietzsche's special insight is to perceive that the interpretation of beings prevalent in his time is valueless, for it is an interpretation that has recourse to values that are precisely without any value at all. The reason, the supreme values, sc. God and the ideal, supersensible, metaphysical, world, cannot be translated into the actual world of daily experience. Nietzsche's task is on the one hand to proclaim the emptiness, devaluation, of all traditional values, thus soliciting a rejection of them, and on the other to propose some new interpretation of beings in their being that could be accepted along with this rejection as a feasible way of overcoming valuelessness, nihilism. The first part of the program could be called negative nihilism, the second positive, both having their parallel in Schopenhauer's pessimism of weakness and pessimism of strength. 5. But positive nihilism must not be content with merely replacing the old values by new ones, v.g. by filling the place left vacant by God and the hierarchy of supersensible values with some cheap ersatz such as socialism or Wagnerian music. Rather, the entire fabric of values must be rewoven. Devaluation can be overcome only by revaluation. There must be some new principle of values, not to be sought, however, in the lifeless world of the supersensible. Let it be something alive that is not supersensible. Let it be life itself. 6. Nietzsche's own metaphysics becomes thus the philosophy of life force, claiming to overcome the metaphysical nihilism of the times by a nihilism of a higher sort, a positive one. But it remains a nihilism. And Heidegger will argue that it fails completely to vindicate its claims simply because it remains metaphysics. The nub of the matter is that for Heidegger all metaphysics is a nihilism. For the essence of nihilism consists in the fact that the being process itself, as emergent truth, means nothing, to such an extent that the truth of beings as such counts as being, because the truth of being itself retreats. 7. That is why, in its essence, metaphysics is nihilism. 8. A forgetfulness of being. Obviously the only way effectively to overcome such nihilism is to pass beyond metaphysics in order to meditate the being process itself. This is what Nietzsche does not do, cannot do, as long as he remains within the confines of metaphysics. Let us now see how Nietzsche attempts to determine a new set of values, whose principle is an all-pervasive life force. We wish to understand how this life force is to be understood and how it founds the new values. In the most general terms we may say that this life force is understood as having its ground in a becoming, not simply in the sense of endless change, but in the sense of a universal dynamism that embraces all beings whatsoever and determines them as beings, constitutes them in their being. Heidegger makes use of the classical terms of essence and existence to distinguish in the Nietzschean becoming two correlative principles, will unto power, Wille zur Macht, as the essence of its progressive dynamism, the eternal recurrence of the self-same state of affairs, which Wiederkehr as the form of its existence. The two key words of Nietzsche's metaphysics, will unto power and eternal return of the self-same, determine beings in their being under those two aspects which since the earliest days have been guidelines for metaphysics, sc ens qua ens in the sense of essentia and existentia. 9. We let these two aspects of Nietzsche's universal becoming polarize our analysis. A. Will unto power. I life force and will. Will unto power, becoming, life force and being in the broadest sense mean, in Nietzsche's language, but one thing. 10. Why the first of these formulae enjoys a primacy over the others we have already some idea and we shall understand it better as we proceed. For the moment, Let us be content with recalling that once Leibniz expanded the notion of subject so that it embraced not only the human ego, Descartes, but all beings, insofar as they are dynamic, have an aptitus, will, for further dynamism. The entire drift of modern thought was to conceive being as the dynamism of dynamic beings, in one way or another as will. It is only normal, then, that Nietzsche should meditate being as a universal becoming, life force, and conceive it as will. For our part, we must be on our guard from the beginning against conceiving universal will in pure psychological terms. It is essentially not a striving after what is not yet possessed, born out of a feeling of want. Nietzsche's conception is a purely metaphysical one, and we must interpret it metaphysically, if we are to understand it at all. It is an interpretation of the being of beings, whose internal dynamism, however, is of such a sort that it can be expressed best in terms of what human experience calls willing. We comprehend this metaphysical reality by asking, what does it mean, even in human terms, to will? For Nietzsche, it means to be a master. To will is to will to be a master. 11. It implies a domination, mastery, over what is willed, hence is essentially neither a wishing nor a striving after something but a commanding, which implies a knowledgeable power of disposition over the possibilities of any given action to be performed. What is commanded in the command is the exercise of this disposing power. In a command, he who commands accedes to this power to dispose of an action and thus accedes to, obeys, himself. Genuine commanding, then, is different from simply shouting orders to others. It is a submission to oneself, hence a self-submission, a self-conquest. If to will is to command by submitting to one's own power to dispose, one is tempted to say, though Heidegger does not introduce the terminology here, by letting one's own disposing power be itself, then what the will wills is its own willing. The will wills itself. 12. It is a will unto willing, will assume willen. By this very fact, it passes beyond itself, on the one hand brings itself under its own control and on the other continues to will further, to surpass the immediate moment of self-conquest by willing to grow, to become stronger, to become more and more itself in further willing. There is a duality here, and the point is worth insistence. The will is a life force, and growth is a law of life. But the law of growth implies a constancy, or Haltung, as well as advance, further growing, Steigerung. The whole vitality of a rosebush, for example, is in a certain sense brought to a center of concentration in the first bud. In it, this vitality achieves a degree of unfolding that may be considered as attained, a moment of rest, a tentative permanence, a constancy that may be considered as assured. Yet this is not a static thing. On the contrary, this assured constancy is alive only to the extent that it is already being surpassed by reason of its own internal dynamism, is becoming already inconstant, hence overcome by the progress of life. The rosebud is in the process of unfolding into the flower. These two moments are correlative components of a single movement, deriving from the unified essence of the living process. The component of constancy, the moment of consolidating the hitherto evolution, renders service to the component of surpassment, for it is the level of achievement already attained that serves as basis for further achievement. On the other hand, the component of surpassment renders service to the verifiable constant by preserving it interior to the process of growth. Both components of growth are necessary for the living process, if it is to be itself. They are conditions of life, in the case of universal will, and insofar as they flow from its essence, they may be said to be posed, Setson, by will itself. 13. Now the moment of consolidation comes to pass when will submits to, and thereby overcomes, itself, acts as its own master. We may say that in the moment of constancy, will exercises power, mocked, over itself. Likewise, the will surpassing of itself in its drive to become stronger and more itself is a movement toward more and more power. In this context, the surpassing is an overpowering of self which the very nature of willing renders possible, empowers, ermächtigt. In the formula will unto power, then, the word power designates only the manner by which the will wills itself, insofar as its nature is to command. Will and power consequently are not conjoined for the first time in the formula will unto power, but the will as will unto willing is the will unto power in the sense of an empowering unto power. 14. Whatever the formula, the two components of constancy and surpassment are intrinsic to its very nature. The will unto power must pose simultaneously conditions for the constancy and the surpassing of power. It is the nature of the will to pose these correlative conditions. 15. 2. Will unto power and revaluation. We said that Nietzsche's nihilism is not only negative but positive, and that the metaphysics of will unto power is revaluation as well as devaluation. How explain this revaluation? What is the relation of value to will? To delineate the Nietzschean conception of value, Heidegger analyses a definition that Nietzsche himself offers. Value is an aspect of the conditions or constancy and surpassment with a view to the complex structures of life that have a relative duration within the process of becoming. 16. Many of the terms here are clear from what has been said already. The being of beings is conceived as a process of becoming, life force, will, within which certain complex structures form, that for a temporary duration enjoy consolidation but are soon surpassed and swept up into the dynamic progress of life, will. We must understand now in what sense value is an aspect of all this. An aspect, aspectum, is that which is seen by a seeing, aspi ser. The seeing sees the seen and makes what calculations it must accordingly. But the aspect is seen only insofar as it is posed, gesetzt, by the seeing itself. For whether we speak Kantian fashion of an a priori, or scholastic fashion of the formal object of sight, the sense is the same. A seeing takes place only on the condition that the seer is antecedently so structured that what is seeable in the seen can affect him. This a priori structure which constitutes the seer in his affinity with the to be seen as such is itself a type of seeing, a seeing structure that antecedes the functioning of this structure. The structure, rendering possible the function, so determines this function that we may say that the seer sees, act, because he already has seen, a priori, by reason of his structural affinity with the seen, SC has already, proposed the seen as such to himself, that is to say posed it. 17. It is this proposing position that antecedes all seeing which makes the to be seen, aspect, seeable, SC capable of guiding the function of seeing and whatever activity follows upon sight. Now if value, Nietzsche claims, is an aspect, something seen, it follows that, values are not first of all something in themselves which subsequently at the opportune moment can be seized as an aspect. 18. They are what they are only because they are, posed by and for a seeing. But in the case of value, what precisely is seen, posed, and who, what, is it that sees, poses? Heidegger's answer in Nietzsche's name is clear. What is posed is the necessary conditions of the growing process of all-encompassing life, sc the conditions of sustaining and increasing, of constancy and surpassment, which are demanded by the essence of universal willing. What is it that poses? The living principle itself, sc. Will unto power. It is as if the being of beings, universal will, is also a process of self-awareness, seeing itself as evolving. To will belongs consciousness. 19. In these terms, its vision is necessarily bifurcated, so that it sees the two indispensable conditions of itself as growing, the form of its attainment at any given moment, constant and verifiable, which must be surpassed, and the scope of those possibilities toward which it is still to advance. 20. The seeing by which will sees itself as itself, life in growth, is the seeing which poses the necessary conditions of itself as life in growth. What is thus seen and posed is value. It is will unto power that poses all values, for values are nothing more than the self-posed conditions of its own unfolding. The will unto power is, according to its very essence, a value-posing will. 21. And this value-posing we call evaluation, skiitzen. Will, as the being of beings, is therefore the ground and domain of all values, and, conversely, if metaphysics interprets beings in their being as will unto power, it cannot help becoming a philosophy of values. By way of example, let us remark the two fundamental values in the Nietzschean system, truth and art. Both are posed by will unto power as necessary conditions of itself. A. Truth wesauth that any component of dynamic progress is the consolidating and sustaining of what has been gained already. By this is meant some sphere of concentration to which will can at all times in perfect confidence return in order to win reassurance, satiety, of its gain. This sphere circumscribes for will that constant element in whatever comes to presence that can be subject to the disposition of will. The constant, thus posed, abides, and what abides Nietzsche calls indiscriminately being and truth. 22. Truth as value is what is seen when will poses as necessary condition of its own becoming what we have called the moment of constancy, or consolidation, of what has been achieved hitherto in the will's unfolding as the actuality of what is actual. It is the constant assurance of the constancy of that sphere out of which will unto power wills itself. 23. B. Art, correlative to the component of constancy, however, is the component of augmentation by reason of which will at any given moment of achievement in beings, truth, is already in movement toward more achievement, more power, because new possibilities are opened up to it. What will sees in posing this second condition of its continued becoming is the value Nietzsche calls art. Art is the essence of all willing insofar as it opens up perspectives and takes possession of them. 24. So that it is art that stimulates and goads will unto power to come to itself by willing beyond itself. Art, as value, is grounded in will's vision of itself as surpassing itself, as surpassing the present moment of its self-achievement. And, since in the dynamism of life the component of increase enjoys a certain primacy over the component of constancy, art as value is superior to truth as value. 25. In both cases, however, value is not something in and for itself but is posed by universal will. J. Will unto power and truth. Of the two principal values which will unto power poses, the more significant for us is the value of truth. We wish to see now more in detail how truth as value derives from the more fundamental conception of truth as certitude. We recall from the Descartes analysis that the certitude which is the essential characteristic of a presentative subject consists in the subject's guaranteeing itself as presentative, assuring itself to its own satisfaction both of itself, presenting, and of what it proposes, present ed. This self-assurance which constitutes certitude is a derived form of truth as conformity, of presenting to presented, which we ordinarily call correctness or rightness. According to the new formula, truth consists not first of all in conformity but in the accommodation of every object to be proposed to a standard imposed by the proposing subject itself, a standard dictated by the nature of the subject, its exigency for clear and distinct ideas. When any given presentation satisfies the standard, then it is held to be correct, true, because it is certain. A presentation thus certified is right, and the certification renders right, rechtfertigt. Now when something is rendered right, in this case a presentation, all is as it should be. One may say that the situation is just, for justice prescribes what is right. If this terminology is acceptable, then the process of certification, of rendering right, is a justification, Rechtfertigung. A subject justifies its presentations insofar as it certifies them, certifies the relation between itself and what it presented. Justification and certification are in this case synonymous. 26. In Nietzsche, it is under the guise of justification and justice that the theme of certitude, certification, appears. Here the presentative, self-assuring subject is not an individual ego as in Descartes, but the being of beings conceived as universal will. Will unto power sees itself as posing values through its becoming, certifies this position and thereby justifies it. We have here, Heidegger argues, simply a new terminology to express what we have seen already as the self-certification of a presentative subject, where will unto power is the subject and the values are that which the subject, poses. Justice, as conceived by Nietzsche, is the truth of beings whose being is conceived as will unto power. 27. The words justice and justification for our purposes are not important. What is important is to see how Heidegger argues that Nietzsche's will unto power is but the elaboration and extension to a general ontology of Descartes' conception of a presentative subject that becomes certain of itself. 28. This takes place in the certification of any given moment of attainment in the process of becoming, a moment which is verifiable precisely because it has become a constant. This renders service to the component of augmentation in growth, for the certification of any given level of power is a necessary condition for an increase of power. 29. The certification consists in holding this level for true, for Warhalten, sc for constant, definitively, once and for all, achieved. To verify as a constant that which will itself proposes is to control this constant and submit it to the disposition of will. So this rigorous certification Heidegger also calls exact calculation, Rechnung. Willunto will is the supreme and unconditioned state of awareness in the process of rigorously certifying constants through calculation. 31. Through this process of certification, calculation, the will exercises dominion over what is constant, and to the extent that the plurality of constants constitute the earth on which man dwells, the universal will, as the self-certifying becoming that constitutes the being of beings, is a process through which dominion over the earth, Erderschaft, comes to pass. We can see here more clearly than when we first approached the problem in what sense willing is an exercise of power. For to exert dominion over the already achieved constant through continued certification of it is to exercise power, and the will exerting that dominion wills power. To the extent that will wills its continually augmented becoming by successive moments of dominion over successively posed and successively overcome constants, the universal will wills more power, sc it is will unto power. 32 Before we proceed her, it is worthwhile insisting, if we are to keep our bearings, that up to the present we have considered always the presentative will as the being of beings in the ensemble. In other words, beings for Nietzsche are the constants posed by universal, self-certifying will, and their being consists precisely in their certifiable constancy, sc their truth, which is at once their value. Even at this point we can appreciate the sense of the critique which Heidegger makes of the whole process. On the one hand, Nietzsche is trying to overcome the nihilism of values which, for Heidegger, is the nihilism of metaphysics itself. On the other, he has gone about it by founding another philosophy of values, and this by resorting to conceptions that are themselves profoundly metaphysical, being as a universal presentative subject, will, truth as conformité cum certitude. In his very struggle against metaphysical nihilism, then, Nietzsche has fallen prey to it in its purest form, the forgetfulness of being, Puchten, itself. He has ignored the fact, that being is the process by which beings emerge into non-concealment, that this non-concealment is the genuine meaning of truth, and eloc. His thought, then, far from being the overcoming of nihilism, is actually the supreme fulfillment of it, for the same reason that it is the consummation of metaphysics itself. But we are not yet at the end of our pains. If the being of beings is will unto power, what must be said about the nature of man? His task is to assume his proper place among the ensemble of beings according to the nature of being which permeates them all. More precisely, this means to respond to being in beings, himself included, as will unto power, hence endorse with his own will this dominion over the earth of universal will by assuming the responsibility of achieving to the limit of his possibility the global certification in which the truth and value of all constants consist. Man certifies the material, corporal, psychic and spiritual constants, but only for the sake of his own certification that wills dominion over all beings insofar as they could become objects, so that thus he may respond to the being of beings as will unto power. 34 It is to achieve his own self-certitude, hence to achieve the truth that is proper to himself, and therefore to be true to himself, that man undertakes to dominate the earth. When will unto power, as principle which poses value, is willed, then the domination over beings as such in the form of dominion over the earth passes over to man's new kind of willing, determined as it is by will unto power. 35. This effort of man to dominate the earth is crystallized in the word technicity, technic. All beings, even man himself, are objects of which he can dispose. Thus the being of beings is no deeper than what man can verify, calculate, so that once the possibilities opened up by calculation have been explored, the beings themselves have been completely exploited and used up, reduced to a dull and indistinctive uniformity. 36. Such is the condition that characterizes contemporary society. b. The eternal return of the self-same. The correlation between being, universal will, and man, however, Nietzsche experiences more surely than he explains. 37. We see this better, perhaps, if we pass from the order of essence to the order of existence and consider the process of universal becoming under the guise not, as hitherto, of will unto power but of the eternal return of the self-same. In striving to overcome the nihilism of the times, the desert grows. 38. Nietzsche wishes to discern how man may pass from his present condition to a new comprehension of being and him self wherein this nihilism of values is dissolved. He wishes to find some bridge between man as he has been up to now and man in some better, superior, condition. Nietzsche calls man as he has been hitherto the last man, and man as he should be the superior, or man, Übermensch. The reason why man up to the present, let us simply say the modern man, is lost in the morass of a valuelessness, nihilism, is that he has not yet really entered into himself so that he could come to a proper appreciation of his own nature and assume it accordingly. The Superman is superior precisely in this, that he has comprehended himself in terms of his relationship with being, conceived, of course, as will unto power. The Superman is he who first brings the essence of man as he has been up to now into the truth about himself and then assumes this truth accordingly. 39. The difference between the two is not quantitative but qualitative, and seems to correspond exactly to what in Heidegger's SZ context would be called the difference between the inauthentic and the authentic man. Effectively, then, Nietzsche's problem as Heidegger sees it is this: how does man in the context of will unto power overcome his present fallen condition and achieve authenticity, become Superman? The answer is elaborated in Thus Spake Zarathustra, also Sprach Zarathustra, the book for everyone and no one, for everyone, for every man as man who seeks to comprehend the sense of his own essence, for no one, for no man so victimized by the nihilism of values that he gives no thought to authenticity, such a one would find it unintelligible. Zarathustra is the form under which Nietzsche describes the passage unto authenticity. Zarathustra is not the Superman already achieved but Superman in the state of becoming. Zarathustra propounds the doctrine of Superman, and, indeed, principally by example. Hence the pedagogical value of Zarathustra's self-interrogation. Does my will respond to that will which, as will unto power, dominates the totality of beings? 40. Clearly, Zarathustra teaches here that the function of Superman is a responding to will unto power as the being of beings. Now curiously enough, Zarathustra not only teaches the doctrine of Superman but the eternal return of the self-same as well. The problem becomes, what is the relation between the achieving of authenticity as Superman and being conceived as eternal return? We must proceed in roundabout fashion. Let us take as guideline what seems to be an unlikely text from the second part of Nietzsche's work, where Zarathustra remarks, that man may be delivered from the spirit of vengeance. This is for me a bridge to the highest hope, the rainbow after a long storm. 41. In terms of what we have said, we take the text to mean that, what characterizes modern man, victimized by the nihilism of values, is a spirit of vengeance. What characterizes Superman, Zarathustra's highest hope, is freedom from this spirit. The achieving of authenticity, the bridge from one to the other, consists precisely in the liberation from this spirit of vengeance as such. Let us see now more in detail what this implies. We proceed by formulating once more a series of propositions. What characterizes the nihilism of modern man is the spirit of vengeance, Geist der Rache. We begin with the fact that modern man for Nietzsche has not yet learned to appreciate his own nature. What is this nature? Man is for Nietzsche, as the metaphysical tradition has always conceived him to be, a rational animal. If we name the animal element in man sensible and the rational element supersensible, then he is the sensible supersensible being. If we name the sensible physical, then supersensible means metaphysical. Man is the being, then, who accomplishes in himself the passage from physical to metaphysical. He is the meta-physical being, pure and simple, das Metaphysisk selbst. For Nietzsche, Heidegger claims, man has not yet learned to appreciate the full sense of this fact. 42 Now metaphysics has always interpreted the ratio of this rational animal as the power by which man renders beings present to himself, calculating them in terms of purpose, ends and means, causes and effects, etc., regulating his comportment with them accordingly, so that it is only the presentational level of the beings encountered that has any value for him. So profoundly is presentational thinking identified with the ratio of man that we might translate animal rationale as the presentative animal. 43 But the presentational character of metaphysical thought has taken on for Nietzsche a special cast that is to be understood, Heidegger claims, when he speaks of the spirit of vengeance. We must take the term very broadly and need not understand it at all in the ordinary sense of a retaliation. Rather we are to understand more the sense of doing violence, and, indeed, with a certain implacable vehemence that we find suggested in the phrase with a vengeance, both of which nuances might be suggested, perhaps, by the single word persecution. Now modern man for Nietzsche, as Heidegger reads him, not only proposes beings but persecutes, verfolgen, them, pursues them, does violence to them, reduces them more and more to his own control, decomposes them by his analyses, disposes of them at will. These various modalities of posing are derived from the fact that the original proposing has become distorted, we might almost say has become a deposing. All of these modal ideas are to be understood when we speak of the persecution of beings, for the author suggests them all by the word nachstellen. At any rate, this is how he understands the spirit of vengeance from which the modern man must be delivered, if nihilism is to be overcome. We discern here once more the essential characteristics of technicity. 44. 2. The reason modern man remains inauthentic is that the spirit of vengeance is not compatible with an authentic response to being as pure will. Insofar as man in his very essence, is related to beings in their being, hence to being itself, and by this very fact is himself determined by being, then, in accordance with this relation of being, sco now will, to the essence of man, man must also appear in a special way as a willing. 45. Now the manner in which man's being as a willing comes to expression in his activity indicates how man himself understands not only his own being but also the being of beings as such. That modern man's activity is marked by the spirit of vengeance betrays the fact that his comprehension of being as will unto power is very faulty, his response inadequate. For when we understand the full import of being as will unto power, we see that the spirit of vengeance is completely foreign to it, and man must be delivered from this spirit completely. The spirit of vengeance is foreign to will as will. Why? Because it implies that whatever it is to which violence is done somehow resists will, hence, initially at least, would seem to lie beyond its power and need to be subdued. But it is repugnant to universal will that anything resist it in any way. The reason is that willing in its purity implies a domination over what is willed. The only subduing is a self-subduing, as, for example, when will poses and then overcomes the conditions of its own unfolding. In the process of willing as such, the will wills itself and nothing outside of it can resist. As we saw, this is the way in which Nietzsche establishes a new set of values, whose function is to replace the old metaphysical values which had pretended to be absolute precisely inasmuch as they resist any such evolution which is the essence of being as will. 46 The spirit of vengeance, then, is repugnant to pure will, Hence no response to being as will that is marked by the spirit is authentic. Point 3. To achieve authenticity, man must respond to the universal will. As the eternal return of the self-same. Nothing is so independent of the process of pure willing that it resists will, not even time. What is time for Nietzsche? Like everyone before him since Aristotle, Nietzsche conceives time as an endless succession of nows, whereby the not yet now, future, passes by the present now to become immediately a no longer now, which we may call a was, war. The past resists universal will, which, as pure will unto willing, is always facing forward toward more willing. If there were ever anything that could resist pure will so that will could pursue and subdue it in the spirit of vengeance, it would certainly be the immutable past. Point 47. But that is just the point. Nietzsche so conceives pure will, that the immutable was of time is dissolved in a now that abides, a nunc stands. Does time remain for will unto power? Yes and no. Yes, in the sense that the movement of successive nows remains. No, in the sense that the movement never passes into the irretrievable was but keeps coming back upon will, trickle fashion, so as constantly to be willed again. Time remains, if one will, for how can we speak of being in a human way except in terms of time? But it is purified of that which makes it merely temporal, makes it become a past. If it makes any sense, we might even say that time for Nietzsche becomes eternalized. However this may be, let us designate the movement of which we speak here as a return and its perdurance as eternal. Then we understand how Nietzsche conceives the eternal return of the self-same. It is the supreme triumph of the metaphysics of will, whereby will eternally wills the eternity of willing. 48. To respond to being as will in all its purity means to comprehend and acquiesce to will as eternal return. By such a response, modern man achieves authenticity, becomes Superman. The Superman becomes superior to man as he has been up to now, inasmuch as he enters into relation to being, which, as the willing of the eternal return of the self-same, eternally wills itself and nothing else besides. 49. For hence Zarathustra leads the way to Superman by teaching the eternal return. The bridge to authenticity is the liberation of man from the manner of thinking characterized by the spirit of vengeance. It is the task of Zarathustra to preach this liberation. Who is Nietzsche's Zarathustra? He is the teacher whose doctrine would liberate man's previous manner of thinking from the spire of vengeance unto a yes to the eternal return of the self-same, so. Which is a yes to the evaluation by which nihilism is overcome. Zarathustra preaches the Superman because, and only inasmuch as, he preaches the eternal return. He proclaims both at once, for they are correlative, the being of beings and the nature of man. Indeed, Zarathustra is himself in a certain way this correlation. 51. But farther than this Nietzsche cannot go. To go farther would be to think the correlation between being and the nature of man as such. This relation of being to man's essence as the relationship of this essence to being is, in terms of the essence of this relationship and the origin of this essence, not yet thought. 52. To think it means to go beyond metaphysics with its interpretation of man as rational animal. It means to pass from presentative thinking unto foundational thought. Nietzsche, slave to presentative thinking, could not take this step. That is why Heidegger feels he has the right to ask if this bridge to the highest hope does not in fact lead to a desolation still more profound, the desolate nihilism of remaining oblivious to the being process itself. 5s. Resume. Nietzsche seeks to salvage 19th century Europe from its nihilism of values, the dead God, by a philosophy of universal becoming which would render possible a revaluation. If we consider this life force in terms of essence as will unto power, we see that it simply evolves to their ultimate consequence the implications latent in metaphysical subjectism with its conception of truth as certitude. For, once Descartes' subjectism of the individual ego has been so expanded by Leibniz that all beings become presentative subjects, and once the interior dynamism which propels the presentative activity of each subject is conceived to be a drive toward perfection which may be interpreted quite legitimately as will, Subsequent forms of subjectism become in one way or another a metaphysics of will, whether will be interpreted as reason, Kant, freedom, Fichte, love, Schelling, absolute, spirit, Hegel, etc. When at last subjectism in Nietzsche becomes a philosophy of will simply considered as will, sc of will unto power, the last possibility of metaphysical subjectism has been exploited. Tills is the sense in which Heidegger claims that Nietzsche's thought is the consummation, Vollendung, of metaphysics in the West. 54. But, for the same reason, this thought is the consummation, not the overcoming, of nihilism, too, for it is metaphysics itself that is nihilism, inasmuch as it is oblivious to the being process. Nietzsche cannot think the essence of nihilism, metaphysics, until he recollects that being is the process of emergent truth. 55. If we consider the life force in terms of existence as the eternal return of the self-same, we discover under the guise of Zarathustra that being and man are correlative, yet the correlation cannot be explained as such. For Nietzsche's man is only rational animal, the man of traditional metaphysics itself. Nietzsche cannot think this correlation until he conceives man as more than a rational animal, sc in terms of his relation to being as such. In each case, the mark of Nietzsche's failure is that he remains prisoner of metaphysics. To succeed at what he attempts to do, one would have to go beyond metaphysics into its ground. One would have to think being, and j&etoc, as the process out of which the ontological difference arises, and this in its intimate correlation with the essence of man. This is what Heidegger himself has tried to do, to overcome metaphysics in grounding it through the achievement of foundational thought. 56. 56 CHW, p. 243. Chapter 6. Logic. We have traced what Heidegger considers to be the detachvolution of Western thought from Plato to Nietzsche under the guise of metaphysics. We wish now to review the same history from two particular points of view which are for our problem especially important. The first deals with the science of logic, the second with the problem of humanism. We know already, at least in a general way, how myo in the sense of a gathering together comes to mean the expression of a judgment, which becomes thus the proper place of truth. It is but one step further to say that the expressed judgment becomes, too, the tribunal which decides upon the nature of beings and being. For an expression is always about something, kok toc. This something can be expressed in different ways, according to its quantity, its qualities, its relationships. These different manners of declaring, ka ty, yop lv, the something with which expressions deal are the categories, ka ty, yopiat, and are taken to be the determinations of being. L. Henceforth, the doctrine of the categories will have an unchallenged place in all ontology, the science of beings. Let it suffice here simply to underline the fact that the categories are basically forms of declaration, sc of expression, hence of thought, that assume unto themselves the determination of being. As the meaning of maic was transformed, so, too, was that of vo lv. The latter no longer signifies the containment of the overpowering but comes to signify that seizure of the to be known which penetrates it through, and which, when clothed in words, forms the complete expression. This perceptive seizure that comes to expression is what essentially characterizes the understanding in the sense of a presentation in form of judgment. 2 No lv thus becomes understanding and reason, which thereby come to the place of primacy, of domination over being. The domination of man's reason over being reaches its culmination, according to Heidegger, in the science of logic, which, as the science of thought, is just such a tribunal before which being must stand. For the term science of logic translates the Greek E7TLCR, FJFLYJAOELX, the comprehending verse tehen which concerns maic, where maic is the substantive form of the verb ayeu. In this case, ayi.lv means to speak or say something about something, ayi.lvtl kok r and arlvok. That about which something is said lies underneath, u1 toxt flow. Evov, the whole saying, supporting it, hence is called the subject, subjectum, of the saying, what is said about the subject is called the predicate, the whole operation a predication. This predication is what we have been calling an expression. 5. The thought with which logic deals is a thought that is articulated by expression and is interpreted in terms of expression. Hence, only that is thinkable which is sayable. Now it is conceivable that we try to formulate a proposition where S and P are incompatible, because they cannot be said together, v.g. square and circle. Both circle and square can be said, dictionary, individually but not together, for they oppose, therefore contradict, each other. Because two contradictory terms cannot be said together, sc identified by a copula, the corresponding concepts cannot be thought together. That is why, according to Heidegger, the principle of contradiction becomes the first law of logical thought. It is an easy step to see how such a law of thought immediately dominates the being of beings. Whatever cannot be thought cannot be, whatever can be thought can be, where can be and cannot be always pertain to that which is, beings, sc that about which the expression is made. With time, it becomes clear that this simple pattern does not satisfy all possible situations, so that the conception of a six-yak has to be broadened. After all, simple expressions often have more than one meaning. For example, if we take the expression, God is the absolute, the sense changes according to emphasis. If we say God is the absolute, this means that God alone is the absolute. If we say God is the absolute, this means that it is the nature of God to be absolute. The simple expression says both these meanings, hence for its full sense to be articulated the expression must be thoroughly, Allah, explored in itself for all possible implications, a.icr and al. Such exploration is a dialectic, a-la myecr and al, and the thought that is embodied in it is dialectical. 6. The essential here is not that logic necessarily becomes a dialectic but that, even in a dialectic, thought is determined by the expression, a6-yak. 7. The clearest proof of this is Hegel, for, after the ground has been prepared by Kant's transcendental logic, Hegel thinks the dialectic through to its ultimate consequences and brings it to definitive expression as the dialectic of the absolute subject in his master work, The Science of Logic. When Hegel's dialectic of consciousness becomes with Marx one of reality, real dialectic, as dialectical materialism, the matter is no different, for even in a dialectic of objects, the objects are at least implicitly objects of some knowing subject. Hence such a dialectic is in one form or another a dialectic of self-awareness, hence ultimately a form of logic. When logic under still another form becomes for contemporary thought symbolic logic, this is simply the ultimate deterioration of logic become expression. As out of all this, let us retain that Heidegger's polemic versus logic, the domination of reason, is not a repudiation of its rights but a protest against its aggrandizement. For the presumption of reason to arrogate to itself the right to pronounce judgment upon being is, when all is said and done, a usurpation by which being itself is impoverished and constrained to the narrow limits of man. There is something more original in man than his reason, for the lumen natural of his intelligence presupposes the lighting process of being. Foundational thought, as Heidegger conceives it, is merely an effort to allow to being, the lighting process, its full rights. That is why, foundational thinking begins only when we have experienced the fact that reason, glorified as it has been for hundreds of years, is the most stubborn adversary of thought. 9. Once Meyer loses the sense of gathering together and comes to mean the expression that embodies thought, then the laws of expression become the laws of thought and the science of logic is born. Since expressions always refer to beings, Toc tilver, logical thought cannot deal with the being process as such. Heidegger's polemic versus logic is fundamentally a protest against the tendency of logical thought to pronounce upon being itself and thereby to dominate it. Chapter 7. Humanism. The word humanism is a specifically Roman phenomenon, insofar as it derives from the Republican era when the word humanus was used to distinguish the Homo Romanus from the Homo barbarus by reason of the Romans' cultural superiority. This was based upon the Romans' appropriation of the Greek seven tot, interpreted in the Platonic schools of the later period as eruditio et institutio in bonas arts. What seven tot e pound ot meant for Plato himself we can gather, to some extent, from the story of the cave dwellers, for this pretends to delineate, after its own fashion, the nature of seven tot e pound ot. This pretension explains the importance in the metaphor of the transition from one place of sojourn to another. Elot. Is the conversion of the entire man in the depths of his being. It is not simply an accumulation of mere knowledge but a complete transformation by reason of which man is transferred from the domain of beings that he first of all and for the most part encounters, v.g. the shadows, into another realm where beings in their essence shine forth. To make an adaptation to this new realm and consequently to assume an orientation toward that which shines forth as supremely unconcealed, the ideas, this is the essence of seven tot e pound ot. There is an intrinsic relation, then, between seven tot e pound ot and the conception of truth. And as truth in the sense of non-concealment is essentially negatived, so, too, is seven tot. Until the very end, it continues to be a struggle to overcome non-7 tot e pound ot, and 0.7 tot eua pound ot, such is the meaning of the fourth stage of the story. All this could be given an interpretation that would correspond with Heidegger's conception of the essence of man as a relationship to being. But Plato understands it otherwise, and the difference is revealing. Whoever is to have commerce with a world determined by ideas must have an antecedent vision of those ideas. The essence of 7 tocl8 redoc, then, is to render man free and steadfast for the intuition of essence. Henceforth there will be a striving after the truth, correctness, of intuition. The right glimpse of the ideas is all important. The sense of 7 tocleoc is correlative with the sense of truth. Point 2 as the author sees it, the dichotomy in 7 tocl8 eoc between seeing and seen contains within it already, even if still undeveloped, the fundamental pattern of presentative thought which the subjectism of modern metaphysics will only unfold. Such is the 7 tocl8 eloc, in its very essence metaphysical, that Rome, through the Middle Academy, proudly makes its own. When the Renaissance proclaims a Renascentia Romanitatis, therefore Humanitatis, to liberate itself from what it considers to be the barbarism of the Gothic Middle Ages, its ideal is ultimately the 7 tocleoc of the Neoplatonic academies. So, too, the humanism of the Enlightenment. Thus it happens in each case that one returns to the study of classical, Roman and Greek, antiquity. If humanism is taken out of this purely historical context, however, and examined for itself, it may be described as the liberating of man unto the dignity that is proper to his nature. This gives the term a broader meaning that can apply to any type of philosophical anthropology, such as Marxism, Sartrean existentialism, or even Christianity, if this be considered in its purely human dimension. The form of humanism differs, of course, according to the way one conceives liberation and the dignity of man, but there is one common denominator. The humanitas of Homo humanus is determined with a view to some already established interpretation of nature, history, the world, ground of the world, of beings in the ensemble. 4. But any interpretation of beings in the ensemble as such, in their being, is clearly metaphysics. That is why every humanism is either grounded in a metaphysics or itself becomes the ground of one. 5. Metaphysical in its historical origin, metaphysical in its form, humanism shares the same destiny as metaphysics. For example, when we are told that Marxist humanism experiences the alienation, Entfremdung, of modern man, this is but an ulterior form of Nietzschean nihilism, the forgottenness of being. The essence of materialism, for Heidegger, lies not in the fact that it reduces all reality to matter but that it is only another form of technicity, obliviousness to the ontological difference. The same may be said of all forms of nationalism, for that matter of internationalism, collectivism of any kind. 6. For this is simply the subjectiveness of man taken as a totality. None of these forms of modern man's homelessness can be cured simply by a humanism of another sort. It is metaphysics, therefore humanism, itself which must be overcome. What is the fundamental conception of man for the humanistic tradition? Animal rationale. This is more than simply a translation of Aristotle's L.J. Ov Myovkov. It is a metaphysical interpretation. Now Heidegger is at pains to insist that he does not consider this definition false and to be rejected, but only that it is locked within metaphysics and unable to escape its limitations. What is the essence of his criticism? We have seen it before. The definition interprets man in relation to animals, even when it distinguishes him from them by a specific difference. To speak of him subsequently as subject, person, spirit, etc. does not deliver him from the horizon of animality in which the original definition has fixed him. But such an interpretation sells man too short, leaves the true value of his humanity, his relation to being, unthought. It does not even do justice to man's body, for this is essentially different from an animal organism, no matter how similar in structure, for, after all, is not every part of him in one way or another geared to that which is unique in him, the uttering of language? However this may be, the author's position is clear. Metaphysics thinks man from his animality, not to his humanity. As so much for the metaphysical definition of man. Now let us say a word about his structure. Metaphysics normally speaks of man as composed of essence and existence. For the scholastics, existence means actuality in distinction from essence understood as possibility, in the sense of the shining forth of a being in its idea, but the same duality perdures in one form or another through all metaphysics. It matters little if existence be called in Kant the objectivity of experience, in Hegel the self-knowing idea of absolute subjectivity, or in Nietzsche the eternal return of the self-same. The terms remain always a manner of expressing the metaphysical conception of rendering actual an essence that in one way or another precedes. When Sartre reverses the formula but retains the original terms of it, saying that existence precedes essence, it may be that he reverses the sense of metaphysics that since Plato has always thought essence as somehow prior, but, whatever his personal sympathies, he remains himself all the more profoundly metaphysical. The reversal of a metaphysical principle remains a metaphysical principle. 9. And with the reversal Sartre in our own day has simply calcified metaphysics further in the forgottenness of the truth of being. How Heidegger breaks the circle we already have some idea, for he conceives man on a level deeper than that of the traditional essence-existence dichotomy. He interprets man purely out of his relationship to being, as transcendence, as existence. How this is interpreted in terms of humanism we shall see in due time. For the moment, it suffices to remark, and let this serve as resume, that since metaphysics and humanism are so intrinsically related, the effort to go beyond metaphysics in order to ground it comports a new notion of the nature of man. Lo. Chapter 8. Transition, Rilke. We have seen in its essentials how Heidegger considers the history of metaphysics to be a devolution of authentic thought as discernible in the A and Yevivo IV of Parmenides and Heraclitus. We are prepared to appreciate the sense of Heidegger's effort to retrieve the original sense of these terms under the guise of foundational thought. By way of transition, let us see briefly how the author interprets the lyric poet R.M. Rilke. For Heidegger, Rilke is the poet par excellence of metaphysics in its consummation as we saw it in Nietzsche, having experienced and expressed in words the being of beings as universal will, whose nature is simply to be itself as will. The universal will comes to presence as a will unto willing. One yet there is something genuine in his experience of how it was to be overcome, and this entitles him to be called a poet for needy times. 2. We polarize our resume around these 2 points. A. Rilke and nihilism. I being as will. Will unto power can be discerned in all the metaphors which Rilke uses in order to describe the being of beings. Consider the most important ones. Being is conceived as nature. After the fashion of Leibniz Natura, nature for Rilke is the universal force that permeates all beings, lets them loose from one point of view, gathers them into themselves from another. The result is that beings are, not simply because they are willed but because they are willing, are as willing, by reason of the will that makes them be. In the same sense, note being as life, venture, ground, center. 3. This last metaphor has a double sense. Being is to be understood as a sort of gravitational force drawing all beings unto their true selves, giving them weight as beings. By the same token, however, it draws them unto itself, therefore unto one another, gathering them thus unto a single unit. This drawing power of being is attraction, zug, bezug, which works its influence in beings, each in its own way, by attraction, Anziehung. Point 4. All of these terms say the same thing, they designate the ensemble of beings as such, in their being, interpreted as universal will. Rilke's most significant term for being, however, is the open. Being is the open insofar as it admits of no enclosures within itself. It is the universal drawing power of pure traction that encompasses all beings, drawing them into a whole that dissolves all barriers between them. Obviously, being as the open is another form of being as universal will. We must be careful, however, not to let a similarity in terminology lead us to think that we are dealing with the same conception of the open that we have met in Heidegger. Far from it. Heidegger's open is that which renders beings open, hence accessible one to another, able to encounter each other. But encounter implies opposition, therefore enclosures that separate the two beings that meet. These, however, are just the sort of barriers between beings that Rilke's open excludes. Where there is a genuine meeting of beings or opposition between them, this takes place outside the open as such. Point 5. 2. Man. This being the case, we see immediately that we must distinguish beings according to the relation they bear to each other and to the open. Beings other than man are found in the open, propelled by blind drive into the pure traction of the whole. 6. Man, however, because he is endowed with the power to encounter beings, to enter into comportment with them as opposed to him, is to this extent outside the open as Rilke conceives it. What is it that distinguishes man from other beings? It is this power to deal with that which stands opposed to him, that peculiar psychic structure that we call consciousness, by which man proposes to himself the objects with which he deals. What distinguishes man from other beings is that he enjoys a higher level of consciousness, another Leibnizian thesis, founded more ultimately still on the Cartesian principle that what properly characterizes the ego cogito is the power to propose objects. Point 7. This power of consciousness is that special property of man which characterizes his attraction as a being. Consciousness is what most profoundly characterizes man in the depths of his being. It is the specifically human activity, if we may use this ambiguous term simply in its broadest sense to suggest man's being in action. If being is a willing, then human consciousness, too, is a willing, the manner in which man is, willing, as a being. That is why the proposing power of human consciousness and all the comportment that it implies is a willing. Because of the privileged nature of the willing that constitutes him as a being, man is not absorbed into the universal traction the way other beings are, but is endowed with an independence, liberty, by which he can go along spontaneously of his own accord with being, proposing beings for and to himself. The power to propose we have seen before. Here the theme turns with an insistence not only upon the proposing of individual objects but of the whole ensemble of beings, of nature, the open as the world. Because man proposes the open to himself, he is excluded from it, takes his departure, Abschied, from it, rather stands before it, lets it stand before him as an object related to him as subject. Point 9. All that is new here is another word to describe the proposing, composing, or, as we prefer to translate in the present context, contraposing, which is intended to suggest a whole manifold of nuances, the common denominator of which is that man not only proposes objects but controls, or tries to control, these objects, so as to suit his own disposition. Lo, the essential is that man becomes the center of reference for beings to such an extent that in objectivizing beings, proposing them as objects. And entering into comportment with them. Accordingly, he imposes himself upon them by referring them to his own purposes. Here we find the command character of will in the comportment of man's consciousness. In a willing of this sort, modum man presents himself as the one who in all his relations to everything that is, hence even to himself, rises up. As the self-imposing composer of them all, and establishes this ascendancy. As an unconditioned domination over all beings. 11. The result is that, if beings still have a presence, it is only the presence of presentation in and for a consciousness that is by nature calculating. This proposing presentation does not have any intuitive contact with beings to be known. The visage of beings themselves is no longer viewed immediately, but is sacrificed to the projects of presenting consciousness. Hence beings owe their presentness to the activity of man's proposing power, and the sphere of the objectiveness of objects remains inside of consciousness. 12. Hand in hand with all this goes the supremacy of man's reason, the power of calculation par excellence, and, of course, the domination of logic over man's interpretation of beings. The consequence of all this is clear: technicity. As we know already, the word does not designate simply technology, the mechanical techniques of contemporary civilization that scientific progress has made possible. Rather, it is the fundamental attitude in man by which all beings, even man himself, become raw material for his proposing, contraposing, self-imposing comportment with beings. Technology is simply the instrumentation of this attitude, the organization of man's departure from the open. 13. b. Rilke's attempt to overcome nihilism. I theory. Now Rilke is aware of this situation, which corresponds to what Nietzsche called nihilism. He knows that something must change. What then does he propose? On the one hand, man must overcome the consequence of the subject-object polarity and the departure it implies, in a word, technicity. On the other hand, he cannot abandon his own nature as a conscious, therefore proposing, being. Is reconciliation possible? Yes, replies Heidegger for Rilke, provided that man find in himself a deeper level of consciousness, the interior world of the heart. There and only there can he accomplish his return into that totality which is the open. What does this mean? As long as man remains exclusively on the level of the subject-object opposition, his departure from the open is irreversible. Even if he tries to set up some sort of barrier to protect himself from technicity, the barrier itself would be separative, would widen the distance between man and the open. But if man were to recognize his departure as a departure, would not the recognition itself, without removing the dichotomy, be nevertheless a type of return? In this case, man would see the danger of technicity as threatening his own fundamental belongingness to the open which, after all, constitutes him in his being. Once we have seen the danger of technicity as a threat to our own essence, inevitably we have accomplished the reversal of the departure from the open. 14. This supposes, however, some contact with the open that permits man to see that this subject-object opposition is only one form of his dealings with it. He must experience the many-sidedness of being. For being is a sphere, like the moon, only one side of which can be seen by calculating presentation. For presentational thought, only what it can, present can be considered positive. But the other side of the sphere is equally positive. If the sphere of being were taken as life, for example, then death would be a side of it that is turned away from man, whose calculating reason would consider it as something purely negative. To experience the totality of the open in this case would be to experience death as a positive side of being. 15. The essential is that these positive sides of being, that are, however, turned away from man, are inaccessible to presentational thought. But they are not altogether inaccessible. The level of objectivizing presentation is only one level of man's conscious life, and, indeed, a superficial one. There is another level, more profound, the interior world of the heart. Did not Pascal, almost contemporaneously with Descartes, proclaim the logic of the heart? Here in this invisible center, man discovers how and what to love. This inner world of the heart remains immanent, to be sure, but within it the barriers of calculating presentation dissolve, and beings are free to flow together in union with the common traction of the open. Such is the reversal of man's departure from the open that Rilke suggests as antidote to technicity. The reversal of consciousness is a recollection of the immanence of objects of presentation into a presence within the realm of the heart. 16. To practice. Even if we grant all this, the essential question remains, how does Rilke intend to effect the recollection, Erinnerung? The poet himself does not say, but Heidegger replies in his name, by poetry. Such is the function of the poet in time of need. The argument, Rilke speaks of the recollection being achieved by the more venturesome among men. Recalling that venture is one name for being as will, Heidegger suggests that he is more venturesome who is endowed in an extraordinary way with access to being, he who has access to more than being, if this be considered from the point of view of beings. Now how does man fundamentally have access to being? Here Heidegger speaks for himself, by language. We have seen in how such a thesis becomes plausible as soon as we retrieve the authentic meaning of A6 Yak. For the present, let us, provisionally, accept the thesis without further comment, for the sake of the present analysis. If language is the privileged means of access to being, then how can anyone be called more venturesome except in terms of language? Every man, of course, has the power of language, but the more venturesome, being full, if one may say so, among men will be those endowed with a special gift for language. These are the poets. L7 Rilke, the poet, attempts to accomplish the reversal of man's departure from the open by means of language. Each level of man's conscious life has a language proper to itself. On the level of presentative objectivation and calculating reason, language is merely the expression of a judgment to be used as an instrument of human intercourse. In the realm of the heart, language yields, without reflecting upon itself and making itself an object, to what is to be said, simply because it must be said. It is this latter type that Rilke ambitions the language of the heart. He will have nothing to do with the language of proposing, contractoposing, self-imposing thought. He will bring the pure traction of the open in its undiminished totality into words, and this means to belong himself completely to the domain of beings. Yet there is no forcing into words. On the contrary, the poet must receive what is to be said, must accept it as coming from a source and, having accepted it, must let it unfold unto its fullness. The true poet does not compose, he fulfills. Point 18. See Heidegger's critique of Rilke. I debit. What is Heidegger's own judgment of Rilke? As with the Hegel analysis, there is no explicit critique as such, and we must disengage it from occasional remarks that slip into a more general expose. We can crystallize it in terms of what we have seen about the devolution of Western thought under the guise of subjectism in general and of logic in particular. A. Subjectism. Despite his efforts to overcome technicity, Rilke remains locked in the subjectism of which technicity is but a consequence. To be sure, he tries to overcome the presentative objectivation of the subject-object polarity. But how? By a subjectism still more profound. The inner world of the heart is simply a deeper level within the conscious subject, but it remains within it. If Rilke comes to speak of the being of beings as worldly presentness, or even as existence, Dasein, this presence remains referred to the presentness proper to consciousness, representation, even if consciousness be understood as the inner world of the heart which has complete access to the open. That is why it does not occur to Rilke to interrogate further the nature of this inner realm. Rilke does not meditate any more closely the spatiality of this inner world, nor does he, moreover, ask whether or not this inner world, since after all it gives sojourn to worldly presence, is itself, together with this presence, grounded in a temporality whose essential time, in conjunction with essential space, forms the original unity of that time-space domain in terms of which being itself comes to presence. b. Logic. All this becomes clearer when we consider the matter from the viewpoint of logic. Rilke could inveigh as well as Heidegger against the excesses of logical thought, if this thought be considered as a function of an objectivizing, calculating reason. He, too, could say that logic has not only developed a set of rules for manifestive predication but that it has become itself, the organization of the domination of purposeful, self, imposition over what is objective. 20. Yet what does he offer in its stead? Pascal's logic of the heart. But is it not still a logic? If the poet reverses man's departure from the open by a language of a deeper sort than that of mere expression, with which the logic of predication has to do, the language of reversal nonetheless remains something that man of his nature has. Hence a possession, an implement of his comportment. It remains in Spike then, and still requires organization by a logic. Logic remains inevitable as long as language is conceived as possessed by man rather than possessing him, as long as we remain within the compass of metaphysics that forgets to think being as distinct from beings. Only inside of metaphysics is T-pair logic. 21. 2. Credit. The ledger has its credit side, however. It must be said FOT Rilke that he recognizes the menace of technicity, sees it for what it is, sees it in all its unwholesomeness. But to recognize the unwholesome as unwholesome, is this not already an orientation toward what is wholesome, whole, the holy? 22. This idots itself a major service. More than that, however, Rilke discerns that salvation from the unholy, thus understood, is somehow or other to be found in a return to the authentic use of language. True enough, his reflection upon language is an interrogative one that puts to question the sense of the poetic vocation. But interrogative thought, if the question is genuine, is already underway towards an answer. That Rilke is at least underway toward a comprehension of the holy entitles him to be called a poet for needy times. 23. Resume. Distilled into its simplest form, Heidegger's thesis is this: the nihilism, nothingness, to which Nietzsche, and Rilke, testify is but the last consequence of metaphysics itself, for which being itself means nothing. To overcome nihilism, we must overcome metaphysics, and with it both logic and humanism, by thinking being as the process of and-a and elix out of which the ontological difference arises. The process is somehow correlated with language. To think being thus is to ground metaphysics by foundational thought. Part 3. From Being to There. Section B. The Retrieve of Thought. I am on the same ancient thoroughfare that I was on that summer, on that day and hour. Boris Pasternak, Explanation. Chapter I. The Origin of a Work of Art. Hold Erlen and the Essence of Poetry. Let us return now to I-935 and resume the chronological method, in order to watch Heidegger as he moves step by step toward a delineation of foundational thought. We must be patient with provisional obscurities, content if only we can comprehend the whole. M was delivered as a course for the university students from May to July, and in November Heidegger delivered in Freiburg a lecture which, after having been expanded into 3 lectures during the following year, comes to us as the origin of a work of art. L. During the course of that year, April, Hold Erlen and the Essence of Poetry 2 was delivered in Rome. Contemporary and complementary, the 2 texts should be thought together. I. The argument. By origin, Heidegger understands the source whence something springs, sc that which renders it possible for a thing to rise up, in springen lassen, as what it is and how it is. Whence does the work of art arise? From the artist? Yet an artist is such only by virtue of the work of art he produces. The work, then, is as much the origin of the artist, as the artist of the work. Both must spring from a source more primary still, art itself. Yet what is art itself, as distinct from the work in which it is found and the man who produces it? Do we have a right to speak of it thus at all? The only way to approach the answer to such a question is to examine that being in which, beyond doubt, it holds sway, the work of art. Point 3. A. Thing and work. Let us begin by trying to discern what is proper to a work of art as such, as distinct from any other thing. This presupposes that we know exactly what makes a thing to be a thing. Philosophy has given three principal answers. For some, a thing is a composition of substance and accident; for others, the unity of a manifold of sensible properties; for still others, the fusion of matter with form. Yet none of these explanations does complete justice to either the depth or the polyvalence of the phenomenon. We sense more in things than mere substance and accident; things are closer to us than the sensations that announce them; matter and form do not explain the thingness of things but suppose it, for such concepts derive their meaning first in the order of human artifacts, and are only transferred to the entire order of things. None of these explanations tells us satisfactorily what a thing is. For we must try again. Artifacts are more similar to works of art than things are, insofar as human artifice has contributed to their production, yet distinctly different from the latter, for, characterized as they are by their adaptability to human service, they lack a certain self-sufficiency. Perhaps we can discern what a work is, then, if we can distinguish it from a mere artifact. 5. Let us compare one of Van Gogh's paintings that depicts a pair of farm shoes with the shoes themselves. The former is a work of art, the latter clearly an artifact. The adaptability of the artifact, the shoes, is grounded in some still more fundamental structure rendering possible adaptability, which Heidegger calls reliability. It is this reliability of the shoes that makes them what they are for the farmer and enables him, at least in a limited way, to discover the world and play his role in it. This reliability, however, is something that the farmer discerns without advertence, for simply to experience the reliability of the shoes is to comprehend what they in truth are. But we comprehend what the farmer's shoes are, not by reason of wearing them but by reason of Van Gogh's depiction of them. It is the painting that reveals these beings to us in what and how they are. In a work of art, then, comes to pass this opening up, the revealing, the truth, of beings. 6. Art is that process by which the truth of being sets itself to work, comes to pass in a work, the work of art. b. Work and truth. In a work, truth is at work. But a negative truth. 7. The nature of this negativity appears when the author explains how the lighting process by which beings emerge from concealment comports at the same time a concealing as well. This concealing can take two forms. It can be simply a renege, veragen, as if the effulgence refused to transgress its own limits. The sense here is that the effulgence is limited by a circumscribing frontier, hence a border at which effulgence from one point of view ends, from another begins. A second form of concealment not only pertains to the periphery of effulgence but permeates the whole. This we may call dissimulation, verstellen. Here the effulgence does not simply renounce further diffusion but continues to shine, in such a way, however, as to make beings to shine forth as what they are not. This is the phenomenon we have called seeming to be, and it renders possible every single oversight, mistake, aberration, transgression, in a word, all our maladroit dealings with beings. We recognize at once the pattern of errance. Furthermore, included in the process of dissimulation is the camouflaging of concealment itself, concealing conceals and dissimulates itself. As clearly this is what W.W., 1930, called mystery. Errance and mystery, which in W.W. constituted the full non-essence of truth, are assumed now under the single term dissimulation, which, together with the simple renege, peripheral limitation, constitute fully the concealment which negatives in this double fashion the coming to pass of effulgence. They constitute the non-truth which is essential to truth. 9. Furthermore, Truth and non-truth are in constant contention as original discord, and the battleground of this struggle is that place of openness in the midst of beings where negative truth comes to pass. 10. Up to this point, we have been considering the negative lighting process as such. Now let us consider more precisely that being which in the present case serves as the battleground of this struggle, the work of art. We are told, on the one hand, that in the work of art the world is opened up, on the other, that this world reposes in the earth, sc the material elements, v.g. pigments, marble, musical notes, out of which the work is fashioned. Both are complementary. The world is grounded on earth and earth permeates the world. What sense can this have? The text here is difficult and we are forced to interpret. Let us recall from W.G. that their being's finite project was conceived as a laying claim to the entire expanse of the world, that this project is always thrown among beings which captivate it and which constitute the matter-of-fact situation in which their being finds itself. The project implies positivity, the constriction negativity. Now we find a clear analogy to this correlation of positivity and negativity in their being when in terms of a work of art the author speaks of the correlation between world and earth. To be sure, the focus has shifted from their being to the artwork, but when we realize that their being, as the there of being, is simply that place among beings where negative truth comes to pass in beings, and that, conversely, the artwork is a being in which truth is at work only inasmuch as being lights up through its there, we understand that we have here a different emphasis but no fundamental change in conception of the process of truth as delineated in W.G. In any case, world and earth, though complementary, are in continual contention, with the result that in a work of art the struggle between the positivity and negativity of truth takes place. L2. The earth permeates world, world is grounded in earth, only insofar as truth, the primordial discord between effulgence and concealment, comes to pass. 13. And truth here, we are told, is not simply the truth of the being, depicted by the individual artwork, v.g. the farmer's shoes, but the truth of the entire ensemble of beings. At any rate, it is the unity of this struggle that gathers together the artwork into the dynamic tranquility of its own interior unity. L4. See truth and art. In a work of art, negatived, truth is at work, sc working, coming to pass. But a work implies a worker, in this case the artist. It is his creative effort that produces the work. How are we to understand this relationship of creativity between artist and work? Only by a further meditation upon the work itself, since it is only by the work produced that the artist is artist. What characterizes the artwork insofar as it is produced by creative effort? The author suggests two characteristics. In the first place, the elemental contention between world and earth is stabilized and made manifest under the guise of the work's form. Secondly, the work itself continually bears testimony to the fact that it is, surprises us with the startling revelation of itself as the coming to pass of, finite, truth. The creative effort is that human process by which this double character is set to work in the artistic masterpiece. L5. Yet truth at work in the artwork implies still more. For if the masterpiece is said to startle, there must be someone other than the artist who is jolted out of the ordinariness of everyday routine and plunged into the openness that pervades the artwork. He abides in this openness the while, he whiles, verwellen, there. It is by reason of this whiling that the work becomes completely itself. Therefore, to while in the openness of the work is to let the work be what it is and simultaneously to let truth come to pass. It cannot be called the creating, schaffen, of art, let it be called conserving, bewahren. In order for truth to come to pass in a masterpiece, conservation is as essential as creation, and even if the conservers of truth in art are nowhere to be found, the masterpiece remains oriented toward them, waits upon their arrival in order to be completely itself. 16. At this point, the process of truth that takes place in the artwork may be conceived as a confluence of three different movements. Truth as the contention of world and earth establishes itself in the work, the artistic creator stabilizes this contention in a form, contentious truth, thus stabilized, must be allowed to come to pass by the conservers of art. The masterpiece emerges as itself when these three movements fuse into dynamic unity. If we return now to the original question about what is art itself when conceived as the origin of the work of art, we must answer in terms of this unity and define it thus: the creative conservation of truth in a work. 17. From this point on, Heidegger tries to think this unity. In order to do so, he synthesizes the movements of creation and conservation into the still more fundamental notion of projecting, which is already familiar to us. The artwork comes to pass when truth advances from one direction and is met by a project advancing from the opposite direction. The point is difficult, but we understand it thus. M spoke of being, the overpowering, as contained, iv, in its advance through the violence done to it by their being, and we have every right to conceive of this containment as the concentration of being in some work or other, sc in some being other than their being. Lb in the present instance, the work is a work of art. Since their being itself is simply the there of being thrown among beings as that being among the rest through which all, itself included, are lit up as beings, then we may conceive of the project that brings advancing truth to containment in the work of art as proceeding itself from there, and, indeed, in its condition of having been thrown in the first place by being. This permits us to give a sense to the following enigmatic text. The opening up of being as the open and the lighting up of beings in this case, a work of art, takes place only insofar as the openness which advances unto a thrown forth there is projected. 19. In other words, being advances unto the there which has been thrown forth by being itself and is met by the project of their being which forces it into disclosure as the given work of art. 3 points are worth noting: that the essential structure of the process here is exactly the same as in M, that we see here with distressing clarity the difficulty of reconciling Heidegger 2 with Heidegger I, sc the primacy of being in the coming to pass of truth with a genuine spontaneity in their being, project, that the problem presumably would have been just as acute in sc, if we had been treated to an explanation of how a project of being, world, can be thrown. But our troubles are just beginning. Now we are told that this confluence of truth advancing from one direction and project proceeding from another is the process of poetizing, dichten. If this is comprehensible, then it is but an easy step to say that, all art, as the letting come to pass of the advent of the truth of beings as such, is in essence poetry. 20. But what sense can this have? First of all, it does not mean that poetry in the ordinary sense is the source of all the other arts, even though it may have a place of privilege among them. But it does mean that all artistic creation bears a profound relationship to language. 21. For the primary sense of language, according to Heidegger, is not to be simply an instrument of communication, but, to bring beings as such for the first time into the open. 22. Language lets beings be, manifest, as what they are simply insofar as it gives them a name, for authentic utterance projects a light, by reason of which is declared what kind of beings they appear to be as they come into the open. 23. Now it is this projective utterance, Entwerfendes Sagen, that Heidegger understands to be the fundamental sense of the poetic, designating it as poetry in the essential sense, as distinct from poesy, or poetry in the narrow sense, the sort of thing that poets write. It is only because language as such is the primordial poetizing that poesy, which uses language as its medium, enjoys a primacy among other forms of art. 24. So it is that we are forced to conceive the coming to pass of an artwork as essentially a poetizing, simply because setting truth to work is essentially the process by which language takes its origin. We are prepared for this step, to be sure, once we recall that the containing, lv, of the overpowering is also the process of, ey and lv. But let us admit candidly that the whole business is far from clear. The most that can be said for our present situation is that we feel at home in obscurity. We must be patient. It is still only I 9:35-36, and the author himself seems still to be groping. Be this as it may, we must move forward. We are told that the process of poetizing is the origination, stiff tongue, of truth and may be considered from 3 points of view, as a bestowing, schenken, as a grounding, grunden, and as a completely originating event, Anfang. It is at this point in particular that Hölderlin and the essence of poetry is helpful. De-origination of truth. This short essay may be taken as a further treatment of the third part of the discourse we have been examining. We have just seen that the essence of all art is poetry. Now the question becomes, what is the essence of poetry? As a matter of fact, all of the Hölderlin analyses attempt to answer this question. We omit here elements of the problem that return more fully later and limit ourselves to what clearly serves as a complement to what we have just seen. The proper domain of poetry is language, hence the essence of poetry can be grasped only when we comprehend the essence of language. The essence of language consists in the origination of being through words. For language in its source consists in giving a name to beings. Hence, naming, language, discloses the being of beings and in this sense originates being. SC Truth. 25 The origination of being is at one and the same time, from the point of view of being, pure gift and, from the point of view of their being, a process of grounding. It is gift, insofar as it cannot be commanded, cannot be derived from mere entities or forced out of what lies under their being's control. Rather it proceeds from being's own bounty, a free bestowal. Origination is a grounding, insofar as their being, in letting things be by naming them in their being, illumines the entire situation wherein the gift of truth, being, is bestowed. This means that both world and earth are disclosed, the world that holds sway by reason of their being's relation to the non-concealment of being, the earth that tends to obscure the world and conceal it in beings. If we try to correlate this with WG, we notice that here project is used in a sense broad enough to include both laying claim and taking possession. The essential, however, remains the same, SC that through this project, broad sense, the grounding process of their being comes to pass in the sense that their being is gathered together into the ground of its own being. 26 A third aspect under which to consider the originating of truth lies in the originality, Anfang, of the event. 27 The sense is that, when being is originated, truth breaks out with a new freshness, as if for the very first time. 28 We have here an early form of what will soon be called the mittent character of truth. But let us not anticipate. 2 General remarks. A. Being. In these essays, being is essentially negatived and comes to presents as the dynamic tension between positivity and negativity, truth and non-truth. Clearly it is and J and E lot. In terms of beings, the contention emerges as the struggle between world and earth that is fought out in a given being, which in turn renders manifest the struggle. Now the struggle here does not mean a dissolution of all unity in being or in the artwork where being is disclosed. On the contrary, it signifies the inner cohesion of contentious elements that are essentially complementary. The discordant components, positivity and negativity, are gathered together in a work of art and, thus correlated, they constitute its unity, its dynamic tranquility. M spoke of the cohesive principle in primordial discord as A6 Yak. We infer, that what correlates positivity and negativity in dynamic unity is A6 Yak, that, when world and earth are stabilized in the form of a work of art, it is actually A6 Yak, that holds sway. 29. What is more, being holds the primacy in the coming to pass of art, setting itself to work, establishing itself in work. 30 When all is said and done, no amount of efficacy in the materials or virtuosity in the artist, provided his work be restricted to the level of cause and effect, can succeed in producing a work of art. This comes to presence only through the emergence of being itself, which cannot be forced out of mere entities, voorhandings, but must bestow itself spontaneously in pure bounty as gift, schenkung. 31 Primacy, therefore but an indigent one. For being is drawn toward the beings in which it must emerge in order that it be itself. It belongs to the essence of truth to establish itself in beings in order that thus it may first become truth. 32 Clearly we are dealing with the problem of the ontological difference. b. Their being. Their being is not thematized in the essay, but when we are told that in the midst of beings in the ensemble, there comes to presence an open region. An effulgence is 33, and that this domain of openness is equivalent to the luminosity of there, surely we are to understand the open region as the there of being. But the important thing to note here is that the there cannot be simply identified with the individual man. This open region, insofar as it comes to pass in the artwork, is the confluence of movements from three different directions: the gratuity of being, the creative activity, and the effort to conserve the truth that is at work. If the two latter help to constitute the there, they nevertheless do not take place in the same individual, except, of course, but it is not Heidegger's sense insofar as the artist conserves the truth in work that he has already produced. In fact, creator and conserver, taken in the ensemble, may be said to constitute the historical there being of a people. 34. How characterize the process that takes place in creator, in conserver, and in truth at work? The creator's task is to produce the work. This he does insofar as he leads it forth, out of the concealment in the bare materials with which he deals, into non-concealment, the openness of truth. But so dependent is he upon the bounty of being itself that his leading is more properly a letting go forth, a receiving and an accepting of what being bestows. The method of the poet is a case in point. He acknowledges a summons, receives a directive to which he then accedes. 35. The conserver, for his part, whiles in the work produced, responds to it as the coming to pass of truth. 36. Both creator and conserver of art have this much in common: both render themselves, though in different ways, tractable, docile to being, open unto it, free for its exigencies in the work of art. It is this common denominator that Heidegger assumes under the single-term project, which is to be understood as a counterpoise, Auslösen, to the self-emitting of being. 37. We interpret this to mean that authentic freedom unto being in both creator and conserver of art gathers, therefore its negatived luminousness into single focus, receptively concentrates, therefore stabilizes, its light in the tranquil, throbbing unity that is a work of art. See thought. The term thought appears with relative infrequency in these essays, yet it plays an essential role in the analysis. For in M we saw that thought is essentially the achieving of their being in resolve, and it is the same concept that is introduced here to explain the conserving of truth at work in the artwork. Our task here is to try to precise what the analysis of conservation can tell us about the nature of resolve. Recall that resolve is the achievement of authenticity and is brought to pass amid the ordinariness of everyday captivation by beings in the world about. In the conserving of a work of art, there is a corresponding severance of the ties with the ordinary, but the essential is that the conserver is caught up in what is happening in the work, the coming to pass of truth. He responds to it. He whiles in the process, and the whiling lets the work be what it is. To conserve a work of art, then, means to take, deliberately, a stand within its openness. To take a stand, however, means to know the truth at work, and, indeed, to will to know it. As now this knowing that is at the same time a willing of truth is resolve, the opening up of their being out of captivation by beings unto the openness of being. 39. By which man, in virtue of existence, statically lets himself in on the non-concealment of being in beings. In the present case, to conserve the work of art means to achieve the resolve by which their being exposes itself to the openness of beings insofar as this is set in work. 40. The knowing that is willed in resolve is of the same order of knowing, though different in manner, as that by which the artist produces, his masterpiece. In both cases, to know is to have seen. What the artist knows as having seen is that which comes to presence as such, and it is this that he reveals in his work. What the conserver knows as having seen is the struggle between world and earth, hence between truth and non-truth, that has been stabilized in the work. In taking his stand within the openness of truth, it is a negative openness that he knows, he wills to expose himself to a truth that is essentially finite. Now to will to know as having seen truth, being, in its finitude is already to have achieved decision. To have seen is to have made decision. 41 SSVG. HW, pages 62, Gewohnlichkeit, Entryeken, 55, Wissen. This resolve that is decision brings their being itself to its fullness as a being, coming as it does to take its stand amid the truth of beings. That is why the author can say, the authentic accomplishment of man's being comes to pass through the freedom of decision. 42 It is especially in the sense of their beings coming to its fullness in freedom that we understand the obscure passages which speak of the process of art as an origination of truth that is at once the grounding of their being. Before we conclude, let us collect certain other references to the nature of thought, even though they be casual and undeveloped. In the first place, thought is essentially interrogation, and, indeed, the interrogation of being. To think being is to give a name to being in its questionableness. 43 Furthermore, thought's proper concern is the ontological difference. The circle in which the entire meditation moves, the essence of art is discerned in a work of art, but the work is such only because of the essence of art. Truth is discerned in what is true, but this is true only by reason of truth, is imposed fundamentally by the necessary correlation of being and beings. Being is found only in beings, beings are what they are only by reason of being. To enter this circle and meditate it is to meditate the difference between being and beings, the ontological difference. This is the only thing that gives solidity to our thought. 44 Finally, from the purely negative point of view, it hardly seems necessary to insist that the coming to pass of truth in the work of art cannot be explained in terms of the subject-object relationship. Hence such terms as aesthetic experience, for that matter, even the term aesthetics are, since they imply this relationship, totally unacceptable. 45. Resume. In analyzing a work of art, we find that we are still inside the hermeneutic circle of which SZ spoke, but we have reached a level that is attainable only by Heidegger too, where being has assumed the primacy over their being. As in M, being is a primordial discord, SC the process of negative truth, bestowing itself on their being which, in turn, functions as a counterpoise by projecting being in a work, SC in a work of art. Hence, in the artwork truth is at work, the artwork originates both being and truth. But the originating of truth is simultaneously original poetizing, for this is precisely the function of language. That is why, all art, is in its essence poetry. 46 Thought emerges under the guise of preserving the truth at work in the work, and, indeed, through the process of resolve, willing to know truth in its finitude as it takes place in art. How far have we come? Thought as VOLV clearly pervades the notion of counterpoise, but thought as MYEV is more fundamental still in the unmistakable drift toward thinking being as truth in terms of language. But much remains unsolved. How conceive this event of truth where being maintains the primacy yet their being retains its power to project? How conceive the origination of truth as essentially the process of language? How conceive the relation of the thinker to the there being of an historical people? 46 Alle Kunst ist. Im Wesen Dichtung, HW, p. 59. Chapter 2. The Time of World as Picture. The major value of the time of world as picture one consists in the analysis of Descartes, which we have examined already. What it says about foundational thought is, as far as the essay itself goes, of secondary importance, but for us it is no less real for that. Particularly illuminating are the passages where the author contrasts the Cartesian version of presentative thought with what he understands to be the Greek voiv. The author returns to Parmenides' correlation of voive, voc l, which he interprets to mean that it pertains to being, because demanded and determined by being, that beings, or rather being in beings, be brought to containment. The pertinent text reads, "A being is that which emerges and opens itself up, and which, insofar as it comes to presence, comes over a man who likewise is coming to presence, sc over him who of his own accord opens himself up unto what is coming to presence, inasmuch as he brings it to containment." A. From this we infer, that the emergent abiding power in beings comes over, therefore overcomes, dominates, man who accepts these beings by forcing them to containment, that this mutual coming to presence of beings and man is achieved when man of himself opens himself unto beings as they come to presence, that it is this opening up of man that is containment. A being is not a being, then, insofar as a man perceives it, SC has a presentation of it in the sense of a perceptio, Descartes. In that case, man would hold the initiative. Here the initiative belongs to beings, SC in their being. Therefore it is more exact to say that man is perceived by beings, vomsinden and jescot, where the word has its original Latin force, perceptio, of seize, lay hold of, take possession of. We understand this in the sense of the above-mentioned overcome and try to suggest it by taking a liberty with idiomatic English in making percept into a verb. Man is percept by beings as they open themselves up, he is himself gathered up in the process of coming to presence as such, he is drawn into the open within them, retained and sustained there. It is being that maintains the initiative in the coming to presence of beings. And yet man, if acceptive, is not thereby passive, for he must of his own accord open himself up unto the process that is taking place. In order to bring his own essence to its fullness, he must gather together, myew, in its openness that which is opening itself up, preserve, aew, collect, conserve it. 3. All this receives another formulation when Heidegger contrasts Descartes' subjectism and the famous dictum of Protagoras, man is the measure of all things. Protagoras, he claims, remains faithful to the Parmenidean Heraclitean conception of man. Heidegger must explain how for Protagoras man can be a measure for beings without being opposed to them as a subject. The argument runs as follows: when beings emerge into presence in any given instance, the domain of non-concealment is limited to a certain compass, for the emergence, after all, is finite. The domain of disclosure thus has measure. It is the confines of this, measured, compass that separate what comes to presence from what does not. Now any given man whiles within this compass, whiling there, he assumes it, assuming it, he, for his own part, to the extent that it lies within his power to do so, conserves it. It is in assuming, conserving this measured domain of non-concealment that he accepts, contains, whatever comes to presence in it as being, and at the same time recognizes the limits of its emergence. It is in this sense, and this sense only, that he is the measure of what comes to presence and what does not. By no means is man as measure for Protagoras a self-conscious ego that sets down standards which beings in their being must meet. On the contrary, for Protagoras man receives and guards the measure by which he is measure, he is open unto being as finite, he is its there. His fundamental attitude is one of acceptance, of self-unveiling of opening himself unto the self-revelation of beings in their being, whereby man himself in his own way comes to presence with these beings and thus achieves himself. 4. In contrast to this conception of the acceptive containment of beings, a conception which Heidegger considers to be genuinely Greek, is the attitude of subjectist presentation that dominates modern thought. Instead of simply opening itself up for beings, presentative thought tries to put its hands on them, to seize them in concepts, begriffen, in the sense of dominating them and submitting them to its control. What matters, is not that what comes to presence holds sway, but that an attack on the being succeeds. 5. We see here clearly what Heidegger understands by concept and will not be surprised if the polemic versus subjectism brings conceptual thought under fire. Obviously it would be a mistake to take this as a denial of all value in concepts, it is simply an insistence on the necessity of meditating on a preconceptual thought. All of this adds up to saying that foundational thought is presubjective. We close our remarks by enumerating briefly other characteristics of thought that may help fill out the picture. In the first place, thought brings to containment truth in its negativity, for when man is perceived by beings in their being and drawn into the open in which they come to presence, he is tossed about amid their contrarieties, scarred by the contention that is interior to themselves. If he is to achieve himself, he must do so by remaining exposed to all the divisive confounding that is intrinsic to the full coming to pass of truth. Point 6. More important, perhaps, is the fact that thought is historical, at least to the extent that we can disengage its nature from what Heidegger himself has tried to accomplish in this essay. For he has meditated on the past, upon their being as having been affected by the subjectism of Descartes. This comports meditating on the modern era in its essening, yielding as much as possible to the forces at work within it, to being in its truth as it holds sway. This means opening oneself up, however, to being as still in advent, future, hence it is adventive thought. 7. What constitutes the dimension of present in this process we are left to infer, but let us do the inferring later on when we have more to work with. We see clearly enough, however, from watching Heidegger at work that foundational thought in this case has been a species of retrieve. A final word. To the extent that such thought succeeds, it transfers man who is open unto the advent of being out of the confounding obscurity of everydayness into the luminous clarity of that situation which constitutes what may be called an in-between area, a mediation between being and beings, sc. Their being, the ecstatic domain of the revealing and concealing of being. 8. By reason of their being, man dwells with beings, to be sure, but always as a stranger among them, because he himself appertains to being. It is thus that through their being the ontological difference takes place. 9. Resume. The present essay helps us to understand the non-subjective character of thought, orchestrating in new terms what it means for thought to let beings, and being, be. Effectively it means to let itself be overcome by being in beings, to yield to being in its negativity. Chapter 3. As when upon a day of rest. The second of Heidegger's Hölderlin interpretations stems from an oft-repeated lecture in 1939-40 and treats of a poem without title that begins as when upon a day of rest. One written in R800, the poem is composed of 7 strophes, and in it Hölderlin orchestrates again the meaning of the poet's task. It offers another reason for calling Hölderlin the poet of the poet and explains Heidegger's interest in the poem. For us, the essay is only of secondary importance, for the author speaks of thought only by indirection, yet we cannot afford to ignore it, because of the close analogy which Heidegger sees between poetic and philosophical thought. There seems no point in trying to resume an argument that is little more, in form at least, than a close analysis of the Hölderlin text, so we shall pass immediately to 3 remarks of a general nature, which will examine the principal themes of the essay, a. Being, b. Their being as poet, c. Thought. A. Being. Throughout the essay, being receives many designations, according to the fluctuations in Hölderlin's imagery, but the sense remains the same. Initially it is called nature, but not in the sense that we ordinarily give to the word as something opposed to art, history or the like, as a sphere of beings. But rather in the sense of the Greek cpu, and a going forth, an emergence. 424 From being to there, the retrieve of thought. An opening up that enables all beings to be present, hence an omnipresence. The open which thus opens up is the lighting up of that light by which beings shine forth and manifest themselves. We are familiar with these notions. There is new insistence, however, upon fuel as the source of light. It is the hearth and abode of light, hence may be called metaphorically a fire, source not only of brightness but of warmth. Point 2. None of this is very new, but the author introduces several suggestive nuances. Being as immediate. Being functions as the mediation between beings, establishing among them their mutual relationship, and they, since they are mediated by being, may be called mediate. But being, the open itself, as source of this mediation, is itself not mediated, rendered present by reason of another. It is the I mediate. The point seems to be a double one, that being, as the source of presence by which beings are present to each other and to their being, is absolutely ultimate and needs no further mediation between itself and the beings which it renders present. It is the immediate mediation between them, that it is because being is the I mediate that it is inaccessible. We have here another form, it would seem, of the interpretation of being as non-being. S. 3. Being as advent. Being as puel is essentially presence, but, the manner of the presence is a coming. For by this is meant that being is to be understood as advancing toward the poet. To the extent that being abides, it is not a mere entity that simply endures but a coming that is always new, always original. This permits us to understand the essentially temporal character of being. Because being is a continual coming to beings, it is older than the time spans, Zeiten, that are measured by beings, such as man, people, and things. But it is not older than time, for it estimating its origin. Nature is the oldest time, not at all that which is beyond time in the metaphysical sense, and certainly not the eternal as Christians understand it. 5. The oldest time, it is also the youngest time, for perpetual coming never grows old. What bearing this has upon history we shall see subsequently. For the moment, note only how congruous this is with the problem of temporality as seen in SZ. The only difference, focus here is on being rather than on their being. 3. Being as spirit. The needs of the analysis bring Heidegger to speak of being in terms of spirit, but since the reason is fundamentally the Hölderlin text, we need not see in the term any latent influence of German idealism on Heidegger himself. Yet his use of the word is interesting. Nature is spirit, and insofar as it renders all beings present, it bespirits them all. This bespiriting spirit is the unifying unity that holds sway over all and lets the whole ensemble of beings appear in its collectedness, drawing all beings that appear into the unity of its own omnipresence. 6. This unification of all beings into unique presence is a dynamic process that arranges all beings into a pattern of relationships that Heidegger calls essential thought. Why is the term used here? Possibly because of the spontaneous tendency to associate spirit with thought, which is commonly taken to be the characteristic of spirit. If this surmise be valid, then the unifying arrangement will be the spirit's thinking and the pattern of relationship its thoughts. From another point of view, note the similarity between the thought which proceeds from spirit as suggested here and the anticipated intimations of nature when in repose. Repose is not simply inertia, but nature's gathering of itself together for that self-disclosure which is both an origin and a coming. As such, it contains already within itself the pattern by which it will unfold in beings. In terms of man, thought of this kind is a pre-thought. Closely allied to being as spirit is the designation of being as law. For the unified pattern of presence which spirit arranges by thought becomes a matrix of relationships, the open by reason of which beings can encounter each other. We have seen this already in terms by which being, itself immediate, serves as the mediation between beings. Now this same structure of mediation is called law in allusion to the Greek v6, loc, as seen in Pindar, and, because continually original, steadfast law. 7. For being as the holy, the most striking designation of being, however, and one that will pervade the author's entire analysis of poetry, appears when with Hölderlin Heidegger calls it the holy. At this point, there is no question of making a phenomenological analysis of the holy in order to discern through it the sense of being. Heidegger accepts the term as one that is imposed by being itself and enunciated by Hölderlin out of docility to this exigency. The first reason for calling being the holy is that it is older than the gods, for it is that by which they, too, are. Holiness is not the borrowed property of a single god. The holy is not holy because it is divine, but the divine is divine because it is holy in a way proper to itself. 8. Being is not only that by which the gods are, but that by which they are holy. That is why it is itself the holy. Again, being is the holy because it is a continual coming and an endless origin, hence itself undefiled and wholesome, heil. From another point of view, it is the holy insofar as it is unapproachable because of its very immediacy. 9. Two characteristics of the holy are worth special mention. Firstly, it is deranging insofar as it dislodges by its coming all experience from the ordinary patterns of everydayness. We understand this in the sense of being as the awesome as seen in M, by reason of which, when their being is opened unto it, their being is estranged from its ordinary milieu. Such dislodging is a derangement. 10. Secondly, the holy is the eternal heart of beings, heart, because it is the innermost source of their presence, eternal, because it is original time, it is perpetual beginning that lets all abiding, bleiben, be, hence the eternally of the eternal. And briefly, being considered as the holy includes the other characteristics of being we have mentioned. For it is the holy, always in advent, that is the steadfast law of bespiriting nature through which the relations between all beings are mediated. Everything is only because it is gathered together into the omnipresence of the undefiled. 12. b. Their being as poet. To the holy that advances toward him in omnipresence, the poet's unique task is to respond. How conceive this responding? In general terms we may say it is a docile readiness for the holy, hence a deliberate openness unto the holy with which he, by reason of his very essence as a poet, already has a profound affinity. For since it is the very essence of the poet to be drawn into the compass of the holy, this induction itself already has educated him to his task. He belongs to the holy, stands open in the open, is essentially spiritful because he essentially thinks omnipresent spirit. The very heart of the poet is that center within him where his own most proper essence gathers to a fullness, in the stillness of his belongingness within the compass of the holy. 13. Since the holy is profoundly a coming, an advent, the authentic poet, by reason of his essential affinity with the holy, is himself adventive, responding, as he does, to the holy in its advent. Let us look now at this adventive responding more in detail. Prior to self-disclosure of the holy. How is one to conceive the situation that prevails prior to the poetic moment? In the present case where the emergence of the holy is conceived as a daybreak, but lo, the dawn is comet, the moment prior to it is understood as the darkness before dawn. Apparently nature is asleep, the poet is solitary, both share a common morning. Yet in nature's repose, there is an imminent anticipation of the disclosure that is on the verge of coming, and the poet, for all his apparent isolation, surmises these incipient intimations because of his constitutional affinity with the holy. Because the holy educates the poets of Advent, inducted, as they are, into its compass, they themselves know the holy. Their knowing is a surmise. 14. What is called here surmise we take to correspond to what SZ called the pre-ontological comprehension of being. 2. Poetic moment. But lo, the dawn is comet, etst aber tags. Thus the poet cries out as the holy discloses itself to him. Just as the new insight of a man of thought is soon reflected in his eyes, so light begins to radiate in the soul of a poet as the holy reveals itself. But this precedes the articulation of the poet's song, and the poet's outcry but gives a name to this glowing radiance. 15. The several elements involved in this process should be considered separately. A. The holy, the poet cries out, to be sure, but it is rather a calling to what is already in advent, an address toward nature that enunciates what the poet has surmised already by reason of his antecedent affinity. It is the holy itself that determines what the poet is to say, and it never surrenders its initiative. The poet's word, song, arises together with the awakening of the holy. Hence it is the holy itself that in the poet's song becomes a word, is transformed into the poet's song, so that, the holy not only bestows the poet's word but passes itself into this word. 16. b. Poet, yet for all its primacy, the holy needs the poet if the word is to be enunciated, for, there first must be a poet in order that the word of a song be formed. 17. Orientated toward the holy which opens itself up to him, and completely attuned to it, the poet must take his stand wherever the holy discloses itself. His work succeeds to the extent that it expresses a word that only the holy, conserved within him, may utter. 18. But the poet's success, good fortune, is not easily attained, he must first overcome the danger of misfortune. We see here that the problem of negativity again appears. For the holy, since it is the absolutely immediate, is not as such directly accessible to the poet, he cannot name it in itself. The poet, however, can never of himself name the holy immediately. 19. It reveals itself to him mediately, sc through the beings for which it is the mediation. This mediation can be considered from 3 points of view. Firstly, it comes through that which is about the poet, sc that which he finds in the world about him. 4. The openness of the open articulates itself into that which we call a world. 20. From another point of view, mediation comes from what is above the poet, some being superior to the poet, therefore closer to the holy, source of light, a god, if one will, but not itself the holy, because itself only a being, though a superior one. Such a being gathers the light of the holy into a single luminous ray that sets the poet on fire. Finally, the word itself that the poet forms is a being through which the holy is revealed. 21. Does it not seem that we have returned here to the bidimensional perspective of SZ, where beings are rendered accessible to their being only by reason of being, but being itself is never found by itself, as a being, but only in the beings it illuminates? In effect, is not this the ontological difference? However this may be, there is a negativity implied here, for when the holy is mediated through the gods or the things of the world, sc when being is mediated through beings and vice versa, there is some sort of contraction and limitation. With this comes the menace that the holy be mistaken for a god, being for a being. In other words, if the ontological can come to us only through the prism of the ontic, the inevitable consequence is a risk that it be taken for ontic, sc forgotten completely. But when a poem succeeds, the poet has the good fortune to give expression to the holy for what it is. He does so, however, only insofar as he avoids the misfortune that would allow him to be so captivated by the God through whom the light of the holy comes as to forget the holy itself. This would be misfortune, simply because it would be to lose the sense of what it means to be a poet, namely not to be favored by a god but to be encompassed by the holy. 22. To recognize the holy as mediated through the beings with which he is engaged and to accept, in fact assume, this situation for what it is, this is the achievement of the poetic task. Poets must leave to the immediate its immediacy, sc must respect the unapproachability of being in itself as itself, and yet accept its mediation as the unique one. 23. Sc must accept it as the unique means of access to all other beings. In other words, the poet must accept and assume the holy, being, for what it is, and this implies the reciprocal dependence between being and beings as well as the consequences of being's contraction to beings, the menace of being forgotten completely. This is the ideal response of a poet. It implies dissession on his part, indeed the supreme dissession, insofar as he is a poet. 4. Giving thus a name to the holy in its essence, he distinguishes it from its negativity, sc its non-essence. He recognizes the holy for what it is. Essence and non-essence, positivity and negativity, of the holy are in strife, and the poet sighs Zion, Skydet, between the two, sc his assuming of the holy as negatived, in the consequences of its contraction into beings, decides, in Chidet, this strife in any given poem. The word is a decisive weapon. 24. The poet's dissession, so conceived, is perfectly consequent upon dissession as conceived in M and which we saw then to be resolve. See thought. The problem of thought is not thematized in the essay. Only in 2 places is it even suggested, where being as spirit is conceived as having thoughts, where history is said to come to pass only when the essence of truth is decided. 25. We have no right, then, to force the evidence. Yet we know that the holy is equivalent to being, and poetry analogous to thought. If we made the corresponding substitutions we would have the following results. Being as, heart and abode of light, is absolutely immediate to all beings but cannot be grasped itself except mediately, sc in and through beings. It is essentially temporal, a continual advent to their being. It is the gathering together of beings into collectedness within themselves and with each other. Therefore it is a mio, that is at once an arranging of a pattern of relationships, bel, a fixed law, within the matrix of which all beings have their place. The disposition of this primordial mio, is a complex of incipient intimations that may be called thought, understood in the sense of a to-be thought. Being discloses itself in silent fashion in the thinker, and the thinker's response to the revelation is to transform it into word. The task of the thinker as thinker is to respond to being that completely permeates him and thus discloses itself in and through him. For, by reason of his very essence, he has a privileged intimacy with being and its thoughts. Thus he enjoys a comprehension of these intimations of being antecedent to any moment of special revelation. His response consists in uttering a cry toward being advancing to him through beings, that at once forms into verbal expression the revelation itself. It is thus that being passes into a word. The primacy, however, remains with being, for the event has being for its source. This word is decisive, hence the response is decisiren. For the thinker must make a Zion, hence a decisiren, between being in its positivity and in its negativity. This negativity consists, at least partially, in the fact that being always must be contracted, therefore negatived, to beings, hence comports the risk of being considered only as a being and thereby a being forgotten completely. In this case, being is submitted to the disposition of man and made an object of thought. The true thinker will recognize this situation. He will discern being for itself, even if not by itself, and will comprehend that, since it is absolutely immediate and in continual advent, it can never be an object of either thinking or doing. Furthermore, he will discern being as negatived, with all the consequences of negativity. This non-objectivizing acceptance of being in both positivity and negativity is the full sense of decisiren. It is also what we have called resolve. The second Hölderlin analysis rejoins the first in attempting to delineate the essence of poetry, which we know to be the origination of being as truth. It advances the problem to the extent that it precises the nature of the originating process as comporting both the dimension of future, the holy is in continual advent, and the dimension of present, the holy is transformed into word once dawn has broken upon the poet. The dimension of past is implied, for what is as having been is the beings through which the holy flames forth. This aspect of the problem will become clear soon enough. How far have we come? We have a clearer conception of the poetic process with probable application to thought, and beyond that, further testimony to the effect that the drift of Heidegger's reflection is more and more toward the problem of language. If we surmise from the reason for this, the full force of it has not yet appeared. Chapter 4. Nietzsche's word God is dead. The summer semester of 1940 brought the study of poet, in Aristotle. It included one illuminating remark on A6yo, and the problem of language, but since the whole matter will be treated fully in 1944, we defer comment until later. We come, then, to the Nietzsche analyses. It was 1950 before these reached the public in the form of the essay, Nietzsche's Word God is Dead. 1. The essay was based on the university lecture courses of 1936 to 1940.2. In 1961 the full text of these lectures themselves appeared, together with certain essays that date from 1941.8. For the sake of simplicity, we consider the latter as forming a unity with the essay itself. The following remarks, then, should be taken to represent the author's thought up to and including 1941. A. Being. Imit ins. We recall the conclusion that we have seen already. Nietzsche's nihilism is the nihilism of metaphysics itself, insofar as it has forgotten being. Heidegger is attempting to overcome both by thinking the essence out of which they spring, sc. being as negative truth. What we are told here about being, still more about thought, is said only by indirection, but it is no less significant for that. In arguing that subjectism is correlative with truth as certitude, Heidegger insists that truth as non-concealment and the being process are one. But we know this already. What is new in the essay is an important precision with regard to the primacy of being. For the first time the word Geschick is used significantly with the sense that it will have for the rest of Heidegger too. In SC, we translated this as common fortune, but now we must resign ourselves to a neologism, if we are to do the author justice, and call it mit ins. For we understand thereby that event in which being is disclosed. When this event is conceived as proceeding from the initiative of being. 5 We might add that the word event, awareness, too, will now be used in the same context and henceforth will become more and more significant in the author's thought. 6 What is important in the essay is the fact that now metaphysics and nihilism are conceived as proceeding from just such an event. For being bestows itself in such a way that it simultaneously withdraws. Mittance is negative because being cannot bestow itself except in a finite way. If we thought the problem through in terms of being as mittance, it would be due to the essence of being itself that it remains unthought, simply because it withdraws. Being itself withdraws into its own truth. 7 We understand into its own truth here to mean that in disclosing itself in beings as their truth, being withdraws behind the finitude of this revelation. The author continues, it hides itself in this disclosure and conceals itself as thus hiding. This concealing by being of its own concealment is what we have seen already to be the mystery of being, according to which the truth of being comes to presents. 9. In these terms, metaphysics, as the forgetfulness of being, is the forgetfulness or, if one prefer here, unawareness of the mystery. Such a phenomenon we have called errance. Metaphysics is marked not simply by the failure on the part of man to pose the being question, nor can it be called in any proper sense human error. Fundamentally it is a mittance of being, so that, metaphysics in its essence is the unthought, because still withheld, mystery of being itself. 10 If such is the essence of metaphysics, and the essence of nihilism as well, it is clear why neither can be thought in its essence until we have thought the mystery of being itself, being in its negativity. 2 The ontological difference. But precisely what is the nature of mittance, any mittance of being? More explicitly than hitherto, Heidegger now indicates that it is any special way in which the ontological difference issues forth, Austrag. For as a result of mittance, man comports himself in any given way with being simply because of his relationship to being itself. Hence the comportment is grounded in the difference between being and beings, in the ontological difference. 12 For example, metaphysics itself arises out of the fact that Beiji emits itself to man in such a way that man tries to comprehend beings as beings. That is why the entire history of metaphysics for Heidegger is an event in which this difference has issued forth. 13 But the differentiation is not the result of some extrinsic act, which, so to speak, divides being from beings. Rather, in its origins the differentiation is the presenting process of being itself, the originating power of which consists in the fact simply that the event takes place. 14 That is why, when all is said and done, being as history is neither the history of men and of humanity, nor the history of man's relationship to beings and being. Being as history is being itself and nothing else. 16 All of these themes will be fully orchestrated as Heidegger too develops. b. Thought. Since man comports himself with beings in accordance with his relationship to being, man finds himself to be that place where the ontological difference takes place. We take stand in the differentiation between being and beings. 16 Since the ontological difference issues forth out of the event in which mittance comes to pass, to think being will be to think being as mittance. I thought as retrieve. In trying to think being as mittance, Heidegger has meditated Nietzsche after the manner of retrieve. As such, his analysis is an elucidation of the genuine sense of Nietzsche's insight. It does not pretend, however, to repeat simply what Nietzsche said. For when we go the full way with Nietzsche, there appears something in his thought that he himself was unable to think further, and this is what Heidegger ambitions to think through. 17 In the concrete, this may seem to do violence to the written word. But it would be a mistake to claim that the procedure is purely arbitrary. The right kind of elucidation never understands the text better than its author, but it does understand the text otherwise. Now this otherwise must be of such a nature that it deals with the identical thing that the elucidated text reflects upon. 18. In this sense, it is faithful to all that is truly essential in the thought. Delineating in greater detail the nature of such retrieve, the author uses certain formulae which will be developed more fully as Heidegger 2 unfolds. Metaphysics, for example, is to be overcome by a process of recollection. 19. This will take the form of an attentive answer to the noiseless voice of being as it makes its claim upon man. 20. The formulae will return. For the present, what is interesting is only the fact that they have fully matured in the author's mind by 1941. Z. Thought as preparation. In making the retrieve, we must remain docile to being. That is why, when all is said and done, the human effort at thought is essentially a preparation that disposes man for the disclosure that being alone can bestow. The task, then, is, to light up the domain within which being can seize once more in an originating relation man in terms of his essence. In other words, the thinker prepares himself to be seized by being. To be preparational is the essence of the thought we have described. 21. More precisely, in what does the preparation consist? It means learning how to overcome that presentative thinking which characterizes the philosophy of will unto power. It means letting being come to thought as mittance in the beings with which thought deals. Such preparation is adventive, historical, thought, and since it perseveres in posing the question of being, it is also an interrogative thought. With regard to the beings themselves, such a thought will seek not simply to use them for its own purposes, rather it will try to receive the earth as a blessing bestowed upon it and make itself at home on earth according to the exigencies of this acceptance, in such a way that it stands guard over the mystery of being. Note, that to receive the earth as a blessing is fundamentally the same process as to respond to being bestowing itself as mittance, hence the task of thought is to let being be itself, that the proper response is made not simply to being, but to being as negatived, in its mystery, that in the terms to stand guard over, to watch over and shepherds, we have all the ingredients for the famous man as shepherd of being metaphor of H.B., 1947.22. The primacy of being as overpowering, now comes to expression under the guise of mittance, the issuing forth of the ontological difference in that event wherein being bestows itself. The bestowal is made, however, in finite fashion and therefore being simultaneously withdraws, remains mitary. The task of foundational thought is to think being as mittance by doing everything in its power to prepare for such a bestowal through the accomplishment of retrieve. Chapter V. Homecoming. Recollection. The next important delineation of foundational thought comes in I 943 with two more Hölderlin interpretations. In the meantime we have the Plato and Hegel analyses which touch our problem only indirectly. We speak briefly of each in turn by way of transition. Plato's doctrine on truth. The Plato interpretation, published in I 942, is clearly another retrieve that disengages what Plato did not, could not, say, that with him the conception of truth was transformed from non-concealment to conformity and thereby being reduced to a being, et. It is the unsaid in a thinker which is his true doctrine, his supreme gift, that in his thought which is most truly creative, because this is the still withheld mystery of being, to which, indeed, he was exposed but which he could not bring adequately into words. Retrieving Plato thus in his abiding nearness to us, we recollect truth in its origins more profoundly than before. Truth in its origins obviously is and lot, and the task of thought is to recognize what is positive in the essence which the privative form expresses. But to recognize the privative as positive is to recognize the positive as privative, truth in its mystery. That truth even for Plato is negatived is clear, the author claims, inasmuch as all four stages of the cave metaphor must be thought as an ensemble. He insists that we may infer as much, too, from the fact that Plato chose a cave as his metaphor. For a cave is at once an open domain that is nevertheless shut off from the ultimate source of light, enclosed, finite. Only the essence of truth conceived in the original Greek sense of ij and eloc where, non-concealment is related to something concealed, disarranged, disguised, this and only this has an essential relation to the image of a cave hidden from the light of day. Z. 2. Hegel's concept of experience. As with the Plato study, so too in the seminar on Hegel's Phenomenology of the Spirit, 1942-43, the author is engaged in a retrieve which endeavors to liberate Hegel's thought unto its own most proper essence. The value of the essay consists in the Hegel interpretation itself, and what it says about thought is to be found only in the oblique. There are some indications of a negative sort that it might be worthwhile to cull, principally with regard to the conception of voiv as it has been interpreted in the metaphysical tradition. For we understand Heidegger to hold Hegel's distinction between natural and real knowing as equivalent to Plato's distinction between 36cx and voiv, for where 36cx perceives the ontic, voiv the ontological, dimension of ambivalent I5v. There is no question that Hegel as well as Plato sought to achieve a voiv by meditating the being of beings, but it is equally clear that he did not meditate being as different from beings, see the ontological difference as such. This is what Heidegger himself endeavors to do in interrogating the truth process through which it breaks out. This unannounced preoccupation with the ontological difference as such accounts perhaps for a strange remark that otherwise would be disconcerting. The beingness of beings is for us only one manner of being, albeit a decisive one, that by no means necessarily shines forth only as the presence of that which is present. 5. We interpret the remark to mean that although being cannot be except in beings, it can manifest itself sufficiently as itself to permit us to discern it in its difference from beings. A case in point would be the non-being analysis of W.M. The sense of the remark, then, would be to insist on the possibility of thinking the ontological difference as such. At best, however, this tells us what thought is not. For a more positive statement of what it is, we have a remark that introduces the discussion of 86cx vovi. When we use the words isv and being thoughtfully, it is presupposed from the beginning that we think of, sc that we pay heed to, the extent to which for a certain time the meaning keeps changing, then eventually, with the process of history, becomes settled. 6. We interpret this to mean, that genuine thought meditates the ambiguity of LSV, therefore the ontological difference, that thought examines this ambiguity as a historical process, hence it must be a historical thought, that the Hegel analysis itself is an attempt at just such a historical thought, that this process is a paying heed, Achten. But our precise problem is, what is the nature of this paying heed? On this we have no light at all. Homecoming, recollection. What this paying heed may mean might be disengaged in some fashion from the analysis of Hölderlin's homecoming / to the kinsman and recollection. 7. They date from the same period of Heidegger's development, I-943, commemorate the same event, the 100th anniversary of Hölderlin's death. And, except for certain stylistic differences, one composed for the lecture platform, the other for a commemorative volume, both deal with the same problem in fundamentally the same way. The common theme, the same that dominated Hölderlin and the essence of poetry and as when upon a day of rest. What is the essence of poetry? More precisely, of the poet? The present essays are the term of a long fruition, the first lecture course on Hölderlin having been given 9 years previously, winter semester, 1934-35, prior even to M. Summer semester, 1935, a second the previous summer, 1942. They manifest an abiding interest in Hölderlin, the poet of the poet, that we can explain, perhaps, only when we have appreciated the full import of what it means to retrieve the original sense of L.iv in order to achieve foundational thought. The 2 essays we are about to examine are sufficiently complementary to be taken as a unit. Both describe the poet as a wanderer returning home. This is not simply the recounting of a personal experience on the part of Hölderlin but delineates the essence of poet as poet. Homecoming treats the theme with bolder strokes, recollection examines more in detail the necessity of the journey, its meaning, the exact nature of the homecoming. Taken separately, homecoming could serve as a guide to recollection, the latter as commentary upon the former. We shall take them as one, trying to disengage in coherent unity the fundamental theses of both. Obviously, our unique concern is with the thinking of being, and we examine the essence of poetry only to understand thought. This gives us 3 points of reference: A. Being, B. Poetry, C. Thought. A. Being. I. The characterization of being. A. The glad sum. We have become accustomed from the beginning to conceive of being in terms of the metaphor of light. Here the metaphor is enriched by a further nuance when the author characterizes it as the glad sum. This suggests not only the brightness which is proper to light, but also se. 444 from being to there, the retrieve of thought, renity and even light-heartedness that we associate with joy. S source of joy, the glad sum is the supremely joyous itself. Distillation of joyousness and light, the glad sum imparts to the homeland the benign splendor which welcomes the wanderer when he reaches port, opens things up in the exhilaration of their presence, lights up the disposition of men so that they may be open unto all that is noble in their fields, their cities, their homes. 9. B. The holy, in the light of the glad sum, the nature of beings, man and things, is maintained in wholesome integrity, heil, as unimpaired and sound. To be the ultimate source of the conserving power that guards beings in the integrity of their being, this is what makes the glad sum the holy. The gladsome and the holy are one. The holy here is clearly neither God, nor the gods, it is, as Heidegger interprets it, beyond both gods and men, guaranteeing to both the integrity of their being, opening up the domain in which the gods and men may come to presence. It opens itself up when the marriage feast takes place, wherein poet as poet is born. The holy is a law unto itself, far different from any human law, whose articulation constitutes the unique primordial poem that the poet must fashion into words. The primordial poem is also conceived as the thoughts of being as spirit. Lo. See origin, being as origin, Ursprung, is understood best, perhaps, as an overflowing source which gives rise to beings. It is essentially an abundance, rather a superabundance, a continual overflowing. It is as if being in its exuberance continually surpasses itself, then flows back upon itself to make the experience of its own inadequacy to itself. This self-surpassing self-inadequacy is the very nature of being as origin. Now what properly characterizes the homeland to which the poet-wanderer returns is its proximity to being as source. What is most proper and most precious in the homeland consists simply in the fact that it is this nearness to the origin and nothing else besides. 11. D. Ground, there is a certain steadfastness in being a source, for in giving rise to beings it nevertheless does not lose itself in what has thus sprung forth but remains completely itself as source. This self-retaining of the source in the very process of giving rise to what is not itself is a holding fast to itself that enables it to be a fast support to what derives from it. This fast support may be conceived more clearly if we change the metaphor and consider being, the steadfast source, as ground. Then, the process by which the origin holds itself fast is at once the making fast of ground. In this process alone of making fast ground consists the steadfastness that is proper to the origin. 12. 2. The priority of being. Whatever the metaphor used, it is perfectly clear in each of the present essays that being enjoys a primacy over their being, poet. The open opens up, and upon a great festival day lets the poet in his essence spring forth. How are we to understand this birth of the poet? The holy itself is the song to be sung, the primordial poem that the poet must bring into words. The holy imparts itself to the poet, therefore, as a mittance. Considered in its term, this mittance is the essence of the poet himself as poet, which he, for his part, must bring to fullness by forming the song into words. It is his commitment, schicksal. When the holy bestows being upon the poet, it hails him, the mittance is the hailing. To let come to presence that which comes to presence in its presenting, this is the original hailing. 13. To be sure, being's hail may be brought to the poet by means of emissaries that serve, so to speak, as intermediaries. But it is being itself, whether as the gladsome or the holy, that is the origin of the hailing and in the hailing appears. In any case, the hail is more than a simple greeting. It is a summons as well, for the holy bids the poet accomplish of himself that to which he is commit. Through its emissary, the northeast wind, being, bids the poets find themselves in the means by which they come to presence in historical fashion. 14. J. The finitude of being. It is perfectly clear from these two essays that, when being comes to presence in beings, it does so in a finite way. We can understand best the sense in which Heidegger interprets Hölderlin to mean this if we return for a moment to the characterization of being as source. We miss the point completely if we conceive of being merely as a spring hidden in the earth that sends forth its waters into the unhidden world. The implication here is that if we could penetrate far enough we could solve the mystery it comports. What is important to realize is that the source as such is self-concealing. We have seen already the reason. In giving rise to what springs from it, the source does not lose itself in it but remains itself as source, hiding itself in what has sprung from it, withdrawing into obscurity, and all this in order to remain completely itself, sc. source and nothing more. This self-withdrawal in giving rise to beings, this bestowal that is also a withholding, is Heidegger's explanation of why Hölderlin calls being reserved. It is in this that consists its mystery. Furthermore, the poet, as hailed by negative being, is also prey to its negativity. The there-as poet is an open domain that closes itself up, that reveals and conceals at once. L5. B. Poetry. I. Nature of the poet. The poet is a half-god. This means that he is endowed with a special prerogative by which he is more than a man but less than a god, for he dwells in a privileged domain that lies in between ordinary humanity and divinity. He is eminently the in-between being whose prerogative is to be the there that is exposed unto the holy which opens itself up as the open. Endowed with this privileged access to the holy, the poet enjoys an in-betweenness, between gods and men, that is founded in the in-betweenness between beings and being. The poet's vocation is to yield to the holy as it hails him into poetic being and bring into words the primordial poem, already formulated, articulative, in the holy itself but not yet articulated. Let this yielding be called a hailing in tum, a perseverance in exposition, a counterpoise, a mutual viewing, a recollection, a tranquil whiling, an appropriation of what is proper to the poetic nature, an abiding, a dwelling in the open which the holy opens up. The sense is always the same, it is a docility to the holy, a readiness to respond to its bidding, an assuming of the commitment to a poetic destiny to make manifest the holy. In a word, we may call it their being's response to being. 16. To the nature of poetry. More precisely, how are we to understand the law of the poetic nature? We consider the matter from two distinct but complementary points of view, according to the nature of being's address, hail, to the poet, according to the nature of the response which the poet must make to this hail. A. Being and the poet, being in its manifestations is necessarily finite. Hence it withdraws behind the beings to which it imparts presence, concealing itself in its own revelations. This self-concealing revealment is precisely what Heidegger understands by the mystery of being. If the poet's task is to form being into words, this means that from the beginning he is endowed with the comprehension of being, but precisely because being in its mystery is so elusive, he must be schooled to the use of his prerogative, disciplined to discern the ontological difference. This pedagogy comports three moments. Initially, the poet, although endowed with an antecedent and constitutional, pre-ontological, seizure of being, is nevertheless preoccupied with the ontic dimension of beings. He must in time experience being for itself. Then, having come to his maturity, he weaves his being comprehension into words by bringing to light the being dimension in the beings of which he sings. It is thus that he articulates the holy. In the two essays under discussion, these three moments are thematized in terms of one basic metaphor, sc. of being as source. This is complemented by another metaphor, whereby the poet's own proper homeland is that domain where the source is to be found. What is most properly characteristic about the homeland, consists uniquely in being this nearness to the source, and nothing else besides. 17. Let us try to trace the poet's pedagogy in terms of these two concomitant metaphors. Moment I, in his youth, the poet grows up close to the source without knowing it as source, familiar with his native surroundings without appreciating what is really most proper to them, nearness to being as source. To be sure, he has some awareness of being. As a poetic spirit, he is from the very beginning open unto the open, but this awareness is obscured, pre-ontological, and, indeed, through no fault of his own. The source, insofar as it gives rise, is known only through the beings that spring forth from it, while it itself withdraws into concealment. In his youthful naivete, the poet, dimly aware of the source as such and desiring to penetrate its mystery, seizes upon these beings about him in hopes of thus being able to fasten upon something that will satisfy his unexplained longing. But it is all in vain, for the more he seeks to fasten being thus, the more it evades him. He is doomed to frustration. He is for the time oblivious to the difference between beings and their source, the ontological difference, but since the reason for his forgetfulness is less his own negligence than the self-concealing character of being itself, hence has its source in the source, it is less true to say that he has forgotten being than that being has forgotten him. Ls what can he do? Only be faithful to the demands of the voiceless longing within. The poetic spirit, still open to the open despite this initial state of forgetfulness, remains orientated to the source, so that this very orientation awakens the will in him to leave home, to go abroad to seek that which can bring him closer to what is properly his own at home, nearness to the self-concealing source. The situation of the German poet, for it is only this that Hölderlin pretended to be, suggests comparison with that of the Greek poets, although it is antithetically different. Both have a native gift proper to themselves. For the Greeks, it was the heavenly fire, sc exposure to being; for the Germans, it is clarity of exposition sc the power to seize upon the matter of poetry, to organize it, schematize it, divide, control it. Both have correlative weaknesses. The Greeks risked the failure of being able to capture the fire in disciplined form, the German risks a complete forgetfulness of the fire, and a preoccupation with the ontic dimension of poetry. The ideal, of course, is to achieve the perfect balance of fire and form, for it is only thus that either becomes completely itself and the poets of the respective lands attain full freedom in the use of what is proper to them. Both Greeks and Germans must learn something foreign to their native temperament. The Greeks succeeded, and this accounts for their greatness. The German poet, master of form, will succeed only to the extent that he experiences the heavenly fire that the Greeks knew so well. To do this, he must have the courage to leave his native homeland, so that after the journey and by reason of it he can return home and at last be genuinely at home there. 19 One thing, however, is certain: homecoming and becoming get home near the source are impossible, unless the journey be made. A journey is the condition of return. For Hölderlin, the journey abroad remains essential for the return home to the proper law of his poetic song. 2. In fact, the journey as such is from the first moment a returning, for it is only thus that the poet learns to make his own what is authentically his. In all this, note that the initial state of the poet, described here as open to the open but first of all and for the most part lost in a state of ontic preoccupation, corresponds perfectly with what we saw in SZ as the transcendence of their being in its everyday state of fallenness. But this condition is determined by being itself, which, on the one hand, accounts for the poet's fallenness because of its self-withdrawal, and, on the other, impels the poet to make the voyage as the means to overcome this fallenness. The yearning of the poet for what is alien to home for the sake of becoming at home in what is proper to his homeland is the essential law of being as mittens by which the poet is commit. 21. To his poetic destiny. Moment 2. To know the source as source, the poet must first follow its streams down to the sea, there to discover for the first time its affluence. In fact, the source becomes an affluence only when it is experienced as source. To appreciate his native soil as a homeland because it is close to the source, an zum Ursprung, he must first know the land of the Greeks and there, be almost burnt up by the fire of being. But at every point of the voyage, being remains near, guiding his journey, and whatever attracts him abroad does so because of its affinity with home, helping him to understand more and more what is proper to his nature. Finally, the heavenly fire itself lets him understand that it must be brought back with him, if the native land is to be really home. The fire has let him experience that it itself must be brought back from abroad into the homeland in order that there this proper endowment, the facility for clear exposition, can release its native powers in relation to the fire, and produce poetry of proper depth. 22 Note that we have here an experience of being that is dominated and determined by being itself. The poet only submits to it. On the other hand, the fact that the poet is almost consumed by the fire indicates that he is not meant for sheer exposure to being as such, but must return to the shade of the homeland, where a gentle coolness, which comes with beings that by their limitation temper being, protects the poet from its blazing heat. 23. Moment ill, it is not the journey abroad as such that brings the poet to maturity, but rather the return home enriched by his experience. It is just such a return that homecoming describes, for now, the homeland opens up and gestures toward what is its proper possession, so that now it can be made the poet's own. 24 He realizes that what he sought all along is already at home, but now is comprehended for itself. It is now that the poet understands that if on his journey, when no longer near to his source, he was almost burned up by the fire of being, nevertheless, without this experience of fire, even his native endowment for facile exposition would not have been liberated completely unto itself. Only when the experience of what is foreign, sc fire, and the exercise of his native propensity for disciplined style are discovered in the unity that is grounded in a common essence, only then is the poet's poetry mature. 25 If we are to understand clearly the full sense of the poet's homecoming, we must realize that it does not mean taking possession of his homeland, as if it were personal property to have and to hold. Rather, it must be conceived as belonging to the order of movement. It is a passing unto the place of nearness to, a following of, the source. But it is a passage that must be content never to penetrate to the source and dissolve its mystery, for insofar as the poet appreciates it as source, he understands that it is necessarily self-concealing and therefore continually evasive. That is why he can never get at the source. As near as he comes to it, he remains essentially far. This is the mystery of being, and the proper disposition of the poet in its presence is a reverential awe, scu, born of the realization that he can never experience the source immediately. 26 We see here a correlation of nearness and farness that permits Heidegger a play on words of which he never tires. We understand the terminology in the following way: being is far, simply because it is not a being and can never be fastened by their being in, for, or by itself. This is the same thing as saying that it conceals itself behind the beings to which it gives presence. Hence, being as source, remains to that degree far off as there belongs to itself an essential self-withdrawal. 27 Being is near, because it is that by which beings that are near are, and, therefore, are near, and, as the source of all nearness, is nearer to their being than anything that is near, even itself. That is why the gladsome is nearer than any of the beings that appear in it. This double aspect of being as source permits us to resolve the paradoxes with which Heidegger loves to play. For example, the essence of nearness appears now to be that it brings near that which is near insofar as it holds it afar. 28. For the nearness of being is always reserved, self-concealing. This paradoxical fusion of nearness and farness is precisely what is meant by being in its mystery. However all this may be, one thing is certain: the following, passing unto, drawing near to the source, is not an act accomplished once and for all, but a process that continues as long as the poet is poet. The homecoming itself is simply the first moment of return. It must be sustained by a continued effort to learn to be at home, an effort that consists not only in the initial passage unto a place of nearness to the source, but in abiding, bleiben, there in an indefinite whiling, making it a place of dwelling, wohnen. Indeed, even homecoming is only the beginning of the return to what is the proper domain of the poet. Therefore upon arrival he longs to be able to abide there. 29. To abide thus in nearness to the source, the poet must keep always fresh before him what he learned on the long voyage into the Southland, sc. an appreciation of the sense of being. He should keep aware of the beginning, the brief sojourns, the turning points and the return trip of his voyage. The one condition of becoming at home in his proper domain, sc. the journey abroad, has been fulfilled. But this fulfillment remains fulfillment only on the condition that what has been experienced, the glare and heat of the heavenly fire, is preserved. 30. But how can it be preserved? Only if the poet recollects it. Abiding comes to presence as original recollection. 31. B. The poet and being, in order to understand the import of recollection, on denken, we are going to use during the following expose the expanded form, thinking upon what is past. Although it is a thinking back, it must not be conceived as if that which is thought were something that was once, and is no more, simply made present by the act of remembrance and nothing more. Such a thought must be understood in terms of its three different dimensions, directions: past, future, present. The past upon which the poet must think in order to abide near the source is a past that still comes to presence and works its influence upon him. It is a past that still is as having been. In the present case, the past is the experience of the heavenly fire, being, that the poet made on his journey into foreign lands. By reason of his thinking upon it, the experience is as vital to him now as when he made it. 32. The thinking upon the past is a hailing. 33. It is through this metaphor of greeting, saluting, that Heidegger in Hölderlin's Name elaborates the sense of what it means to think upon what is as having been. For if we meditate the essence of what it means to hail, we discover a certain self-surrender on the part of the one who hails to the one who is hailed. Hail enters into the hail only enough to say that he defers completely to the hailed. He lets the hailed shine forth in the light proper to its own essence and unfold in the nobility proper to itself. In a word, he lets it be. Furthermore, there is a reciprocity in authentic, hailing. Hailed accepts the hail and the very acceptance is reply. The hailed as the hailed now hails the hail in tum. 34. Now if the poet hails the past as his way of thinking upon it, the same reciprocity takes place. When the poet turns his thoughts to what is as having been, then in these thoughts themselves the past flows back, becoming warp and woof of his thought, even as he thinks it. Hence, by reason of his thinking upon that which is past, the past imposes itself upon him under the guise of his own thinking itself. The heavenly fire imposes itself on him who hails it as his own thought and abides near him as that which comes to presence in what is past. 35. To the future, if what is past still comes to presence in the poet's thinking upon it, and as this thinking, is it not something still to come as well as having been, perhaps even an abiding past because it is a future? If the thinking upon what is past allows the past to follow the law of its own essence, then we experience that what is past, in its return through our thinking upon it, swings out over our present and comes to us as a future. All at once our thinking upon what is as having been must consider this past as something not yet unfolded. And what is it that is thus the poet's future, still coming to him as he thinks upon what is past? It is the holy itself, being, in continual advent. The holy is clearly the poet's past, for it is by reason of the holy's hail to him that he emerges into presence as a poet and is now as having thus come to be on the great festal day. That is why to think upon the past is to think upon this festal day. According to a different metaphor, it is the light of the holy, that bestowed itself upon the poet through his journey to foreign lands, and as this bestowal still comes to presence in the poet's hailing of what is past. 37. But the holy is also the poet's future, for it was on the festal day when he was born to his poetic destiny that, the open lit itself up for him so that he saw that coming to him which his own word must utter, the holy. 38. The holy comes to him as the primordial poem that is before and for his own poetizing, poem which he must then fashion into human words. It imposes itself upon him as the pattern of poetical thoughts that he himself must think. For the poet, to think upon what is past is to think upon what is coming to him as future, and, conversely, to think upon what is coming is to think upon what is past. The poet's task is to think upon both what is coming and what is past, or rather upon the holy itself, which is the unity of both. 39. 3. The present. Heidegger speaks about the poet's past and future but never explicitly about his present. We are left to conjecture what this could mean, but there seems little doubt as to how it must be understood. For when the holy as primordial poem continues to come, future, to the poet who is poet precisely as having been hailed into his poetic being by the holy itself, past, the poet's task is to render present, the holy in the words of his song. This he does to the extent that he learns in an abiding way to be at home near the source. More precisely, for the poet to be at home in what is properly his own means that he learns to use his native propensity for clear exposition with an authentic freedom of spirit. Now in his initial situation close to the source, but where he was unable to appreciate it as source and was, therefore, prone to regard what proceeds from the source as the source itself, the poet tended to make use of such beings in his poetry with a freedom that was not authentic, treating them as mere entities of which in his poetry he could take possession by forcing them into patterns at will. Through the experience he has had of the heavenly fire of being, however, which still comes to him out of the past, he has discovered a new depth in these beings and a new dimension for his poetic creativity. He understands now that to achieve his poetic essence and give full value to his native endowment, this clarity of exposition must be suffused with the glowing warmth of the heavenly fire itself. This is a great liberation for him, because it frees his talents from their slavery to the ontic and releases them unto their authentic fullness, which consists, indeed, in clearly exposing that alone which warrants exposure, the heavenly fire of the holy. The poet exercises his native endowment, the clarity of exposition, freely only then, when what is clear in his utterance is permeated by the open experience of that which is exposed. 40. In this liberation of his proper gifts, the homeland itself opens up to the poet and points to its treasures so that now he may assume them as his own. Now our flowers and our woodlands bestow upon him the joy that consists essentially in sheltering what is true in these things. 41. Now the truth-sheltering joy is entrusted to the poet, who by the genuinely free use of his native talent lets them appear as what they are. Letting beings appear as what they are means exposing them in their truth, their beauty, in the being, seen, by which they are. 42. This is done by the poetic word. The poetic word must fit the dazzling light of the holy which comes to the poet out of the past and shines in the things he meets upon his homecoming. As such, it is a word of hailing, inasmuch as it greets what is past. At the same time, it is a prophetic word, inasmuch as it articulates that which is coming, and both for the same reason, because it seeks to utter past and future in their original correlation, the holy as such. Such a word can be uttered only if the poet has learned to use his native talent with a freedom that is genuine. This means that, in casting his poems into form, he, more and more exclusively adjusts himself to the state of being open to what is intimated to him, a being alert for that which is coming. The sober, observant openness for the holy is at the same time the power to abide in what is proper to himself. 43. CSCHOLIA, there are some general observations to be made in the light of what we have just seen, which, despite a certain inner coherence, do not admit readily of logical sequence. The poetic dialogue, one special form that thinking upon the past takes is worth special mention, the poetic dialogue, Gespräch. This is conceived as taking place between the poet and his friends, but it is of such a nature that it can take place in him alone. For what characterizes dialogue as such is not that one person listens to what another says. This is the case only in a spoken dialogue, and the duality is conditioned by the fact that the physical organs of hearing and speech happen to be separated. When dialogue is considered in its origins, hearing and speaking are seen to be unified. For the fundamental structure of the dialogue is identical with the process of the poetical thinking upon the past. After the holy hails the poet into being, the holy continues to come, future, to the poet who has been hailed, past. When the poet, in turn, hails the holy, he hails the still coming past, whereby the past, thus hailed, returns upon him in his thoughts themselves, imposing itself upon him as the texture of these thoughts. This situation where the poet is turned toward, ad tendere, being, hailing it inasmuch as he is hailed by it, we have called already the power of attending, horenkanen, to being, the origin of all hearing. But the holy as past and future becomes present only insofar as the poet utters it in words. This is the origin of utterance, Sagan, point 44. The ultimate unity of attending and utterance which constitutes dialogue in its origin derives from the unity of past future present in the unity of time. Authentic dialogue between friends is the encounter between two different spirits which permits both to think upon that which all thought should think, sc what is past. Their thinking upon the past, then, is accomplished together, so that what is attended to and what is uttered are but one. But what happens when the friends are no longer together? Does dialogue become impossible? Not at all, we are told, but it does take a different form. Point 45. What this different form will be we are left to surmise. Let us leave the matter for a moment and return to it below. To poetry and ground, we have seen that being as source enjoys a certain steadfastness that is best conceived if we consider it under the metaphor of ground, provided we remember that being as ground is not a static but a dynamic thing, simul. Homecoming Recollection 459. Taneously entitled to the name source. We know, too, that it is by thinking upon what is past that the poet abides near the source. We wish now to understand more clearly the relation between the poet's abiding and the source when it is conceived as ground. When we say that the poet abides near the source, we mean that having traced the streams back to their origin he keeps following the source, even though he keeps realizing that he cannot get at it completely, for it is of such a nature as always to evade him. Now to abide by such a source means not to dissolve its mystery but to follow the source in such a way that the nearer he comes to it, the better he comprehends and manifests the fact that the distance between himself and the source as such never can be traversed. This is not to unveil the mystery but to guard and preserve it as mystery. Point 46. Pure nearness to the source as source means sustaining this essential distance, its mystery. It means entering into the process of self-concealment by which being remains steadfast. As source. Now when the poet abidingly makes himself one with the mysterious process in which being remains steadfast by reason of continued self-withdrawal, his own steadfastness makes common cause with the steadfastness of being, becomes stuck fast, so to speak, in being as ground. In other words, he plays a part in the process by which being as origin becomes manifest, and in this sense he does what lies within his power to let being be origin, sc to originate being. This phenomenon we already have called origination, stiften. We must insist, however, that this origination does not make being as source in any sense that idealism can give to this term. But on the other hand, it does not find being before it either, as some ready-made entity. Origination means to let being appear as source ground. But since being is ground because it is a, continually recessive, source that lets beings emerge into presence, appear, then to the extent that the poet lets the source of all appearing appear as itself, as mystery, he helps it come to pass as ground, therefore according to his measure grounds it. Point 47. How does the poet achieve this? Recall what it means to abide. It means for the poet to render continuous his homecoming by constantly thinking upon what is past. In other words, it means thinking upon the holy as still coming to him, future, whom the holy itself already has hailed, past, to articulate the holy now, present, in words. The poet thus achieves perfect liberty in the use of his native talent by suffusing form with fire. When all is said and done, the poet originates being gas ground when he achieves authentic utterance. As the half-god inhabiting a privileged domain in between the gods and men. The poet manifests the open of this in-between state wherein he himself lo first must dwell, insofar as his utterance, by manifesting the source, thereby follows it and thus comes to abide near it, an abiding that becomes steadfast in the holy that now must come into words. 48. We must add to this an important supplementary remark. Through all this discussion of the coming to pass of ground, one is struck by the constant resonance of the language and perspectives of WG, which, as we saw, were fundamentally faithful to the principal themes of SZ. In SZ, the fundamental structure of their being, the coming to pass of truth, consisted in the three existential components, unified in the single process of concern, whose own wellspring is the unity of time. In WG, the problem of ground was seen to be the problem of truth, and the coming to pass of ground was composed of a threefold dynamic, the triplex strewing of ground, whose unity likewise arises out of the unity of time. In the present essays we have the following data. In the first place, we have seen how, by this abiding near the source in manifesting it as mystery, the poet joins forces, so to speak, with being as origin so as to help originate it, and, indeed, to help ground, Grunden, being as ground. As such, this is a thinking upon the holy and its primordial poem. Does not this concord substantially with the sense of the project of world that is a laying claim to untrammeled possibility? If the two contexts are completely different, the author's word for both phenomena is the same, stiften. For a man such as Heidegger, who uses language with such rigor, this fact alone, even with allowances for the hold Erlen original, is not unimportant. Furthermore, the second component of WG's grounding process is suggested quite clearly, not so much in terms of the poet's captivation by beings as in terms of the openness to being in the order of effectivity. In SZ we called this the ontological disposition. The same problematic appeared in WW, where attunement in their being is seen to be a mode by which beings in the ensemble are disclosed. Furthermore, this effective disposition has been seen to disclose the negativity of their being, so that we could call it the component of finitude in their being. In analyzing the process of poetizing now we find once more the fundamental importance for the poet of attunement, plus a correlation between this attunement and being as negatived. The poet's attunement takes different forms according to the different ways in which being is conceived, joy in the presence of the joyous, dread in the presence of being as the extraordinary or as the non-actual, discerned by the poet in his in-between condition, wonderment and awe before the extraordinary, reverence and awe in the presence of being as the holy and source. The sum total of such dispositions constitutes the effective temper of his poetic soul. Whatever the form that attunement takes, it seems clear that what ultimately determines it to be what it is not the poet but being itself that is thus disclosed in it. It is being, by virtue of the fact that it hails the poet, that calls the tune of his attunement, and his function is to reverberate accordingly. 49 What strikes us, however, is that the attunement of which there is question here discloses being in its negativity, sc in the mystery of its self-concealment. This is particularly apparent in the two most important forms of attunement that we find mentioned in the essays, joy and awe. Joy in poetizing consists in knowing that in every joyous being that already is encountered, the joyous hails the poet insofar as it holds itself. In Reserve, 50. If a poet knows sorrow, this is a correlative of joy, inasmuch as it derives from the one served character as such of the holy. Awe consists in knowing that the source does not admit of an immediate experience. 51 In both cases, the attunement discloses being, but in its finitude. In the same sense and more explicitly still, we are told that the condition of poetic intoxication, T1 Unkenheit, which is the most sublime form of attunement, brings the poet to that lucidity, wherein the depths of concealment are opened up and darkness appears as the sister of clarity. 52. We infer that, if attunement plays an essential role in the process of poetizing, one reason is that it discloses in a special way the properly mysterious, negative, character of the being that must be brought into words. The third component of the coming to pass of ground likewise may be disengaged from the text. For if the sense of the existential, logos, is to let be seen, and if this may be interpreted as a founding of ontic truth by letting beings be seen in their ontological dimension, is this not precisely what happens when the poet manifests the holy in words, Once he becomes at home in what is proper to himself, disciplined form suffused with celestial fire? Slowly the logos of SZ is being transformed into the power of authentic speech. Finally, the three components of poetizing, when interpreted as the coming to pass of ground, are gathered into the unity of the single process which is the poet's concern. Whether we describe it now as a thinking upon the past whose attunement is awe, or as an abiding in joy by putting into words his nearness to the joyous that is always reserved, the sense is always the same, to guard the mystery of being by giving it an authentic utterance. This is the only concern of the poet, so it is that the joy of the poet is in truth the concern of the bard whose song guards the joyous in reserve and lets what he has sought be in its nearness to him, though in a nearness that is to be sure reserved. 63. Such a concern, however, identified as it is with thinking upon the past, unity of past, future and present, has its ultimate source in time. If this correlation that we have suggested between the process of ground in the Hölderlin interpretations and in SZWG is valid, is there any difference between them? Of course, the difference between Heidegger I and Heidegger II. 3. Poet and people. The present essays make abundantly clear that the poet is never poet for himself alone, he is essentially a man of the people. For every man, and this is a fundamental thesis of Hölderlin that Heidegger makes his own, has a poetic nature, in poetic fashion dwelleth man upon the earth. 54. Provisionally, we take this to mean that every man, despite the fact that he is first of all and for the most part preoccupied with beings that he can control, remains nevertheless open unto being in such a way that he can and should respond to it by authentic utterance, and this as an abiding state in which he dwells. We take this to be the sense of in poetic fashion, or simply the poetical as such. But the difference between the poet of vocation and ordinary men, the sons of earth, his countrymen, is this: ordinary men need someone to show them the way to be at home in the homeland, someone to go abroad and seek the experience of the heavenly fire and, returning, open up for them the sense of their own nearness to the source. The poet is a sign before his fellow men. 55. Obviously, if the poet is to help the sons of earth comprehend their poetical nature, he must at first become at home in the law of his poetic task, hence learn to abide in a place of nearness to the source where he makes a permanent dwelling. In this dwelling place he joins in the process of the coming to pass of ground, thereby originates, after his fashion, the origin, and thereby accomplishes in himself an authentic poetizing. This poetic ground that he thus has gained for himself becomes accessible to his countrymen simply because he is one of them. The dwelling of the poet that originates being as origin points out and consecrates the ground on which the sons of earth poetically may dwell. 56. For poet and history, insofar as the process of poetizing involves a thinking upon what is past that comports the three directions of past, present, future, clearly the process is a temporal one. Time is the foundation of history, and therefore the process of the poet's concern is as profoundly historical as it is temporal. The law, too, which dictates this tridimensional structure of his poetic function, which demands that he voyage abroad to experience what is foreign to his initial situation, then return, then learn to be at home in his native land by thinking in abiding fashion on his experience, this law is the law of his historicity. 57. What is the ultimate source of the poet's historicity and history? It is the source itself, the holy, which hails him to his poetic charge on the festal day when he is born, being his mittens, whose emitting bids him fulfill the commitment, dictated by the law of his poetic destiny, to form being into words. When the poet responds to his vocation and helps to ground being as ground, originating the origin as best he can by letting it become manifest, he grounds thereby his own history. Yet he does not do this for himself alone, since he is essentially a man of the people. Just as he establishes the ground on which other men may dwell in poetic fashion, he grounds, too, the history of his people. The festal day emitted by the holy remains the origin of history. If, however, the festal day is the origin from which the essence of a people's history derives, and if the poet proceeds from this day, then the poet becomes he who grounds the history of a people. He makes ready that poetical condition whereon a historical people dwells as upon its own ground. 68. What is history in the sense that the natural manner of thinking conceives it, sc as the history of peoples? Here Heidegger achieves a subtlety impossible to translate. The German uses the prefix ge to suggest plurality gathered into unity, vg where Berg means mountain, the ge Berg means a range of mountains. Now Geschichte, history, Heidegger says, is Geschichte, where we are to understand a gathering into unity, ge, of those moments wherein being emits, sich skicht, unto poet and folk the commitment to achieve the poetic destiny. 59 We translate this, Geschichte, as intermittence. From all this, we infer, that the process of poetizing is original time and originating history, that for the poet himself, his history is grounded insofar as he grounds himself in the ground that is being, by joining in the process that lets being be manifest as ground, that for his people, their history is grounded insofar as through his example and with his help they achieve their poetic destiny by learning the authentic use of language as a people, that the history of a people, taken as a whole, is the gathering into sequential unity of the various manners in which being has disclosed itself to a folk, poet plus people, and the consequences of this are, of course, obvious. All authentic poetry must be historical. A people's language plays an essential role in this people's history. Being maintains its primacy in the coming to pass of history. Such variations of the poetic process as authentic dialogue are likewise profoundly historical. V. Poet and resolve, we have spoken much of the function which the poet as poet is commit to fulfill. We know that he is hailed into this function by being, that the song he must sing is formulated already in being itself and imposed upon him as that which must be uttered. Thus far, everything proceeds from being. We wish now to bring into sharper focus the exact nature of this function, insofar as it proceeds from the poet. To be sure, it comes to presence as a profoundly temporal thinking upon the past, but what precise attitude in the poet himself sets the process in motion? In the simplest terms, it is a willing by which the poet consents to the law of his poetic destiny. We find the first evidence of this consent in the poet's, Hölderlin's, opening address to the north wind as the most beloved wind of all. Heidegger understands this love to consist in willing that this wind be, and that it be the kind of wind that it is. The poet accepts the north wind according to its nature and makes his own will one with it. 61 But what is the nature of the north wind? It is the emissary that bears being's original hail to the poet that commits him to his poetic nature. By standing forth in the blowing of the north wind, the poet becomes hailed by the hail of the holy. 62 In hailing him thus, the north wind illumines for him his situation, assuring him of the nature of his commitment. This hail to the poet comes by a noiseless voice that bids him achieve his poetic destiny. And all this transpires in the poetic essence itself, though obviously not of itself, and constitutes the law of this nature, inscribed in it by being as coming to the essence through its emissary and dictating the terms according to which this nature can achieve itself. 63 The poet accepts these terms in endorsing with his own will the law of his nature. He wills to accept the commitment to which being as mittens has commit him. His will, in this case, is the deliberate readiness for his appurtenance to the mittens of being. 64 He wills, then, what being, still coming to him, bids, hjt. This deliberate readiness to fulfill the commitment to which being has destined him Hölderlin expresses chiefly by a familiar metaphor, sc that of hail. If being commits the poet to his situation by hailing him into being, the poet expresses his readiness to appertain to the process by a hail of reply. He has recognized the time of being's coming. If the north wind has brought being's hail, it is the north wind he hails in tum, but as already having constituted him in what he is. In the poet's responding hail to the north wind, then, he greets his own past. That is why the same emissary that serves as being's emissary to the poet, by which being comes to him as his future, becomes in tum the poet's emissary by which he hails the past. 65 Now we are in the position of considering the poet's hail to the past as proceeding from him. But we have seen already how the past, when thus hailed, swings back upon the poet, imposing upon him what thoughts and affective dispositions he must have. Coming to the poet in this fashion, the past is once again the future. We see clearly how complete is being's primacy in the whole process. Being as hailing is the poet's future, being ashailed is the poet's past, which imposes the thoughts he must think. The intermediary between being as future and being as past is the emissary of being itself, the north wind. What comes from the poet? Only the willingness that it be so. 66 Such is the structure of the poet's thinking upon the past. We can discern it again in that privileged form of recollection which is the poetic dialogue. For through this are uttered the thoughts that lie deep in the poet's heart. These thoughts are what the heart desires by reason of the determination within its very essence. Such thoughts as these are the primordial poem of the holy, disclosed to the poet on the great festal day as that which he must bring into words. Such was his commitment. Through the dialogue, he thinks upon this visitation that still perdures, past, in him, and for his part he ills that it be so. He acquiesces in his destiny and, consenting to it thus, he brings into words, present, that which is still coming to him, future. What the poet wills is that which is willed by the holy in the desires that spring from the foundations of his heart, his commitment. This commitment does not come to the poet simply because he wills it, but, because this is the still unarticulated poem, of the holy. That is why he must desire it poetic-wise as that which is still. 67 Past, future, and present fuse into the single structure of the poetic dialogue, because the poet lets it be so. There is one more important point to make. The nature of the poetic destiny to which the poet consents is such that he must show forth being as source insofar as it continually recedes and thus becomes steadfast ground. By thinking upon the past, he abides near the source without ever hoping to traverse the measureless distance that separates him from it. It is thus that he respects the mystery of the source and, according to his means, articulates the mystery in words. 68 For him to consent to his poetic nature is to consent to this law of being's disclosure that is fulfilled in him, law dictated to being by reason of its own negativity. May we not discern in all this the fundamental structure of what we have learned to call resolve? Reduced to its essentials, this may be understood as that freely adopted attitude of their being by which it consents to its own situation that it be a process in which being becomes manifest, but according to the law of finitude. This consent achieves authenticity. In their being is transcendence, because it is the power to project being, here the poet is a power through which being is originated. In the complete negativity of their being is symbolized by its thrownness, here the poet is commit to a poetic destiny insofar as he is thrown by being. In the voice of conscience calls their being to achieve itself, here the noiseless voice of the north wind bids the poet achieve his poetic task. In response to the voice of conscience consists in their being's willingness to be called, here the poet's response to being's hail is his willingness to be hailed. In their being's achievement of itself is the attaining of authenticity, here the poet's achieving of the poetic function consists in making his own what is genuinely proper to him. In the process of concern is grounded in original time which founds history, here the process of poetizing is tridirectional time, which grounds history for both the poet and his people. In the principal method by which their being achieves authenticity as a historical process is through retrieve, here the principal method by which the poet achieves authentic utterance is through thinking upon the past, retrieve. In the whole process of their being is the coming to pass of truth in the midst of beings, so that they may be manifest in their ontological dimension, here the process of poetizing, taken as a whole, is the coming to pass of language in such a way that form is suffused with fire. If in all this we were asked to explain how the north wind metaphor fits into the earlier pattern, would it be possible to explain it simply by taking it to represent the relation between being and their being as such? Perhaps this is forcing the evidence. In any case, the general parallelism seems clear. What would be the principal difference between Resolve in the earlier work and now? The difference between Heidegger I and Heidegger II. See thought. All this is very interesting, but what has it to do with thought? The problem is hardly thematized in the two essays, references are relatively rare. With one major exception, we are forced to work largely in the oblique, but the results are worthwhile. The analysis of the poetic process had central to it a type of thought, a thinking upon the past, which now we can call once more recollection. Yet a poet's thought must be distinguished carefully from that of the thinker. The extraordinary SC. Being opens itself up and opens up the open only in poetizing, or in thinking, but in a manner separated from poetry, by a chasm of difference, and in a time all its own. 69. Our task, then, is to try to understand how this chasm is to be understood and what is the time proper to thought. The poet is a man of the people, but he cannot accomplish his task without help. Even when an authentic word is uttered, as we know already, there is a risk that in thoughtless repetition it may lose its power to disclose the holy and become a mere verbal expression. But once the poet utters it, it becomes common property, and he can no longer keep it under his protection. He needs, then, assistance, someone to guard the full import of his words and help the people comprehend it. Those who help him thus are his true kinsmen. They are the thinkers. 70 The thinker apparently is dispensed from that specific aspect of the poet's concern which consists in uttering the mystery, but not from all concurrence in the process. If the thinker need not utter the mystery, he must at least attend to the poetic utterance so that thereby he may be the first to learn from the poet the essence of the homeland, see what it means to abide near the source in its mystery. The thinker, then, must heed the poetic word, think upon it, so that it be given its proper sense, that this sense be retained, that it be made perceptible to his less discerning countrymen. But because the word, once uttered, slips away from the protection of the poet in his concern, it is not easy for him, if he remains alone, to hold fast in its truth the knowledge he has uttered with regard to the nearness of being that is continually in reserve. That is why he turns to others who by their effort at recollection help his poetical word to be understood, so that by this comprehension the homecoming of every man may come to pass, although for each according to the manner of his own individual commitment. 71. In the foregoing, we should note in the first place that the thinker's task, like the poet's, is a recollection, hence retrieve. The past in this case is that disclosure of the holy that still is a shaving been captured in words by the poet. The structure of such a thought will likewise be temporo-historical and, as such, concerned with the future that is still coming to himself and to his people through the poet. All that we have said about the structure of recollection as a thinking upon the past can be applied now in a proper way to thought. Secondly, we should note that what is common to both the poet's and the thinker's recollection is that the concern of both is identical, being as negatived, mystery. What differentiates them, apparently, is that the poet's principal concern is to utter being in words, the thinker's to attend to being thus revealed in poetic utterance. This helps a little toward clarity. But when we realize that the poet, too, must attend to being before he can utter it and that the thinker as well must bring it to utterance after having attended to it, the waters are muddied again. However this may be, the uttering and attending to being is what we have called the original dialogue. 72 We infer, then, that the kinship that exists between poet and thinker is the same as that between two partners in the same dialogue. That the thinker for his part may utter his comprehension of what the poet has said, as Heidegger has done in these essays, and thus open up the possibility of extending the dialogue to others, v.g. ourselves, does not alter the fundamental structure of dialogue between poet and thinker. The poet-thinker relation suggests comparison with the creator-conserver relationship in terms of a work of art. We find the same duality suggested in a completely different context with the distinction between the making fast and holding fast of ground. To be sure, holding fast is something different from making fast. Neither can replace the other. That is why when it comes to holding fast what has sprung forth, art must step back. 73. And yield its place to another. May we understand art here to signify creation and other to signify conservation, SC thought. Yet such a hypothesis hardly squares with the following. Recall that the poet must pass through a condition of expatriation before becoming repatriated in his native land, where he then abides near the source as source. Now, the thinker thinks on the condition of expatriation, which for him is not a state of passage but the condition in which he is at home. The thoughtful interrogation of the poet on the other hand poetizes the condition of repatriation. 74. Resume. In Homecoming and Recollection we find fully elaborated the conception of poetizing that was discernible already under a different metaphor in As When Upon a Day of Rest. In effect, poetizing is a process in which the holy being addresses the poet and he responds by forming this address into words. From one point of view, that of being, the address is a mittance in which the holy conceals itself even in revealing itself, SC is mystery. From the viewpoint of the poet, the response is a recollection, retrieve, temporo-historical in structure, where being comes, future, through what is as having been, past, and is made present in words when the poet accedes to the hail. This acceding has all the characteristics of resolve. The pattern of recollection avails for thought as well as for poetizing, a fact that accounts for their affinity, even if it cannot as yet adequately explain their difference. There are other difficulties, too. How are we to understand a domination of being that is nevertheless dependent on their being in order to be ground, origin, etc.? How explain the structure of with being, SZ affirmed but did not analyze it, HD supposes but does not explain it, that permits poet-thinker to ground the history of a people? How explain philosophically the nature of the experience of being essential to the poetic process and here described only in metaphors, voyage, fire, etc.? How explain precisely the difference between the authentic language of a people which is uttered in poetic fashion and the language of the poet himself as formed into poems, SC the difference between original poetizing and poesy? Chapter 6. What is Metaphysics? Epilogue. 1943 was a prolific year. Besides the concluding part of the Hegel seminar and the interpretations occasioned by the Hölderlin centenary, the fourth edition of WM appeared with an important epilogue. WW, maturing since 1930, reached the public for the first time and the university lecture courses were concerned with the pre-Socratics. Of all these, the most significant for our purposes is, perhaps, the famous epilogue. 15 years had passed since WM was delivered and first published. During this time, the author's thought had matured and become clarified, there could no longer be any doubt, the foregoing analyses make it abundantly clear, as to the fundamental direction of his own search for the sense of being. On the other hand, criticism born of misunderstanding, SC based upon an interpretation of the early work that did not correspond to the direction he himself actually had taken, had been abundant. Yet what had the critics to guide them since WM, except PW, published in war-torn Berlin, 1942, and the first two Hölderlin interpretations, which, taken alone, could present little more than a riddle? It was time for a mise au point. The epilogue clarifies WM just as the letter on humanism will clarify SC. In fact, we have every right to consider the present essay as the first draft of HB. A. The argument. The epilogue is structured as a reply to the critics, who, in one way or another, had claimed, that meditation on non-being, as that alone which gives sense to metaphysics, is in effect a pure nihilism, 2. That an acceptance of anxiety as a privileged disposition is to raise cowardice to the level of a philosophical virtue by which being, SC non-being, is disclosed. 3. That the critique of logic is a renunciation of all rigorous thought. 2. If we strip the author's reply down to its essentials, it may be summarized thus: R. Non-being is not an absolute nothing but being itself, considered, however, as other than beings, when beings are taken as the starting point of the consideration. This completely other to all beings is non-being, and non-being as the other two beings is the veil of being. 3. 2. The anxiety in question is not an emotional state on the antic level of some psychological subject but the most fundamental modification of the ontological disposition that forms part of their being's structure. By reason of this modification, being is disclosed in their being as non-being, so that their being learns to experience being in, through, and as non-being. Once we learn to experience being for itself, as the Hölderlin interpretations tried to do, without taking beings directly as the starting point, the fundamental disposition in their being becomes less anxiety than awe. In any case, acquiescence to anxiety thus understood, far from being a surrender to pusillanimity, constitutes that stout-hearted openness unto being that alone can found genuine valor. 43 The critique of logic is less a denial of value than an insistence upon limitation, for at best logic is equipped to deal with beings, not being. And it is gratuitous to assume that, because logic can make claim to exactitude in thought, it has a monopoly on all rigor. 5 It is with non-logical but rigorous thought that we are concerned. Such is foundational thought, and now in 1943 let us note it with due solemnity. The formula in its characteristic sense finally appears clearly in the present text. Foundational thought designates the effort to overcome metaphysics, and Heidegger insists that such was the purpose of the question that gave WM its title in the first place. The question "what is metaphysics?" arises from a thinking that already has entered into the overcoming of metaphysics. 6 To the extent that it poses the being question, the statement is obviously true, to the extent that it suggests by innuendo that WM already was engaged in the thinking of being in the sense that this conception is elaborated in the rest of the epilogue. The statement is misleading, for such thought implies the reversal of 1930, the passage from Heidegger I, who wrote WM, to Heidegger II, who writes the epilogue. By the same token, the Heidegger of 1943 perceives much more clearly than the Heidegger of 1929 that the grounding of metaphysics cannot be achieved from the inside but only from the outside, through a complete conquest. The Nietzsche analyses had made this clear. Between the text and the epilogue there is continuity, to be sure, but the continuity of growth. Let this suffice to indicate how misleading it is to read WM in its present form as a book, without adverting to the difference of level that separates text, 1929, from epilogue, 1943, and both from the introduction, 1949. One more point is worth stressing before we go to the problem of thought itself. The entire drift of the epilogue is toward an analysis of that type of thinking which overcomes metaphysics by meditating being as truth, where truth is, of course, the process of and eloc. By implication, being truth has a sense in itself, can and must be thought for itself. This need not imply that being can ever be by itself, or that the ontological difference as such is any less important to the author now than before. On the contrary, it is out of the coming to pass of and eloc that the ontological difference arises. But as in M. 1935, so, too, here. The author speaks of thinking being as if this were a preliminary question to the interrogation of the ontological difference. Being, as the source of all beings, and such certainly is the sense of the Hölderlin interpretations we have just seen, is conceived as encompassing them all, therefore as including and giving rise to the ontological difference. This explains such phrases as in being, every mittance unto beings is in its origin already complete, 7 and the similar remark that appeared in the early pages of SZ. Being is the absolutely transcendent. This permits us to understand the following remark. It pertains to the truth of being that being indeed while comes to presence without beings, but that a being never is without being. Where comes to presence is taken to be the domination of all beings by being as truth, which it is the task of thought to interrogate. Given the context, is there anything surprising about the remark? Certainly not. The surprise comes in 1949. B. Thought. I. The address of being. We restrict our remarks to the problem of thought. What distinguishes Heidegger I from Heidegger II, Hence the level of Wm, which also attempted to think being, from that of the epilogue, is the fact that in the latter it is being that clearly holds the primacy in disclosing itself. The difference becomes apparent as soon as we examine the author's treatment of anxiety. In Wm, anxiety was a disposition by which their being discovers itself in the midst of the ensemble of beings as already having been attuned to them. It revealed a state of accomplished fact, their being's thrownness, nothing more. Here anxiety is an attunement in their being of which being itself, so to speak, calls the tune. For being has, better, perhaps, is, that noiseless voice which makes itself heard in their being, attuning it so with the attunement of anxiety that their being may learn, if it will, to experience being itself, though under the guise of non-being. It is through anxiety that being lights up in man its own relation to man's essence. This noiseless voice is a call to their being, an appeal that comports its own exigencies but proceeds from the bounty of being as an event of great moment. Yet this bounty is not free from all indigence, for being needs its there in order that it find its domain in historical humanity. 10. Where its truth can be preserved. From this need arises being's bestowal of itself on their being in the self-disclosure through attunement. The function of the bestowal, then, is to appeal to their being to take upon itself the charge of playing watchman to being as truth. The event of truth, then, is that coming to pass by which being directs its appeal to their being for the sake of the truth of being itself. 11. But is all this disclosed to their being by anxiety? We need not interpret the author so. Being as truth, bounty, graciousness, gunst, grace, huld, appeal, etc. are, after all, more than being simply as non-being. Let us retain, being's self-disclosure to their being takes the form of a voiceless appeal that is made manifest through their being's attunement. The attunement corresponding to being under the guise of non-being is anxiety. To other types of disclosure correspond other forms of attunement, chief among which is awe, yet even anxiety, in disclosing non-being, reveals inestimable wealth, for it manifests, the wonder of all wonders, that beings are. 12. 2. The response of their being. Being's appeal to their being is made manifest not in any of man's faculties but in the depths of his essence. In fact, it is the decisive characteristic of this essence. Their being's response must be equally profound, equally complete, and come to pass in this essence itself. The coming to pass of this response is foundational thought. In the most general terms, foundational thought can be described as an acquiescence. Let us examine the author's formulae separately before trying to say anything more precise. A. Thought is experience. Thought finds its wellspring in an experience of the truth of being, in which attunement, v.g. anxiety, plays an essential role. 1. A further analysis of the nature of the experience is not given. Presumably it is to be inferred from the other characteristics which follow. B. Thought is consent. When being as non-being makes its appeal to their being through the mediation of anxiety, their being's response should be a readiness for anxiety, a willingness to undergo its rigors that by fulfilling all of being's exigencies effectively says yes to its appeal thus expressed. 14. C. Thought is self-diffusion. When being addresses their being in more positive fashion than simply as non-being, their being's response is likewise characterized more positively. Their being pours itself out completely in the task being demands of it, sc. to give being a place of disclosure among men. Thought pours itself out in being for the sake of the truth of being. As this becomes manifest in being's. 15. D. Thought is self-surrender. Their being surrenders its entire essence to being's need for this place of disclosure. L6. E. Thought is self-assumption. Being entrusts itself to their being in order that their being assume the charge of watching over its truth. But this guardianship comes to pass by reason of their being's relation to being, which being itself has established and which constitutes the very essence of their being. For their being to assume this charge, then, means to assume itself as the consistent relation to being. It is self-assumption. 17. F. Thought is an echoing of being. The proper answer of their being to being's muted voice is to let it reverberate with such fidelity that their being's thought is but an echo of this voice, endorsed, however, by their being's liberty so that it can be called their being's own thought. 1s. G. Thought is docility. Such faithful echoing of being's voice is a docility to it that is both observant and heedful of its demands. 19. H. Thought is assistance to being. It alleviates being's need for a place of disclosure in historical humanity and thereby helps it to be itself. 20. I thought is an offering. This self-diffusive surrender to being is a gift to being that belongs to the order of sacrifice. Part of this sacrifice is the foregoing of attachment to the antic in order to be at home in the process of truth that being is bringing to pass. That is why foundational thought is so foreign to the reckoning of calculative thinking. That is why, too, it can bring no tangible success as evidence of its efficacy. Such accoutrements pertain to the order of beings, not being. For the same reason, we can speak of thought as a type of noble poverty, because the being with which it deals is so supremely simple and intangible. Yet this looks at being still from the point of view of beings. In itself, being is a genuine wealth that thought possesses only in self-surrender. This paradox of poverty and wealth is proper to thought as offering. 21. J. Thought is commerce. Despite its great poverty, thought never becomes so detached from the ontic level of their being that it has nothing to do with beings. On the contrary, it is achieved in continual intercourse. After all, it is by thought that the truth of being is preserved for beings. 22. K. Thought is freedom. The self-surrender involved in their being's offering to being, though solicited by being's need for a place of disclosure among men, is made completely without constraint, for their being simply lets being be in and through itself. Such letting be is freedom. What is more, this freedom in their being derives from the abyss of all freedom, which is the non-concealment of being as truth. All that their being adds is consent that it be so. The consent suffices to make thought belong to their being, yet in another sense we can say that being itself, since it is the source of their being's freedom and holds the initiative in the disclosure of truth, is the origin of thought. Foundational thinking is an event of being. 23. One thought is thanks. This liberating self-surrender of their being to being as it comes to pass in the event of truth is more than simply a response to being's appeal, it is a profound and total gesture of gratitude, the only fitting one, for this marvelous bounty. Thought thus understood becomes the wellspring of all gratitude in man. To think in foundational fashion, then, is to thank. In both cases, their being accepts, their being reciprocates. 24. Thought is a historical process. The point is not thematized, but it is latent everywhere, insofar as the essence of man, on whom being bestows its bounty, is historical. One sentence, however, suggests at least that thought here is discerned as having the same temporal structure as in H.D. Foundational thought, heeds being, and knows in it the arrival, not yet thought out, of the ineluctable. 25. N. Thought is interrogation. WM was essentially the posing of a question and, as such, it was moving already in the direction of foundational thought. Interrogation, then, can be an important form of thinking. Thought as interrogation is a step-by-step advance towards an answer which, in turn, contains within it a momentum toward further interrogation, and which imposes the responsibility of probing deeper and further into origins. A better example of such spiral interrogation than WM would be WW. The concluding note to WW, 1930, added in the same year as the text we are now examining, 1943, remarks: the successive steps of the interrogation are in themselves a way of thinking that, instead of offering presentations and concepts, experiences, and proves itself as a transformation in the relation to being. So, interrogation of such a type is a form of the experience of the relation to being that is foundational thought. If we put all this together and reduce it to the bare essentials, what do we have? Being, in order to be itself, to come to pass as the truth of beings, needs a there in which to disclose itself. In disclosing itself to there in there, being bids there achieve itself as there and thus help being bring to pass the disclosure in all its fullness. The there being, achieves itself and this disclosure by thinking being. There being thinks being to the extent that it achieves itself, self-assumption, as the there of being. This is done by collaborating in the event by letting being have its way, hold sway in it, therefore consent, self-diffusion, self-surrender, echo, docility, offering. The process is temporo-historical in structure and achieved in commerce with beings, but the fundamental sense of it is simply the process of liberty by which their being, as the there of being, lets itself. And therefore being, be. Now if we make allowances for the fact that being is profoundly negatived, a thesis that will regain the center of the stage very soon, this process is exactly what SZ called resolve. 3. Thought and language. Insofar as foundational thought is an answer to the call of being, it may be conceived as a word of response, which gives rise to enunciation in articulated words. The thinker's docility to being comports a careful concern for the use of words, if by these words the truth of being is to come to expression. But between the word of response and the external enunciation of language, there may be a long period of incubation when the thinker, despite his foundational response to being, in fact because of it, remains externally speechless, yet it is only, from the long-guarded speechlessness and the careful clarification of the domain that is illuminated thereby that the utterance of a thinker comes. 27. But is not this exactly what we have called poetizing? Indeed. Of similar origin is the naming process of the poet. 28. For all their similarity, poetizing and thought, however, are separated by a chasm of difference. Thinker and poet may enter into dialogue, yet they dwell near one another on mountains far apart, hold Erlen. But once more we ask, what precisely is the difference? We are told. The thinker utters being. The poet names the holy. 29. But this is a help only if we know the difference between being and the holy, and everything we have seen so far leads us to identify them. Heidegger sees the problem and deliberately leaves it open. Resume. If there is continuity between text, 1929, and epilogue, 1943, of W.M., there is clearly development, too. Non-being is but the veil of being, which discloses itself as non-being through anxiety in there, for which it calls the tune. But there are other types of attunement, v.g. by which being can disclose itself as bounty, bestowal, graciousness, grace. Being, then, is conceived much more positively than in 1929. Furthermore, thought is response to being, thus disclosed, complete acquiescence in its initiative, and the appeal-response theme places us clearly in the context of the reciprocal hail of the Hold-Erlen analyses of the same year. Thought is the process by which their being freely lets itself be as beings there and retains the same structure as resolve in SZ. Chief difference, passage from Heidegger I to Heidegger II. Chapter 7. A0 EIA Heraclitus FG 16. In the same year that W.M. EP appeared, Heidegger devoted his lecture courses to a study of the Pre-Socratics, Parmenids, winter semester, 1942-43, and the beginnings of Western thought, SC. Heraclitus, summer semester, 1943. These crystallized later, at least partially, in edited form in the Heraclitus, VA, and Anaximander, HW, studies. In content, both come from the same level of Heidegger's development, though in form the Anaximander analysis was not edited until 1946. We understand all three of these texts, then, to form an integral whole. That the author should entitle his essay on Heraclitus AA and ETX1 is noteworthy, for the text to be analyzed, FG 16, does not contain the word, nor does the author emphasize the fact that his theme is specifically the problem of truth. but the point is obvious, for the essay deals with the lighting up process of beings, and the point is to make clear that the lighting process is never undiluted revealment but comports shadows, concealment, therefore non-light as well. It is an essay on truth, but truth in its negativity, finitude. Hence, there is a close affinity between the present work and W.W., published 1943, meditating as it does the negativity of truth, mystery, errance. Furthermore, since truth and being are one, the being to be thought by foundational thinking, W.M., E.P., is always finite. The fragment in question, FG 16, reads, ROFL of 6v1 EO re, N and C, RLV RDC, M and OL, and Heidegger interprets it to mean, how could A0 EIA anyone remain concealed from the process of light which never disappears into concealment because always emerging from it? 2. The justification of such a reading does not matter very much, as far as we are concerned. We dispense with the resume of the argument and pass immediately to the general remarks, A being, B there being, C thought. A. Being. The author appeals once more to Pucker to explain Heraclitus' conception of being. As before, the key phrase is, Pucker tends to conceal itself, SC necessarily comports negativity. Self-revealment not only never puts concealment aside but needs it in order to come to presence as itself, as revealment. 3. Revealment and concealment are, then, mutually correlated in such a way that they constitute but one identical process. This is the sense that the author gives to L8 UV6V1 to Re of FGR6. He finds a special nuance in Lux expresses simply a negation, absence. M. He claims, suggests what another terminology would call a privation, SC that which it negatives comsto presence, but always as other than itself. This is important for the proper conception of seeming to be, but the point is not developed here. An interesting corollary, Heidegger claims that it is the self-retracting, self-retaining character of being that is the original meaning of reticence, awe. Are we not to infer, then, that the reticence in their being, which is one fundamental type of attunement that may serve as a means of summoning the thinker to his task and may, indeed, accompany foundational thought, has its origin in being itself as reticent, inasmuch as it is intrinsically finite? 4. Of special importance in the present essay is the manner in which the author finds this reveal concealment of being as the common denominator of all the words that most significantly characterize Heraclitean thought. If self-concealing and self-revealing constitute complementary movements in one identical process, the uniqueness and unity of the process are what Heraclitus means by the one. AP, LOVLYJ, in this unique process, there is a perfect complementation of positive and negative, a meshing of both into the common pattern of a single comprehensive arrangement. These terms, mutual complementation and pattern of arrangement, anticipate the analysis of these words in the Anaximander study, where they receive their full resonance. ZLJV, from the stem ZA-, this word has, prior to the sense of living, a more primary meaning that can be identified with Pukrik. 2 Up, the fire which characterizes the X6CR, LOC, is to be understood in the same sense as that dominating power that gathers its force together, therefore maic, into the process of coming to presence that comports congenital negativity. IL61 ELOC, the aboriginal discord through which both gods and men come to presence is the harmonious contention between positivity and negativity in the coming to pass of truth. In all of this, what is essential is to realize that Heraclitus, in the multiplicity of different names, Prince A, CX, V, thinks the fullness of the essence of what fundamentally is identical, 5sc the process of emergence that endures as being that is negatived. B. Their being. Clearly their being is not a subject in any sense that modern philosophy in general and idealism in particular have given the term, whereby man in one way or another is the radiating center of non-concealment. Here the opposite is the case. As Heidegger sees it, Heraclitus meditates the relationship between man and being, and thinks man in terms of this relationship. How is the relationship to be understood? Their being's relationship to the lighting process is nothing else than the lighting process itself, insofar as it gathers in their being and retains it. 6. In other words, the relation of there to being is the relation of being to its there. But when all is said and done, does this add anything to what we know already? No. What does advance the problem, however, is an explicitation, still rather obscure, of the relation between their being and being as negatived. We are told that the ultimate source of their being's fallenness, and the point is important, is not primarily their being's own laxity but the concealment intrinsic to being itself. That is why the Greeks thought of forgetting, v, as in its origins a condition of being as mittens, where the self-emitting is simultaneously a withdrawal, so profound that it obscures both emitting and withdrawal, sc. being both in its positivity and negativity. This is the primordial obscurity, J and Lj, whence truth emerges. 7. It becomes more clear and more explicit than ever, that the finitude of their being's comprehension of being, and all that this implied in the perspectives of SZ, is founded more originally in the finitude, self-concealment, of being itself whose there it is, that being must be thought in its negativity, if it is to be thought at all, that the thinking of being, the total acquiescence of their being, ep, to being as negatived, aj. and eoc, is clearly the process of resolve, thought. Through to the level of Heidegger too. To endeavor to think being in such a way, this is the genuine sense, Heidegger claims, of Heraclitus' question, how is it possible for a being whose nature it is to be enlightened to be oblivious to the light? See thought. I interrogation. Fundamentally, this is Heidegger's question, too. No wonder he finds it so congenial. This gives us the occasion to signal the first characteristic of thought insofar as it can be disengaged from the essay. Heidegger's thought, as Heraclitus, is interrogative. We must put aside the impetuous self-assurance of everydayness in order to become at home in experiencing a genuine question. Why? Because it is by a question that we best express the primal wonderment that most characterizes authentic thought. This wonderment is familiar to us as the astonishment before the wonder of wonders that beings are. Now it takes on a new cast. What is wonderful here is the fact that the process by which they are comports negativity as well as positivity, sc. the mystery as such of being. Is the wonderment here consciously a translation of the Aristotelian s. or u, j and elv? This is quite plausible. In any case, our task is to yield to Heraclitus' wonderment and thus think being. At every step of the way, our own reflections are but extensions of the original question. 9. This attitude of releasing ourselves unto wonderment by posing the question of being as negatived is in complete concord with that attitude of openness, docility and free surrender that characterizes foundational thought. 2. Dialogue. This effort on Heidegger's part to enter into the Heraclitan question is clearly a thoughtful dialogue. We recognize the structure of the dialogue as analyzed in recollection. The author thinks upon what is as having been, past, which in this case is Heraclitus' fragment. He receives it as still coming, future, with perennial freshness. The present effort limits itself to abiding close to the word of the Heraclitan utterance. This could help, perhaps, to direct an adventive thought into a whole domain of intimations to which we have not yet attended. Lo. Having attended to such intimations, the author tries to render them present by formulating them in language, as Heraclitus did before him. This brings us to a critical point. Heidegger is quite ready to admit that he may be hearing more in Heraclitus' words than they say. But that is precisely the function of adventive thinking, to let the being that Heraclitus brought into words continue to come now to the thinker who again expresses it in language. No one thinker can express by what he says the inexhaustible abundance which being imparts to him in the moment of experience. Even Heraclitus was forced to express being as it disclosed itself to him. There remains hidden in what a thinker says the entire wealth of being that he does not say, cannot say, yet which remains present in what he does say, in mysterious, submerged fashion. We have here in another form the law of being's concealment in revealment. It is the unsaid that is interior to Heraclitus' utterance that Heidegger has sought to express, and thus the whole essay is another example of retrieve. And that the interrogative method is especially adapted to this type of thought is worth remark. Another retrieve. Heidegger seeks to disengage the unsaid from a fragment of Heraclitus to the effect that the common denominator of all Heraclitus' most characteristic terms lies in the fact that the being to be thought in foundational thinking is negatived. Such a retrieve is no relativism and has its own rigor. But what is the nature of that rigor? Chapter 8. A 6 ROE. Heraclitus FG 50. That Heidegger should devote a formal study to J. 6 Joch, in Heraclitus is not at all surprising. What is surprising is that it took him so long to do so. The indices in M were, after all, only incidental to another problematic and deserved elaboration for themselves. The fact is that the problem of J. 6 Joch has been with him since the beginning, if only under the guise of logic. We have only to look at the list of the author's lecture courses and seminars at Freiburg to realize how frequently he recurred to the theme. Point 2 of all these titles, perhaps the most significant for our present purposes, is the lecture course of the summer semester of I 934 prior to M. Prior even to the first of the Hold-Erlen courses, it must be considered as part of the movement of reversal to which WWI 930 bears first witness. According to the students who followed the course, Heidegger declared that his purpose was not to explain conventional logic but to shake it to its foundations in an attempt to develop a new and more original type of thought. This could be done by probing the essence of language, for although logic as a science deals with the laws of thought, this thought crystallizes fundamentally in judgments which are expressed in the language of predication. The laws of language and the laws of thought are, from the beginning, inseparable, and the term logic, the science of thought, derives from A6 in the sense of language. If logic is to be shaken to its foundations, and the necessity of such an effort was made abundantly clear in WM, the most effective method is to probe the nature of language. Hence, because traditional logic, as a science of thought processes, vaunts itself as the supreme and authoritative norm for all determination of being, this claim must now be examined in its origins and relentlessly renewed in terms of an original conception of the essence of language. A. How this was to be done we have some inkling already in the lectures of the following year, 1935, published as M. We recall that there the A6 of Heraclitus was identified on the one hand with Tpugn and on the other with Vodv. We recall, too, that the process of MYELV was also the coming to pass of language. The present essay does nothing but elaborate these themes. As before, we are engaged here in another retrieve, this time of FG So. The convolutions of the argument are less important for us than its general sense, which is to explain how A6 passed from the original meaning of gathering to mean language. This enables us to see more clearly the relation of thought both to being and to language. Let us pass immediately, then, to the general remarks: A being, B there being, C language, D thought. A. Logos as being. A6 we are told, must be understood in terms of MYEW, whose original sense, according to Heidegger, is to lay, whether in the sense of to lay down or to lay before. To lay down side by side is to lay together, hence to bring together. In the sense of gathering or collecting. Such a gathering or collecting, if we consider it closely, is not simply a transient accumulation but suggests a permanence by reason of which what is gathered together is preserved and guarded in its collectedness. The process of laying may be considered, of course, from the point of view of that which is laid, as a lying forth. In this case, the lying forth and the laying which lets it come to pass are correlative in a single process, which we may describe as a letting lie forth in collectedness. It is with this formula that Heidegger describes the genuine sense of /io. Notice in passing, we shall return to the point presently, that this single process may be conceived as proceeding from two directions at once, from that which lies forth, as if it were emerging of itself, from that which lets it lie forth, therefore lets it be, in the sense that it lays the being down, for it is an easy step from here to see that the lying forth in question is an emergence into non-concealment, hence the coming to pass of truth in that which lies forth. But we are not allowed to forget that non-concealment is permeated with negativity, for Lj and Rj not only is prior to and Tlj and Etok but remains intrinsic to it at all times. However this may be, the process of truth which takes place in Anyew is the coming to presence, therefore the being, of beings. Hence to let beings lie forth in collectedness is to let them be. Such a conception of asixia perseveres in Greek thought even as late as Aristotle, and accounts for the fact that there, as we saw in SZ, asixia can mean OC7 tok pok pound veg and oct, SC the process that lets shine forth in illumined self-revelation beings that appear, SC which come to lie forth in the open. S up to this point we have been speaking of /io. What, then, of Aoer, we understand it as the absolutely original source out of which the entire gathering process proceeds. Heidegger claims that Heraclitus' formula FTIVTOC, one in many beings, describes the manner in which Aoer functions. As Aoer is the one, the only, that unifies all beings in the May 6 RO. 493. Selves, insofar as it gathers them into themselves, letting them lie forth in non-concealment as themselves. Because asixio is it may be called the utterly simple. Is likened to a lightning bolt, by reason of which beings are lit up in their being. Shiokta tells us what asixio is. Asixio tells us how Shiokna comes to presence. Both are but one. 6. Briefly, asixio is the being of beings in the ensemble. The word asixio names that which gathers all beings into being and thereby lets them lie forth. 7. An important annotation, the event by which being thus collects itself in beings is also called mit-ins. Two observations are in order. In the first place, the implicit supposition here is that and Shiokta are inseparable. Unless something is gathered together, beings, there simply is no gathering, being. Secondly, the gathering process of asixio may be considered as a letting lie forth of beings in the sense of supplying for them a firm ground, that whereon they may rest firm. 9. It is a simple inference from the first observation to add that just as no beings can be grounded unless ground, asixio comes to pass, so, conversely, ground cannot come to pass except in and through the beings that it grounds. Asixio, being, ground, but one. B. Their being. Asixio, the one, comes to pass in AA.iv. Let us return now to Myo as a letting beings, lie forth and a preserving them in collectedness. The gathering together which is in question here implies that the gatherer is itself gathered together in and through the very process of gathering. We understand this to mean that the gathering process supposes a certain point of concentration. The term is not Heidegger's, which itself must ipso facto be constituted in order that the gathering into unity be accomplished at all. What can we call this gathering point itself? Heidegger does not give it a name. We venture to call it simply a self, understanding by the term the there of being. Which, as we saw in SZ, is a self simply inasmuch as it is transcendence, ekasistence, a unified place of openness unto being among beings. At any rate, when we think of their being as achieving itself, we understand this in the sense of fulfilling the function of a gathering point. Lo, what may be said now about the nature of this gathering point, there, through which the unifying process of asixio is achieved? In the first place, it takes place in the essence of man. Furthermore, it is itself constituted as a self by asixio, for it is part of the gathering process as such. In this sense, we have every right to say that the gathering point of there belongs to asixio. Asixio, then, will always dominate its own gathering point. Yet for all its primacy, A6 Yak, has want of this gathering point in order to be itself, by reason of the very exigencies of the gathering process as such. The there, then, in belonging to A6 Yak, serves its needs. We might call it an attendant of logos. How does the gathering point of there function? Its task is simply to enable the gathering process of A6 Yak, among beings to proceed. The there is the place wherein the process takes place. It must let the process, and therefore itself, be. We have mentioned already that the unified process of laying out of beings may be imagined as proceeding from two different directions. On the one hand, as a lying forth it seems to proceed from the beings themselves. From this point of view, the movement may be considered as proceeding ultimately from A6 Yak. On the other hand, the laying down seems to proceed from the gathering point of there, though ultimately, of course, the there, too, derives its collecting power from A6 Yak. The there must lay out the very same, beings that A6 Yak, lets lie forth in the open, and in the very same way. When this happens, the as of the there as a gathering point core. 10 va, pages 210, I'm gesammelt sammeln Waltet versum lung, 226, Braucht, Spawns, 6 Lafoi Euro LV, with the my Euro LV of the Aboriginal A6 Yo. Correspondence comes, however, at a price. The there must acquiesce to A6 Yo. There's acquiescence brings fulfillment, and, indeed, of a double sort, by acquiescence to A6 Yo. See language. Heidegger's purpose in this essay is not explicitly to probe the nature of thought so much as the nature of language. From this point of view, it is extremely valuable. His thesis is radical and unequivocal. The sense of my Euro LV, which unquestionably means to speak, to say, as it always has been translated, does not pass from one meaning, sc letting lie forth, to another, sc to speak, etc., but the original sense of speaking is nothing less than to let lie forth. Uttering and speaking come to presence as the process of letting lie forth in collectedness everything that comes to presence precisely inasmuch as it is laid out in non-concealment. Point 13. The thesis is elaborated less clearly than it is enunciated, and we are often forced to conjecture. The principal difficulty arises once more from the obscurity as to the relation between A6 Yo, and its there. Making the most of what indices we have, we understand the author to mean, wherever we find alu in the above exposition, we may read to utter, sagen, L. For this will mean that we may understand the A6 Yak, to be the aboriginal utterance, sage, sc the utterance of being, or being as utterance, and human language as having the same relation to aboriginal utterance as the gathering point, among beings, has to the gathering process as such, or as their being has to the being dash, of beings, to which it belongs. Presumably, authentic language comes to pass when their being acquiesces to being as utterance and, true to its commitment, achieves its own authenticity. There are several things to underline here. Firstly, we must insist that for Heidegger the essence of language is not to be sought in terms of sound or meaning, but in the complete identity between uttering in language and letting be manifest. Point 15. We see this conception clearly when the author explains what he understands by name and naming. To name, he claims, is to call forth, in the sense of laying a being out in the open, in such a way that the being can shine forth as what it is. The process of naming, isvo, j.oc, is not the expressing of a word signification but letting something lie forth in that light wherein it takes its stand as a being, simply inasmuch as it has a name. L6. Furthermore, we must realize that authentic utterance takes place only insofar as their being achieves its own authenticity. In this respect, the author was more explicit in an aside during the physics seminar, 1940, than in 1944, at least according to the text we have at our disposal. In 1940, he remarked that J. Ermaic, signifies that relationship, on the ground of which beings slow as such gather themselves for the first time around man and for him. And because man is only insofar as he comports himself with beings as such, revealing them and concealing them, man can and must have the word, sc utter the being of beings. The words, however, that daily language uses are only the leftovers of the original word, and on the basis of these man never finds his way back again to beings except on the ground of, JLV 17. Such aj, and YLV as this occurs when human language concurs, lo/oi, v, completely with the aboriginal utterance of being, sc with the being of beings as utterance, lb by letting beings lie forth in the open as what they are, their being concurs with the process of a6-yak, which is the process that gathers these beings at once unto themselves and unto itself as aboriginal utterance. In concurrence, authentic language comes to pass. Notice that in this moment, language, insofar as it proceeds from their being, is fundamentally an attending to the still more original utterance of a6-yak, being, itself as articulated in the beings that now come to presence insofar as this concurrence lets them be. L9 by such an attending, their being surrenders to its commitment as an attendant of being, in complete acquiescence in being's intimations. So it comes about that Heidegger, retrieving as he does the original sense of /ilv, thinks, the essening of language in terms of the essening of being, indeed as this essening itself, 20 and from now on, to bring something into language means always to guard being in the coming to presence of language, sc by letting a6-yak, shine forth in, through, and as words. 21 to the extent that a6-yak, is ground, then to bring a6-yak, into language is to join in the grounding of ground. This helps us to give a sense to the theses, that poetizing is an originating, grounding, of being as origin, ground, that every work of art, because an originating of truth, being, origin, ground, is in its essence a poetizing. D. Thought. What the essay tells us about thought is minimal, but what it shows us by way of example is important. We have a right to understand J.OLOIV to be not only the coming to pass of language but also the process of thought, for insofar as the TOIV of OIJ.O is conceived as proceeding from there in a direction opposite to the movement of a6-yak, and bringing it to a point of concentration, there is no other way to understand it except in terms of OIV. What does the essay permit us to say of thought, once we interpret thought as OIJ.OLOIV? Firstly, that thought belongs to a6-yak, as an attendant, insofar as it proceeds from a6-yak. Hence, what it lays out in the open, sc lets be, manifest, does not have its origin in thought as such but ultimately in the a6-yak, wherein thought reposes. 22 In this sense, the coming to pass of thought is always an event of the primal a6-yak, itself, by which a6-yak, appropriates for itself that domain among beings of which it has want. Proceeding thus from a6-yak, thought is clearly the thinking of a6-yak. Point 23 Furthermore, thought not only belongs but attends to a6-yo, and it is precisely by attending that thought achieves the task of attendance in all its authenticity. For the attendant itself gathers their being into its own fullness in endeavoring to respond to the demands and intimations of a6-yo coming to it through beings. How is authenticity achieved? By a comportment through which thought commits itself completely to a6-yo. And this comportment is described not only according to the metaphor of hearing but also of sight, anticipating thus the double modality of thought that we shall find in WD. It is important here to note only that both metaphors fuse into the conception of that complete abandonment and docility which we saw to characterize thought in the epilogue to WM. Proceeding from a6-yo and attending to it, thought is the thinking of a6-yo in a twofold fashion. Point 24 The coming to presence of thought is profoundly a historical process. On the one hand, a6-yo emits itself among beings. On the other, their being, through thought, commits itself in free surrender to a6-yo thus bestowed, thereby fulfilling its own commitment as a there. This fusion of the emitting of a6-yo and the self, committing of its there through thought is what constitutes the coming to pass of mittance as such, which is the structural unity of intermittence, being as history. Point 25 Notice, that the primacy in the process belongs clearly to a6yo, that the correspondence of thought is, however, necessary to the process, that thought is genuinely historical, not by reason of itself but by reason of the a6yo to which it does no more than respond, that the mittance takes place as the coming to presence of beings in their totality, Ev2 and VT 9.26. Now what Heidegger is trying to do is to retrieve the mittance of being to Heraclitus that took place at the beginning of Western thought. But notice that despite his apparently meticulous care to expound the original sense of a6yot, he does not really claim to be saying what Heraclitus said, but rather what he did not say. That is very clear when it comes to explaining the correlation between a6yok, as the process of letting lie forth in the open and as the coming to pass of language. A6yot does not lose one meaning and gain another, but language in its origin is the process of letting be manifest. The Greeks, he claims, experienced this identity but did not, even Heraclitus did not, think it as such. Nowhere do we find any trace of the fact that the Greeks thought the essening of language immediately out of the essening of being. 27. On the contrary, from the very beginning, language was always interpreted in terms of phonetics and expression. Yet even if no one comprehended it as such, nevertheless the genuine sense of language comes into the words which Heraclitus used when he thought being in terms of a6yot. We have here a classic example of a mittance of being bestowed upon a thinker and uttered in his words, yet with such reserve that it withdrew from the thinker himself even in the bestowal, hiding, indeed, its own withdrawal. 28. Heidegger's task has been to retrieve this mittance precisely in its withdrawal and thus achieve in his own historical moment an authentic response to a mittance of being. Such a retrieve, of course, does not dissolve the essential mystery that accounts for the entire process, but it does recognize it as such and thereby preserves it in its original freshness. Briefly, Heidegger's own interpretation of language is not attributed as such to Heraclitus but results from his own freewheeling effort to think being that only takes its lead from what Heraclitus said and then proceeds to think the unthought. 29. With regard to being as the to be thought in foundational thinking, there is one point which strikes a new note that will re-echo later. Up to this point we have underlined the fact that the search for the sense of being has been an effort to understand it as the process of truth out of which the ontological difference arises. But the emphasis has been given to being itself, on the grounds, as M said explicitly, that this is a necessary preliminary to interrogating the ontological difference as such. Heidegger poses the question of the relationship between a6yok, being, and its gathering point, there, or, as we may say now, thought, and then declares not only what comes to presence in the myev of O, J.OAI4 but also what comes to presence in the .iv of a6yo has at once a still more original derivation in the simple middle point between them. Is there for human thought a way to reach this middle point? AO. Notice, that the question presupposes the complete correlation, therefore interdependence, of being and beings, that this middle point is really the ontological difference as such, which now emerges unequivocally as his principal theme, confirmed by the otherwise inexplicable phrase, difference as difference. 31. That the question whether or not the ontological difference as such is thinkable is posed but not answered, that the question is purely Heideggerian and bears testimony to his relentless pursuit of an always more fundamental, always receding source. It would be difficult to exaggerate the importance of the step we have accomplished here, and only the development that follows will enable us to see that in these few pages we touch the heart of Heidegger's whole endeavor. Being, a6yok is at once aboriginal truth, ground, utterance. Their being, as the concentrating point of the gathering process, is brwtoi, v. Whether under the guise of poetizing or of thought, their being corresponds with a6yok, and thereby helps it come to pass as truth, as ground, as utterance. Since being in its truth is at once aboriginal utterance, we may discern the sense of being gastruth by interrogating language. That is why the Hölderlin analyses, in groping for the sense of poetizing, are an unswerving interrogation of N.T-9 EOC. the suggestion of some middle point between A6 Yok and its there suggests a new aspect of the being process, which it is the task of foundational thought to think. Chapter 9. Towards an analysis of release. Nihilism in terms of being as history. The dialogue on the nature of thought between scientist, savant, and master reached the public only in 1959 but dates from 1944 to 45.1. Who the scientist and savant are we are not told, but who the master is there can be, indeed, no doubt. From the same period, 1944 to 46, comes as well another essay on Nietzsche, entitled Nihilism in Terms of Being as History, which appeared in 1961.2. The latter, however, is so clearly a complement to the former that it seems best to treat them as one. Towards an analysis of release. A. Being. We come to the heart of the matter at once when we say that being is conceived here as an open domain, or as a broad expanse that is utterly free, wherein beings may while, and whose special magic consists in gathering together every being unto itself and all beings unto one another in the whiling process of repose within themselves. 3. Clearly, being is still understood as a gathering process, A6 Yok, even if now it goes by the name of expanse, Gannett. It is that domain, which in gathering beings together opens itself up in such a way as to establish and maintain the open which permits every being to emerge and repose within itself as what it is. 4. Especially valuable in the present essay is a precision about the relationship between being, A6 Yo, open, expanse, in the sense that we speak of it now, and being as horizon of transcendence, in the sense that we spoke of it in KM. The difference is this: to speak of being as horizon implies, no matter how we nuance it, that we take man as the center of reference and horizon as man's field of vision, within which beings appear as objects to man as subject. Horizon and transcendence are experienced therefore in terms of objects and of our presentation, and determined only with a view to objects and our presentation of them. 5. This is true, even when with Kant we speak of things in themselves as distinguished from beings as they appear, for things in themselves are thought in reference to beings as they appear by a thought that is equally representative in either case. 6. This does not mean, of course, that man himself constitutes the field of vision as such, but it does mean that the effort to get beyond the subject-object relationship by resorting to terms such as horizon and transcendence remains itself inescapably conditioned by a subject-centered thinking that it strives to renounce. The passage from the Heidegger of KM, R 929, to the Heidegger of WW, R 930, seems to have consisted, then, in the discovery that even the horizon of transcendence was in itself open before it could function as a field of vision. The field of vision is therefore an open domain, whose openness does not come to it simply because we behold it, any more than the shining forth of beings as objects that we discover there is completely our own doing. 7. Being as horizon, then, is only the side of the encompassing open that is turned toward us. In this case the open is filled with our gaze upon the visage of what shines forth to presentative thought as objects, so that we may say that in revealing itself as horizon being conceals itself as the open. What interests Heidegger too is precisely the open as such. What is this open itself, when we prescind from the fact that it can shine forth also as horizon of our presentation? 9. The dialogue, however, has as its theme the nature of thought, sc. the thinking of being as expanse. If we keep the focus for a moment on being, we discover that once more being maintains the initiative in the process. For thought comes about only because being has want of it, indeed to such an extent that, without thought it cannot come to presence as it does. 10. That is why being appropriates to man his own proper nature, which consists in the fact that he is released, Gelassenheit, unto being. Thus it is that from the very beginning, sc. according to the very origins of his nature, man belongs to being as its own. We may even say, although Heidegger does not put it into these words, that in appropriating to man his nature, being appropriates him to itself, and it is this double appropriation that we try to suggest by saying that man by nature is an attendant of being, whose proper task is to attend to it. This whole process Heidegger characterizes by a new name. If we try to follow his wordplay, then, recalling that being has been called here a free expanse, we may suggest this appropriation of man to being as expanse by calling it the expanding of man. The awkwardness of the expression is redeemed to some extent if a very radical, expandera, reading of the word detects the suggestion of an opening up to the open. In this case, we may interpret the expanding to mean the constituting of man as ekasistence, which, if we resort to the language of Heidegger we may understand as the throwing of the there. In any case, this expanding of man by which being throws or, according to the present terminology, releases man into ekasistence, is what we mean by the relation of being to man. That the whole process of expanding should assume the guise of a hail, or an address to man, is natural enough after recollection, but the conception will not be elaborated until W.D. 1952.12. b. Thought. Up to this point we have considered thought from the viewpoint of the being that it thinks. When we shift the focus to man himself, what does the essay tell us? Briefly this, that thought, to the extent that it proceeds from man, is in reciprocal relation to thought as it proceeds from being. This and only this. The relation must be comprehended in all its purity, and this means that it must be considered as sustained in its own essence as a relation by the term to which it refers. L3 More precisely, how is this to be understood? Thought in man as relation to being may be conceived in two distinct moments, both of which have being as origin as well as term. The first is the basic structure of man as ecstatic openness to the open, as expansion to the expanse. This we may call thought in the broad sense and understand it to be simply existence as such. The second moment we call thought in the strict sense, whereby the structural relationship is brought to its authentic fulfillment. In the present essay, this second moment of thought is called waiting, and we shall examine it in detail presently. Here we wish only to insist that thoughtless waiting is grounded in a still prior moment, sc in the ekasistent structure of man as the there of being. As a matter of fact, thought as waiting, provided it be foundational, sca. Thoroughly decisive waiting, is grounded in the fact that we already appertain to that for which we wait. 14th The first moment of thought is what the writer understands now by the antecedent comprehension of being that places man from the very beginning inside the hermeneutic circle, sc it is man's constitutional appurtenance to being, by reason of the fact that being gas expanse has expanded him to make him its own. As we understand it, the reciprocal relation between being and man is the hermeneutic circle. However, it is the second moment of thought which is the theme of our research. Heidegger characterizes it as waiting. By this we are to understand a deliberately assumed attitude of attentiveness to being, which simply lets being come to presents as itself, sc as the expanse. It is the supreme moment of thought and in the last analysis all that man brings to the process. Asked what man must do, the author replies, we must do nothing but wait. 15 He insists that we speak of waiting, for we can wait only a being that we have proposed already as an object. L6 Thought waits, indeed, for something, but this something does not come to it in the form of a presentation. When we wait, we leave that for which we wait open, because the waiting releases itself unto the open itself. 17. This non-presentative waiting comports a double aspect, a liberation from presentations, even from being as horizon for presentation, a liberation for being, a resignation, a release unto the open. 18 A liberation, thought is the achieving of freedom. The same double form of liberation in thought is articulated in somewhat different terms when the release is described as a passage unto the open, as if the thinker were antecedently outside of it. If outside be taken to mean that the thinker has no relation to the open prior to thought, strict sense, this is certainly untrue, for, as we just said, his very structure is such that from the beginning he ekasists only by reason of his static relationship to being. The very fact that beings as objects are always proposed to him within the horizon of being, that side of the open that is turned toward presentative thought, bears testimony to this antecedent relation to the open as such. But if outside be taken to mean that initially the thinker adverts only to his presentations, or at best to the horizon within which they appear, forgetting the open itself as such, then it is perfectly legitimate to say that first of all and for the most part he exists outside of the open and must enter into it by way of release. Note, however, that here we rejoin with remarkable exactness the ontontological structure of their being in SC, where their being, despite its unique, ontological, prerogative, is first of all and for the most part lost in everydayness. And when we read now, 1944-45, that, thought as, waiting sojourns in the hither and thither which this yes and no character of man's appurtenance to the open implies, have we not every right to interpret this as the vortex of his fallen condition? 19 The thinker's task in waiting, then, is to free himself from the constrictions of his presentations and abandon himself with full freedom to the open as such. It is to bring to fulfillment, as far as lies within his power, his structural relationship to being, sc that by which he himself is as man. In a word, he must achieve authenticity. By what gesture is this accomplished? Not, we are told, by sheer willing. With this, Heidegger parts company with his German predecessors for whom thought was fundamentally a willing. This was true, he claims, even for Kant, insofar as Kant conceived thought as a spontaneity. 20 If not by willing, then by a non-willing. This must be properly understood, however. The expression itself may be taken to mean either that foundational thought must be the willing renunciation of willing, or that thought has nothing to do with any type of willing at all. Heidegger prefers the first sense, and we understand him to mean this renunciation as an effort to refrain from imposing conditions of human origin upon being as to be thought. The classic example, for Heidegger, of thought which imposes its own conditions on the to-be thought is that which unfolds in the scientific experiment, which, HC1 aims, is essentially an attack upon its object. 21 But the effort at non-willing must be a deliberate one, hence a willing non-willing. If these two terms seem hard to reconcile, the sense is that, the beginnings of man's, self-resignation unto his appurtenance to the expanse require a touch of willing, that disappears, however, in resignation and is completely extinguished in release. 22. We detect here the same touch of willing that we had to suppose in SC in order to speak of their being's docility to the voice of conscience as a willingness to be called to authenticity. In both cases, it is an acquiescence to being that is sufficiently voluntary for man to have the power to refuse it. Acquiescence constitutes man's free endorsement of his own freedom as it rises out of its origin in being, itself the ultimate freedom, the open expanse that can by no means be conceived as a willing. This liberation is man's simple acceptance of himself as expansion unto being as expanse, where the expansion, proceeding from being, is in turn another form of his liberation. 23 In SC, this moment of authenticity, as we know, was called resolve. What is it called here, when conceived as the culmination of thought? The very same thing, SC. Resolve, and understood in the very same way, as the self-assumed self-opening of their being for the open. 24 At this point, Heidegger formulates explicitly the thesis which all of the previous research had led us to infer: the essence of thought, SC release unto being, is resolve unto truth in its presenting. 25 This is the essential. What else the essay tells us about the nature of thought is merely supplementary. In particular, note: I thought as instance. The attitude of resolve, when achieved, is not attained once and for all. The thinker must persevere in it by striving again and again to make it more pure. If by resolve authenticity is achieved, by perseverance it is sustained, and it is only when the thinker sustains authenticity that he may be said to repose in himself as what he is. To express resolve as it continues into an abiding state of repose, the author suggests the term, instance. 26. Z. Thought and language resolve which acquiesces to being can never describe that to which it yields, For any type of description is already an objectification. What it can do, however, is bring it to expression in language by giving it a name. The process of bringing in words, then, comes to pass in the same way that Thothas resolve lets the open be open. It has its origin not in man but in a six yak, or, as it is now called, being as nameable. All that man does is articulate the name which the nable discloses to him, inasmuch as he attends to its uttering. Soon, 1946, we shall be told that thought utters the dictation of being in its truth. The principal example of this naming process in the present essay is the designation of thought as release, with minor specimens galore, being as expanse, the expanding of man, resolve as instance and, in the final pages, release as Heraclitus AYXL L1J.27. 2. Nihilism in terms of being as history. The Nietzsche essay tells us very little that is new. 2. Its significance consists largely in the precision of certain notions that appear in towards an analysis of release, and, like the latter, it anticipates the further development of W.D. Our treatment may be brief. A. Being. In the essay on release we have just seen how man in his essence is released or expanded unto being as expanse. Now the same process is described in terms of the negativity interior to the process. For every time that being, as the process of non-concealment, renders beings manifest, it simultaneously retreats, Osbulben, SC finds some way to hide itself as itself, and thereby abides, bleib, in concealment. Now the retreating of non-concealment as such and the abiding of concealment come to presence in a single abode which serves as shelter for the proper nature of both positivity and negativity. 29. But the shelter, under confit, is not something distinct from this negative process. On the contrary, the shelter for the being process comes to presence along with this positive-negative process itself in the very moment of its arrival among beings. In fact, this arrival of being is in itself the arrival of a shelter for being. Ao and where precisely is the shelter for being among beings? In the nature of man. This explains the intimacy between being and man. This whereas the there of the aforementioned abode belongs to being itself, is being itself. That is why it is called there being. 31. The there, then, is clearly the there of a negative process. We have another indication of the importance of negativity in Heidegger's conception of the there. By reason of its negativity, being itself may, indeed, retreat, or rather withdraw, but in this withdrawal, in zug, being draws with, bezug, it the nature of man so as thereby to constitute that relation by which man becomes the shelter among beings where being arrives. 32. This conception of being as drawing their being with itself as it withdraws will return for significant development in W.D. There, too, we shall find fully thematized the note that returns again here as a special sign of being's indigence, namely that being is in want of its there. 33. B. Thought. There are special overtones of negativity, too, in the way the present discussion consigns of thought. As in the preceding essay, here, too, thought is interpreted in the first place as the structural relationship between man and being as it has just been described. The ecstatic instance in the open of that place where the being process comes to pass is, as the relationship to being, whether to beings as such or to being itself, the essening of thought. 34. But precisely because this presenting of being always comports a retreat within beings, it is easy for thought in its functioning to forget the being process. Such is the case with the thought that is proper to metaphysics. It does not reject being itself, but at the same time it does not hank you into an appreciation of the retreating of being as such. Thought of this kind does not of itself respond to the withdrawal of being. 35. We recognize here the same pattern of negativity that characterized man's fallenness in SZ. If thought is to be true to itself and achieve authenticity, the author does not use the term here, and thereby overcome the nihilism that metaphysics implies. The thinker must respond to being in both its positivity and its negativity. In its positivity, for being always gives a promise of itself even when it retreats, 36 in its negativity, sc in its withdrawal, for inasmuch as it is a withdrawal as such of being, it remains a manner in which being comes to presence, an arrival. 3,7 In other words, authentic thought must step back, Schritt Zurück, from metaphysical thought and simply let being in both its positivity and its negativity be. It must also recognize and accept the negativity of itself as being's there. Such thought, then, is a dangerous thought, for the thinker must acquiesce in the danger that his own essence find its term in negation, be annihilated. 39 Thought that is true to itself, then, is a thoroughgoing acceptance of being as the negative process of truth. Notice how clearly one can detect here resonances of SZ, where authenticity is achieved in resolve by acquiescing in the finitude of one's transcendence in complete freedom unto death. In release we are told that being, aiok, expands, releases, expands, man unto existence as an attendant of aiok. As an attendant, man's task is to wait upon, attend to, aiok, by releasing himself unto aiok, in tum. The achieving of this reciprocal release is the full functioning of thought. It is resolve. But we must never forget, and nihilism in terms of being. As history reminds us again, that resolve is a release unto being as negatived, even though this may mean acquiescing in the eventual annihilation of the thinker as being's there. Only by a thought such as this can Nietzsche's nihilism as a mittance of negative being be successfully overcome. Briefly, the two essays are at once an explicitation of the A6 Yok essay and the first draft of W.D. Chapter X. The saying of Anaximander. The saying of Anaximander is another dialogue, sc the retrieve of a nome that comes down to us from one of the earliest thinkers in the West. L committed to writing during the enforced retirement of the denazification period, 1946. The essay deals with a theme that had been treated in the Freiburg courses as early as the summer semester of 1932 under the title The Origin of Western Philosophy. Only the latest version of the author's reflections is available to the public. If this does not permit us to trace textually any development in Heidegger's thought, we know, at least, that what is said here is the result of long maturation. Hence the text, more than ordinarily obscure, is to be interpreted in terms of what we know of the development between 1932 and 1946. In this perspective, much of the inscrutability disappears. We polarize the content of the essay around two general remarks, A being, B thought. A. Being. We have been told often enough that being is the process of negative truth. This conception was last developed in the Heraclitus analysis, 1943, and we are going to see that in the present essay it is orchestrated again still more elaborately. We are interested in what the analysis adds by way of precision and, more particularly, in what way it advances our understanding of the problem. Our treatment falls naturally into two parts, I the text, 2. The advance. The saying of Anaximander. I the text. The present study orchestrates the same theme three separate times with different materials and increasing complexity but without destroying the unity of the whole. A Reve AC, CP and Apoc, the Anaximander fragment as given by Diels contains two full sentences, ECL, V8 Yeve, C, MROLC, 000XCX.T Tij CP and Apoc VTC, TCX.UTCXY. VEANCXXCXTOCTOX.PEWVAMVCX YOCPCX.UROC8, XLJVXCX.TR, AV and MTOC, REIC, and .8 XCX.C, XCX ROC TIJVRO XP6 VROC V.2 Burnett, however, rejects the major part of the first sentence on critical grounds and Heidegger accepts Burnett's reading, though not completely his reasons. There are two words in particular, Yev and CP and Apoc, which, even if they do not pertain to the original text, nevertheless bear faithful testimony to Anaximander's thought. The author feels, and the opportunity to explain them offers him the first occasion to develop the theme of being's self-concealing revealment. In the simplest terms, Heidegger takes Yev-ac, CP and Apoc to be correlative and their unity to be understood in terms of poesy, interpreted as the self-illuminating process of universal emergence and submergence. R and ve at is the coming forth and arriving at the condition of being non-concealed. And op-x means for that which has thus arrived to leave the non-concealed condition and pass into a concealed state. Important here is to note that Yev-ac, and CP and Apoc are not to be understood as taking place successively in time but as complementary moments of the same dynamic movement by which beings come to presence as such. Such a dynamic conception of being, of course, gives the author warrant to reject the traditional dichotomy of being-becoming, which implies that being is purely static. Point 4. b. The nature of LLV. The second thematic development is more elaborate and comes in the analysis of what the early Greeks understood by LV, an analysis which the author makes by retrieving the word in Homer. In the beginning of the Iliad, I. 68-72, Homer speaks of Calchas as wisest of the seers because he comprehends all that is, was, and will be. The word for what is MV, therefore LV, SC. That which is present, whether this be future, cr 6 leave it, or past, 1 tpb mv tot. The non-present, however, is equally well known to the seer as the present, for in this lies his superior comprehension. Now Heidegger explains present by a play on the German Gegenartig, which normally means against and to the everyday mind suggests that which in a now of time stands against the knower in the sense of an object, Gegenstand. Here, that is by no means the case. Gegen must suggest for us Gegend, sc. Domain. That which is present means that which has arrived at the condition of whiling within the domain of non-concealment. 5. That which is non-present is that which is not found in this domain, either because it has not yet arrived at non-concealment, cr 6 leave it, or because it has passed out of the domain into concealment again, 1 tpbe 6 v tot. But in either case, the fact that it can be spoken of at all means that it is related to the domain and in this sense is illumined, if only conversely, by its light. We understand now why the seer in seeing what is, was, and will be sees beings insofar as they are both present, sc non-concealed, and non-present, sc concealed. In other words, he sees them as they are, inseparable mixture of revealment and concealment. We must introduce a refinement in terminology, then, which is more than a nicety. Beings are, insofar as they come to presence, insofar as they emerge into non-concealment, become present, but non-concealment cannot escape negativity, nor can the beings that become present through it, they remain in some way or other non-present, sc concealed. Therefore that which comes to presence is a mixture of the present and the non-present, insofar as that which comes to presence is negatived, sc non-present, it is that which does not come to presence. Point 6. What is important here is to see that we are simply refining the terminology of what we have known for a long time. In any case, who will deny that, if the seer sees this all at once, he is very wise indeed? See the saying. The received reading of Anaximander's saying runs as follows: Coctia toxpewv. Almvikliap oc1 halxy, v coct, lo and j, mc, reik, and alx, occ. This compound sentence has two clearly distinguishable parts. In the first, according to Heidegger, the focus is on being, in the second, on beings. The theme of both is identical, the process by which beings come to presence in non-concealment. The relation between the two clauses suggests the relation, and the distinction, between being and beings, the ontological difference. Since we have been thinking the problem so far in terms of beings, 6 VTOC, let us retain the same perspective now and begin, as the author does, with clause 2. I concerning beings, in their being, OC1 ha, we are dealing with beings in the sense that we have just discussed them, 6 VTOC, therefore with that which comes to presence through a mixture of what is present and non-present, sc that which emerges into negative truth. And alx, oc, the word denotes literally the privation, and of alxy, hence can be understood only in terms of atxyj. What, then, is a, xy? What is its privation? We have met the word a, xy, in M as it appeared in Sophocles, and translated it basically as organization or arrangement. Let us retain the latter word now, for it is sufficiently flexible to allow the legalistic connotation the conventional translators have found in the term, which Heidegger, of course, rejects, and at the same time permits us to understand the author's own sense, the complete meshing of positivity and negativity, of revealment and concealment, in the coming to presence of beings. The process of negative emerging he calls the whiling of these beings. 7. It is supremely important to keep clearly in mind that the whiling of beings is a dynamic movement, and that at the very moment that beings are emerging into revealment, they are submerging again into concealment. For beings are never completely static. Nor are they to be understood merely as proceeding out of darkness and returning into darkness, but themselves as undiluted light separating the two darknesses. Darkness remains at all times interior to the light, helping to constitute it as light that is finite. This intermingling of light and darkness is the whiling of beings that we now call their dynamic arrangement as beings, abcyj. Whiling comes to presence in this arrangement. 8. So far, so good, but the real question is not arrangement so much as the privation of arrangement, and alxl. What sense can this have? The author suggests that, despite the intrinsic dynamism of the process by which beings emerge, there remains interior to the process a certain drag, an inertia that is subject to some hidden law of gravity which gives it the tendency to impede the movement, diminish or destroy its fluidity. The result is that within every being there is the impulse to freeze into rigidity, to instigate an insurrection against the law of dynamic movement and perdure in some given form that is completely static. The sense here is that beings somehow strive to refuse the negativity that is proper to them and to become constant in their revealment, as if this were possible. This is what is meant by mere constancy. It is completely different from what we might call authentic constancy, by which we mean simply the abiding character, n is emergent abiding power, of the whiling process, in which positivity and negativity play coordinating roles. 9 Such a tendency to negate the whiling process, arrangement, as such may justly be called disarrangement, and alxl. How it is possible for beings, that at all costs must not be conceived anthropomorphically, to refuse or to accept their negativity we are not told. Still less are we told why there must be such a tendency in the first place. Elm Vok L. XY, V, but this drag toward disarrangement is only the tendency toward rigidity, nothing more. The fact is that arrangement maintains the upper hand over disarrangement. Lo, but how? By maintaining the proper mixture of negativity in the process through which beings emerge. What comes to presence is present insofar as it lets itself belong to SC be negated by the non-present. 11 Realv and .jj, IOLC, all that we have said so far pertains to beings as such. The beings we are dealing with are not simply an arbitrary plurality, however, or even a given region of beings. They are all beings, coming to presence as they do in and as an ensemble. Within the ensemble, there is, of course, a manifold of relationships that bind individual beings to one another and to the ensemble as such. Each being, in order to be itself, must not only maintain the upper hand over its own tendency to disarrangement, but must retain, too, its place in the general pattern, maintain the relationships which bind it to other beings and to the whole. There prevails among beings a sort of mutual deference to one another which we may call less anthropomorphically compatibility. 12 The dynamic process by which beings come to presence in negative fashion is the process by which they while in compatibility with other beings within the domain of non-concealment. Cocked, but compatibility between beings supposes first of all the harmony of revealment-concealment within the beings themselves. The one follows as a consequence upon the other. Point 13. With this we absolve clause 2 of Anaximander's saying. If it be taken as a totality, what can be said of it? It enunciates in obscure language a thesis that rings familiar: beings in ensemble, Karak, come to presence insofar as, in compatibility with each other, are al.if, lol. They overcome, 8L36 VOTL. 3x1JV, the tendency within themselves to deny the negativity, 8LX, OT, that is a very condition of their presenting. It is thus that they while in presence according to the law of arrangement, 3 XLJ. All of this is plausible enough, perhaps. In any case, this much is clear: the saying deals with beings in their being, and the law of negativity is essential to the process. 2. Concerning the being, of beings, if clause 2 thinks from beings up to being, clause I, as Heidegger reads the three words that compose it, thinks from being down, KTCX, to beings. The essential word is TOXPE6LV, and the author claims that this is the earliest formula for being that we have, the oldest name by which thought brings the being of beings into language. 14. What does the word say? We must retrieve the sense of it by going beyond the conventional meaning of necessity to its origin in spia, splio, j.otl, meaning to handle something, cfxe hand. Heidegger translates it by Brauch, a word that conventionally means use, whose retrieved sense is likewise a handling. In giving to being the name TOXPE6LV, Anaximander would suggest that being hands something to its own essence and keeps it in hand, preserving it in its truth as coming to presence in this way. 15. The author claims that Anaximander conceives of being as handing to beings their essence, more precisely as handing out beings in that by which they come to presence, as imparting to them their part in the process of whiling. The whiling is the whole dynamic movement of negative presenting that we have called arrangement. Curiously enough, the author speaks in such a way as to imply not only that being hands essence to beings but that it hands beings over to their essence, as if beings were monoduced by being into the process of coming to presence that clearly holds the primacy over them. 16. The word spicus says something, too, about the problem of finitude. The arrangement that fuses in beings positivity and negativity is that which establishes these beings within their limits. 1 T Europact. The arrangement of whiling puts an end to and limits that which comes to presence as such. 17. Now if being hands beings out and thereby hands out to beings their part in the whiling process, then it imparts to them their limits. 1 T Europact, their finitude. Furthermore, since being is not that which it hands out, being is without limits, and mlpov. If being, and px, is limitless, and mlpov, however, does this not mean that it is non-finite? Not necessarily. Only that it is non-being. To the advance. All that we have said thus far, however, is simply a more complicated orchestration of the same theme that we have heard many times before. Does the essay hold anything new? It would seem so. The problem of the ontological difference becomes thematic and for a brief but significant moment assumes the center of the stage. The importance of 2xPEWV is not only that it is a name for being but that it expresses the relation between being and beings. What this relation is we have seen already in its essentials when we examine 2xPEWV as a handling of beings, handing them out, keeping them in hand. 2xPEDV, we repeat, names this relation but it does not name it as such. On the contrary, in the process of coming to presence as such, the relation to that which comes to presence is announced, and, indeed, in such a way that coming to presence comes into words as this relationship. 18. And, conversely, this relationship finds expression in and as the process of coming to presence as such. We see more clearly Heidegger's relationship to the early Greeks and his own task, as he sees it, with regard to them. Being bestowed its light upon them through a privileged experience, and they, in response, brought being into words. They named being as such and, implicitly, its relationship to beings, but the ontological difference between being and beings remained as such forgotten. What is made clear now is that even the pre-Platonic thinkers were oblivious to the ontological difference as such. For Heidegger, their superiority to Plato and his successors seems to have been their awareness of being as and a and elcx and their corresponding docility to its bidding, but to the extent that they did not name the ontological difference as such, they too were victims of forgottenness, for, the forgottenness of being is the forgottenness of the difference between being and beings. 19 Yet this was not simply a forgetfulness, hence a weakness, on their part. The true origin of their forgottenness was being itself, which, in disclosing itself to them in their epoch of history, concealed itself, and inevitably so, as well. We conclude by adverting to two texts which, typographically speaking, are almost perfectly juxtaposed on opposite pages of HW, and which we now wish to confront with each other so that we may see clearly the paradox. In XPECW, when we think it as the being of beings, somehow or other the relationship of being to beings is thought, especially if the relation of being to beings can only come from being and rest in the presenting of being. 2a. Add to this in the same sense a later remark. The handling process of being hands out beings in such a way that it antecedently contains within itself the beings that are handed out, gathers them into itself and guards them as beings in their being. 21. In both of these texts, the complete primacy of being over beings is emphasized. Both paim the ontological difference, but neither as such. To meditate either is to think being but not the ontological difference. In this perspective, the statement of W.M., E.P., 1943, seems the most obvious thing in the world. Being indeed comes to presence without beings. 22 But on the opposite page of HW, we read, "It is the business of being to be the being of beings." 23 The implication is that being, for all its primacy, and the genitive would indicate the genesis of beings from being, cannot come to presence without beings. This implication is confirmed when we learn that when beings, by resisting the drag to disarrangement, maintain the arrangement in themselves, they do not maintain this arrangement precisely for themselves but for being, granting to being the arrangement which, as a process of arranging, being needs in order to be itself. 24. The being of beings is such a process of maintaining the upper hand over the drag toward is arrangement. 25 This text thinks the ontological difference as such. We are prepared already, R 946, to give a sense to the unannounced change of the original epilogue text, 1943, to its direct opposite, R 949. Being never comes to presence without beings. 26 Finally, this latter perspective permits us to surmise the answer to two questions raised above: how can beings be said to resist, refuse the drag toward disarrangement? How explain the necessity of this drag? We are left to our own resources here but propose the following hypothesis. We begin with the second question. Since it is the business of being to be the being of beings, it cannot be itself without them. But since beings are intrinsically limited because of the negativity interior to them, being, too, even if limitless, because non-being, is as intrinsically finite as the beings it hands out. So profound is the negativity of being that it has the tendency to negate itself. We have seen already the tendency of self-concealment to conceal itself, which we call the mystery of being. This is one evidence of this self-negating negativity. The tendency of beings to disarrangement would be another, for this drag would be imparted by the self-negating of being that brings them to presence. This handling of being in itself is at once the process of handing out being to disarrangement. The handling manipulates the dis-. 27 The drag toward disarrangement is the tendency of beings to become frozen in the renunciation of being as the coming to pass of truth. It is the tendency of beings to fall away from their true ontological dimension and treat themselves and each other as mere entities. Insofar as their being is one of these beings, we have now in 1946 an echo faint, if one will, but quite sure, of the whole problematic of fallenness and inauthenticity in SZ. If this surmise is legitimate, then what the present perspective would add is a clearer insistence that such a condition is not due primarily to the ineptitude of beings, their being, but to the finitude, negativity, of being itself. B. Thought. I. The shepherd of being. The structure and function of the thinker we discern in the present essay principally under the guise of Kolch's, the seer. What does he see? What is, was, and will be, see the entire ensemble of beings, insofar as they emerge out of the being process in its positivity and negativity, see out of the presenting of and-a. And e lot 28 are concerned for the moment is with the seeing itself. Strictly speaking, Kolch's seeing is a having seen, which in Latin would be vidit, in German wissen, and which in English we might suggest by wisdom or, more precisely, by knowing in the sense that we have been using the word comprehend. Kolch's is the wisest of the seers, then, because he has a comprehension of being in its negativity. Having seen the to be seen, the seer stands in view of it, steht im Angesicht, but this view is not primarily a vision that proceeds from the seer. He sees because the lighting up of being has been visited upon him. He stands himself inside the process of truth. What is more, his knowing can be called a form of thinking, and in this comprehension become thought the process of truth is fulfilled. Knowing is the thoughtful preservation of being as it conserves its own truth. 29 All at once, the seer has become not only a viewer of the process but an essential part of it. The process of truth incorporates, so to speak, the seer into itself, so that non-concealment takes place only inasmuch as the seer sees. 30 Taking the seer's seeing to symbolize their being's thought, we discern in the essay the same double aspect of thought that we have noticed before. Sometimes it is conceived as the structure of their being, so that thought is considered as coming to pass insofar as their being exists. For example, thinking is insofar as being comes to presence. 31. The essence of man rests in thinking the truth of being. 32. At other times, thought is considered as the full functioning of existence in achieved authenticity. Man can preserve the truth of being only within the resolve of their being. 33. More striking than this, however, is the fact that in both senses, man helps conserve and guard the truth of being. To express this, the author introduces a metaphor which will become famous in H.B., their being is the shepherd of being. 34. 2. The historicity of thought. That thought is historical is clear enough from the author's practice. At this point, it is worth mentioning, perhaps, only that the dialogue with Anaximander takes the form of translating his saying into another language. The saying to be translated here is obviously a past. Future and present are suggested by the intentional ambiguity of translate. The German, as the English, permits a double use of this compound, when the prefix, über, over, is used inseparably with accent on the stem, setzen, to set, the sense is figurative, signifying the transferring of something said from one language to another, v.g. to translate a book. When the German stem is used separably with accent on the prefix, the sense is literal and suggests movement from one place to another, v.g. the remains of the soldiers were translated back home. Now to translate the saying of Anaximander, sc render it present in another language, present, we must translate ourselves into what he truly uttered, make a spring, so to speak, into being, and, releasing ourselves unto it by attending to it and heeding it, we so open ourselves up to it as to let it come all over again, future. 35 Briefly, by dialoguing with Anaximander, we let being come once more into words. By another process of retrieve, this time in dialogue with Anaximander, we discover how profoundly the law of negativity permeates every aspect of being's emergence as the truth of beings in the ensemble. Gradually, this process comes to be considered as the outbreak of the ontological difference as difference. In any case, this is the process which their being, the shepherd of being, must think, if it is to achieve authenticity in resolve. Chapter 11. Whereunto the Poet. As for the Rilke study contained in the essay Whereunto the Poet, 1946, composed to help commemorate the 20th anniversary of the poet's death. We have seen already the essential. Rilke fell prey to Nietzsche's metaphysical nihilism but comprehended that it was to be overcome somehow through the authentic use of language. The present general remarks may be brief. A. Being, A6 Yo, winky face. Heidegger's own conception of being appears on several occasions where he compares himself, at least implicitly, with Rilke. We have noted already how radically different is the interpretation of being as the open. More illuminating, perhaps, is his comment upon the metaphor of being as a sphere. For Rilke, this is meant to suggest the many-sidedness of being, conceived as a conglomerate whole. For Heidegger, however, being is a sphere because it is Parmenides' one, ev, which he understands, of course, as the process of coming to presence in all beings which is everywhere the same, hence a circle whose center is in every being, lighting it up from the inside as what it is. The spherical element of the one and the one itself have the character of a lighting up process that reveals beings. Within this process beings can come to presence. 2. The lighting process for Heidegger takes place through language. Now that we have seen how being must be conceived as aboriginal A6 Yok, in the most radical sense of that word, there is no special difficulty in understanding language to be the domain of being which being itself cuts out te, j.vew. The author, in a few dense phrases, does much with this Greek word. On the one hand, he recalls its association with tempus, time, as if to suggest by a wave of the hand the temporo-historical character of being. On the other hand, and, for the moment, this is more important, he recalls the relation between te, j.vew and templum, a place cut off, sc temple, and promptly calls language the temple, then the house of being. And so is born the famous formula of H.B. Language is the house of being. 3. The sense is that since being makes beings accessible, we cannot gain access to beings except by passing through the house of language. Being dwells in the words by which beings are named. If we go to a spring or stroll through the woods, we are passing already through the word spring, through the word woods, even when we do not express these words or think of anything linguistic. 4. So radically must we understand A6 Yok. We can understand now why the Greeks, given their abiding experience of A6 Yok, may be said to have dwelt in the essening of language, even if they never thought this essening as such. 5. B. Thought. Once this much is said, there is hardly need for us to develop at length another remark about the nature of thought, beyond underlining the fact that since being is A6 Yok, we cannot think it except in terms of the coming to pass of language. That poetizing, indeed, should be likewise the business of thought we must first learn in this present moment of the history of the world. 6. And the essay itself demonstrates the thesis. A. Die Sprache ist das Haus des Sinns. H.B., p. 53. It is because Rilke somehow experienced being in terms of A6 Yo and therefore comprehended the sense of language that, despite his metaphysical nihilism, he was at least underway toward the authentic exercise of language. That is why, he is a poet for the time of need, and a worthy ally in the overcoming, grounding, of metaphysics. Chapter 12. Letter on Humanism. Heidegger's reply in letter form to the question posed by Jean Beaufret, Paris, how it would be at all possible, given these new perspectives, to restore a meaning to the word humanism, represents, despite the occasional nature of its motivation and the informality of its tone, a culminating moment in his development. Without any doubt, the letter on humanism is the most important of his writings since not so much for what it offers that is new but for a crystallization of the entire development we have seen him undergo. The letter in its published form dates from 1947. Since 1945, Heidegger had been living in enforced retirement, and Beaufret's query gave him the opportunity, probably a welcome one, to expose in fuller scope the miso point suggested in W.M.E.P., bringing into clearer focus the relation between Heidegger I and Heidegger II. It is especially valuable, therefore, for the author's self-interpretation, although this aspect of the letter is less important for us who, thanks to subsequent publication of several works from the 1929 to 1947 period, are more familiar with the course of his development than his readers could be at that time. As a matter of fact, Beaufret's question was a triple one: r. How restore a sense to the word humanism? 2. How precise the relationship between ontology and an eventual ethics? S3. How preserve the element of adventure which all research comports, without making philosophy mere venturesomeness? 4. Heidegger proposes to discuss only the first at length, leaving the discussion itself to throw light on the other two. We follow his example, omitting, with regret, all reflections on the second question as not sufficiently germane to the problematic of thought, sufficiently complex in itself. We recall from the analysis of humanism as testimony to the devolution of Western thought that the metaphysical conception of man as a rational animal fails to take into account the relationship of man's essence to being. We know, too, from the Nietzsche analysis how essential it is to interrogate this relationship, if we are to overcome, ground, metaphysics. Heidegger has been occupied with this problem from the first pages of SZ, and the value of HB consists in thematizing this effort in the light that Heidegger too sheds upon it. In a word, the author conceives man as ekasistence, SCEC static openness to being. The standing in the light of being is what I call the existence of man. 5. We can see with what justice he can disavow any responsibility for Sartre's existentialism and claim that he is dealing with the level, not where there are principally men, but where there is principally being. 6. With such a conception, we pass beyond the traditional interpretations of the nature of man, therefore beyond humanism. Do we still have the right to use the term to describe an effort of this type? If humanism be identified with metaphysics, certainly not. In this sense, Heidegger's thought is anti-humanist, better pre-humanist, simply because humanism of this sort esteems man too low. Man is immeasurably more than a rational animal. But if Heidegger thinks the nature of man in terms of its exclusive relationship to being, is his thought not in its own way a humanism after all? Does he not restore a meaning to the word? Or is it better to drop the word completely, with the danger of being taken for anti-humanist, rather than run the risk of having a subjectist interpretation read into the notion of ekasistence? 7. We come at once to our general remarks and polarize them in the usual way: A being, B there being, C thought. The fact is, however, that the essay is so fluid that it is not easy to strain out different elements for separate discussion. We must make an effort from the beginning to realize that these three approaches to the problem actually must be thought together. A. Being. Ins. We have seen often enough that being for Heidegger is fundamentally a lighting process by which beings are lit up as what they are. This supposes, however, that among them there is a domain where this lighting up process takes place. This is the there of being. Now in this coming to pass, being maintains the initiative. It is being that gives itself unto the there with the there and, imparting itself thus, continues to dominate its there. This is the mittance of being. Yet mittance takes place for the sake of being, and the there, thus brought to pass, sustains the process, guards it, stands watch over it so that in the light of being beings may appear non-concealed. Such is the concern of the there. Being, for all its spontaneity, is still in need of its there. Yet the primacy of being is inalienable. Whether the process takes place and how it takes place is not for the there to decide. If in SZ it could be said that only insofar as there being is there being, this must be understood in the sense that only insofar as the lighting process comes to pass in a there does it come to pass at all. That it comes to pass, however, does not depend on the there but on the spontaneity of being which thus emits itself among beings. The there is thrown, and it is being that does the throwing. We understand this in no ontic sense, of course, but only as an insistence on the fact that being maintains the primacy in an event that de facto takes place. 9 The word that most characteristically crystallizes all these notions in the essay is being as mittance. it is the mittance of being in its truth that constitutes the process of history. Hence, it is the history of being that sustains and determines every aspect of our human situation. Lo. 2. Negativity. But being, as the coming to pass of non-concealment through mittance unto a there, is a negative process. We have met it before as the primordial discord between positivity and negativity. Here it is called the contentious, and we understand this in the sense of the original contention between positivity and negativity in the process of truth. In the essay it takes two forms. A. Intermittence. Every mittency of being is negative because it gives rise to beings but is not a being, and it must withdraw at the very moment that it reveals itself. For being to give itself, it must refuse itself as well, and therefore being remains hidden as mittens. When this is considered in terms of history, then the various phases of thought are each a mittance of being as truth. The supreme example, of course, is the history of metaphysics, which can now be seen in its totality. Within this movement we can discern subsidiary moments, each of which can be considered in its own way a mittance of being: medieval scholasticism, Hegelian absolutism, dialectical materialism, Nietzsche's nihilism, contemporary technicity, each in its own way is a mittance of being in its truth. Each comports negativity, self-concealment, founding the errands whose essence is obliviousness to being as mittance. 12. Now since the assemblage of mittances constitutes intermittence, sc. being as history, an individual mittance constitutes an epoch of history. 13. This notion is not very carefully elaborated and we are never told the precise difference, for example, between metaphysics as an epoch and Hegelianism as an epoch. We understand the matter thus: any single mittance constitutes an epoch, but this may be understood in a broad sense, including many phases of development, v.g. the mittance epoch of metaphysics, or in a narrower sense, as referring to a single phase within such a scope, v.g. the perennial essence existence problematic, or in a strict sense, as referring to an individual thinker who characterizes an epoch, v.g. Anaximander, Parmenides, Hegel. But even with this, the matter remains obscure. At any rate, we must see clearly that the forgottenness of being is due primarily to being itself, hence not in the first place to the failure of man. Yet even what we call negativity must not be thought too negatively. It is no lack, mangle, in being, but rather its own withheld treasure. This explains why it can still come to us across the past. When we are told that metaphysics not only does not interrogate the truth of being but cannot do so, the reason is partly that being so withdraws in the mittance of metaphysics, that metaphysics is not sufficiently aware of it to interrogate it, partly that it is this withdrawal which makes metaphysics what it is, and to interrogate its own essence would be to pass beyond itself into its own ground. It simply does not lie within the realm of metaphysics to interrogate the relation between being and the essence of man. Conclusion: if we are to think being, thought must be historical, thought must heed, tet, the negativity as well as the positivity of the mittances of being. This for Heidegger is the only chance of salvation. 14. Seals itself in revealing itself. There is no way for their being to grasp it by itself except as non-being. But the necessity does not spring originally from their being, it is rooted in being itself simply because being comports this negativing element as intrinsic to its nature. The negativing element in being is the essence of what I call non-being. 15. We have here an explanation of the puzzling phrase that non-being is the veil of being. We have, too, an illuminating comment on why the most profound finitude of transcendence is a thrust into non-being, sc. because it is the there of being that is intrinsically negative. 16. Conclusion: the thinking of being must meditate non-being. 3. Language. In the Rilke dialogue, we saw how language was described as the house of being. Here the thesis moves to the center of the stage and the formula is repeated several times. The nearness of being, A6 dominates all beings unobtrusively, and nearness comes to presence as language itself. 17. Language is the illuminating concealing arrival of being itself. 18. Hence language is an event that has being as its ultimate origin, a house that is arranged according to a pattern inscribed in being and prescribed by it. Being is always underway toward language. 19 Once it arrives in words, then language is the language of being in the same way that the clouds are the clouds of the sky. 20 If at the same time that we speak of being as coming into language we add that it must be brought into language, this is only another way of saying that being has need of its there in order to be itself. Conclusion: the thinking of being must go the way of language. I nature of existence. Being throws its there. The there being itself, however, is as that which is thrown forth. It comes to presence in the throwing of being which takes place as the emitting of mittance. 21 Now it is the nature of man to be this there of being. Man comes to presence in such a way that he is the there, the lighting up of being. And it is this special character of man's nature that Heidegger has called existence. This being of the there, and only this, has the fundamental structure of existence, taking a stance ecstatically within the truth of being. 22 How understand, then, the relationship between being and existence. Being is not just a term of the relation but itself is the relationship, insofar as it sustains existence in its existential, ecstatic, presenting, and gathers it unto itself as the domain of the truth of being in the midst of beings. 23 It is worth noting that in all this Heidegger wishes to emphasize that source whence the essence of man derives, its distinctive characteristic. This leads us to believe that he is dealing with human nature as such, not with the individual man. In such a humanism, not man but the historical presenting of man in his origin out of the truth of being is in question. 24 Insofar as his nature proceeds from being and stands forth as exposed unto being, we may say that he stands in the light of being. This is the sense of in the old formula to be in the world, for Heidegger here makes explicit the identification of world and the lighting up of being. It is by reason of this in-being that man dwells in the nearness of being as being's neighbor. 25. 2. Structure of existence. How are we to understand the structure of existence? At this point, Heidegger recalls the basic elements of the existential analysis of SZ. A. Project. Obviously, project is not to be understood as a presentative position of being by their being, but simply that component in existence by reason of which it is static, the static relation to the light of being, for it is by reason of project that being lights itself up in their being. That is why it is identified with their being's comprehension of being, and ultimately founds the rationality of man for that matter, his animality, too. Since, by project, it is ultimately being that throws light on itself, we may speak of existence as a counterpoise to being. But if project throws light on being, it by no means fashions it, for is it not thrown forth by the very being it illumines? 26. B. Thrownness. The thrownness of SZ appears clearly now as an affirmation of the primacy of being in the coming topaz of truth. Obviously, we must avoid any antic interpretation in terms of a creation of sorts. We are still dealing with an emerging into presence. It is singularly important to realize that Heidegger never abandons the phenomenological attitude that seeks only to let the phenomenon manifest itself. For example, man alone is released unto mittance of existence, as far as our experience can say. 27. The throwing sometimes goes by different names, an appeal to their being, a claim made upon it, a call. 28 Is there an interior connection between them? To answer that, we would have to know more about this emergence of the there, and this is precisely what is in question. The author goes no further, but one wonders if we should not understand that there is in being a certain adhesiveness to itself, by reason of which the throwing down as such is a call to there to achieve itself. Strictly speaking, thrownness is not a component of the structure of existence so much as a general condition of the there, disclosed by the ontological disposition. The third component, along with project, is logos, which we interpreted to be that element which lets their being see its ontological condition. When Heidegger identifies here the throwing and the call, is he implying these two components, without wishing to go that far into the existential analysis? Possibly. If so, then we might be warranted in interpreting the text. Being itself is the relationship of being to ekasistence insofar as it gathers ekasistence unto itself as the place of truth in the midst of beings. 29 In such a way as to mean that, between being and its there is a relationship, which being itself is. If we think of this relationship dynamically as a passage of being to there, we may conceive it as the throwing of there. If we consider it as passing from there to being, we may speak of it as a gathering of there unto being, in the sense of logos. Would not this be the meaning of call? If so, we are on the verge here of the whole problematic of conscience as explained in SZ, it would seem. We must wait until WD, 1952, for further precision. See fallenness. If ekasistence is the domain of luminosity in the midst of beings, it is nevertheless of such a nature that it tends to become preoccupied with these beings and forget the being dimension by which they are disclosed. We are told once more that this is the sense of fallenness. It is according to the attitude which their being adopts towards this tendency. That we may speak of it as authentic, recognizes the tendency and accepts it, or inauthentic, does not recognize the tendency, or, having recognized it, refuses to accept it. But in SZ, the tendency is described simply as a situation of fact. Here, we are told explicitly its foundation. This relation between being and there is such as it is, not on the basis of ekasistence, but the essening of ekasistence comes statically, in the existential sense, out of the essening of the truth of being. Ao. We interpret this to mean that the reason why their being is victim of fallenness is that it is the finite there of finite being, that hides itself even from its own there. Concern, but the there does not achieve its function simply by the fact that it is thrown down. It is a dynamic process, the coming to pass of truth among beings, and entrusted to the nature of man to accomplish. It is the process of truth that constitutes man's concern, Zarga, as man. Insofar as his concern is the bringing to pass of truth according to his measure, he guards, hutet, truth, serves as watchman, Esterskaft, to it. Man is the shepherd of being. 31 But if such is the nature of man, it is nevertheless possible, given the drag of his fallen condition, and, conversely, the domination in him of errance, that he is unable to experience the genuine nature of his concern as such and therefore to assume it in his own name. Such we understand to be his everyday condition. But if he acquiesces in concern, thereby assuming it, he goes along with being's demands upon him. This means that at one and the same time, he responds to being's appeal to be authentically its there, he willingly stands with his own ecstatic nature, insofar as he stands, static, outside, himself and within the light of being, he withstands the there. As the being which ekasists, man withstands the there being, insofar as he makes his concern the there as the luminosity of being. 32 We take this to mean, that the concern for being is man's nature, that it lies within his power to endorse this nature, make it his own, or not, that to make being his own concern is to assume himself as the there and thus achieve authenticity, to fail to do so is to be victim of inauthenticity. Man as ekasistent takes his stand in this relationship through which being emits itself, insofar as he statically withstands it, for his own part assumes it out of concern. 33 It is only this that lies within man's power to accept or reject. Whether the process of truth comes to pass in the first place is not for him to decide. The only question is whether or not he himself will discover the genuine sense of his own commitment corresponding to the mittance of being imparted to him. 34 Historicity, ekasistence is of itself an historical process, not because it takes place in time but because the process of concern in its own way is time. 35 The sense is that their beings playing shepherd to being comports the triple dimension of future past present that constitutes original time. How this is to be understood we shall see shortly. 3 Ekasistence and language If language is the house of being, How are we to understand the relation between language and beings there? It is in the nature of man, their being, to be a lodger in this house, simply because by reason of existence he guards being in its truth. As a result, language is proper to man, not simply because along with his other faculties man also has the power of speech, but because he has a privileged access to being. By the same token, the function of his language is simply to let being be itself. Conversely, it is because other beings do not have this special access to being that they cannot talk. If the use of language for modern man has become banal, the reason is not to seek on moral or aesthetic grounds but in the fact that the genuine nature of man and his essential relationship to being remain in oblivion. 36. A case in point. The power to articulate a negation in language does not derive originally from the power of man to reject a p with regard to some s of predication, but from the fact that the nature of man, sc. their being, appertains to being which itself is intrinsically negatived. Yes and no are uttered in speech, then, out of attendance, therefore response, to being itself. We see here explicitated Heidegger's reply to the question raised in Wm as to the foundation of the not in speech, indeed of all negativity in human comportment. It is non-being, sc. being itself as negatived. It is fundamentally being that negates, as being. 37. See thought. The static nature of man, which lodges in the house of being, language, accomplishes the guardianship over being and its truth when it assumes itself in concern. But by what gesture on the part of their being does this take place? In SZ, it was the supreme liberation of resolve. Now it is by thought. I thought as fulfillment. By reason of thought, being comes to its fullness, for thought is the achieving of the there among beings which being needs in order to be itself as the lighting up of these beings. The fundamental sense of thought, then, is that it lets being be. It yields to being's demands upon their being to bring truth to expression. Such is the attitude of foundational thought. Thought accomplishes this letting be. 38. It is perfectly clear, however, that in the process of thought being itself maintains the initiative. We are told that being is the element of thought, just as water is the element of a fish. Element here is to be understood as that which renders something possible, therefore enables an essence to emerge, or, if one will, an essening to take place. More simply still, it lets be. Being has the primacy over thought, simply because it gives rise to it. To say that being renders thought possible means for being, to preserve thought in its essening, to retain it in its element. 39. We see once more that the phrase thinking of being has a fundamentally ambiguous sense. It implies that thought belongs to being, as being's attendant, for it is brought about by being, that thought attends to being because it comes about in their being. The genitive of being, then, is at once both subjective and objective, if these words at this point still have any sense. 40. But if the there in its thinking process is fundamentally receptive, it is not for that reason passive. It makes a contribution to the event of truth simply by acquiescing in it. It brings the event to fulfillment, for to fulfill means, to unfold or lead forth something into the fullness of essening, producere. 41. What is fulfilled in this case is the relation between being and the nature of man. Thinking does not fashion this relationship but only unfolds it, it lets this relation be, manifest, as having been imparted to the there. Thus rendered manifest. Being is as the mittens unto thought. 42. This entire process cannot be called an activity, if the word be taken to imply any ontic comportment or to pertain merely to the order of the actual. Hence, it never brings results. It has no effects, no success to which it can point, for all these terms suggest antic efficacity. Thought is sufficient unto its own essence, insofar as it is. 43. For this reason, we cannot say that it is a practical comportment of man, for 7tpilc, is restricted to the ontic. But it is not for that reason theoretic either, for it is concerned with that lighting process that first makes A and E, J. Ploc possible. Neither practical nor theoretic in the strict sense, the thinking of being surpasses these categories and can be described perhaps only as a dynamic accomplishment. It is this non-ontic character that accounts for the tremendous simplicity of thought, the poverty of the shepherd. And it accounts for the strangeness, the difficulty as well. We must take a step in reverse and descend from the ontic level, discover being in its unseizable nearness. 44. 2. Thought and language. A. Function of language, by reason of thought, the relation of being, A6 yak to man is brought to its fullness. For being is by nature non-concealment, and it is through thought as the culminating moment of there that the manifestation of being as being takes place. Now this manifestation comes to pass insofar as, through thought being comes to expression in language. 45. Like thought itself, language must be considered in terms of a response to being and as this response. It is thus that in the history of being, the event by which being discloses itself to and in man comes to expression in the words of foundational thinkers. And if, when all is said and done, thought has nothing to show for its efforts, the reason is that it needs no ontic results in order to recommend it. It meets the exigencies of its own essence, insofar as it is. But it is, insofar as it gives utterance to being. 46. It is thus that their being takes up its lodging in the house of being. Their being's task is not to fabricate this house but, by thought, to play its role in bringing the house to completion. For being, A6 yak of itself, because self-illuminating, is already underway toward expression, and, consistent thought, for its own part, brings being that thus advances to it through utterance into language. 47. Hence thought supplies words for being's self-disclosure, while being, in turn, diffuses its light on and through these words. Completing the house of being in this way, their being by this very fact takes up its lodging within it. Thought pays heed to the lighting up process that is being, insofar as it encloses its own utterance of being in language, as if this were the lodging of existence. 48. If thought is a responding to being in and through language, it follows that the thinker must remain profoundly docile to being as he brings it into words, even if this means that he speak but seldom and have little to say. It is only thus that he restores to words what is precious in them, and to man himself an appreciation of what it means to lodge in the house of being. 49. B. Thought and poetry, that there is a fundamental similarity between the function of thought as described here and the poetic moment is obvious. The poet, as well as the thinker, is a watchman over the house of being. 50. Hence the old problem, what is the relation between thought and poetry? Perhaps the following will help. We know from W.M. E.P. that, the thinker utters being. The poet names the holy. 51. And we raised the question, how distinguish between being and the holy? The present essay does not answer the question, but we are told at least that being, imparting itself to man, declares itself through poetry but remains hidden as such, as being. If the poet names the holy, may we infer that the holy designates being in its positivity, while being as such comports both positivity and negativity, revealment and concealment in the coming to pass of and e lot. That would explain, perhaps, why, the essence of the holy can be thought only in terms of the truth of being. 52. Thus the poet's task would be to give a name to being in its positivity, as the holy, the thinkers to comprehend that being is negatived as well and is, therefore, the coming to pass of and -a. 3. Thought and history. The thinking of being thinks being as it imparts itself in mittens. Since the plurality of mittenses constitute intermittence, history, to think being in and as mittens is to think historically. That is why thought which thinks upon the truth of being is as thought historical. 53. The word historical, however, has a double sense. Thought is historical simply if the mittens of being, itself the origin of history, is formulated into words. The history of the mittens of being comes into language through the words of the foundational thinker. 54. But it is also retained in words and can be retrieved there. This retrieving of thought which thinks upon the mittance of being as already cast into words of previous thinkers is another reason for calling thought historical. Both these senses are complementary, however, and manifest the same structure in the coming to pass of non-concealment. Being comes, future, to the thinker as having been already in what is, past, and is rendered manifest, present, through the articulation of words. The fundamental structure of thought, consequently, is that of recollection. Insofar as thought is, it is the recollection of being and nothing else. 55 But a recollection of this type is the process by which being becomes manifest, sc by which it is itself as the process of and-a-8 etat. That is why we may say that at the same time that thought, as bringing to a culmination the there, is commit, thrown forth, by being. Being is as the mittance of thought. 56 All foundational thinkers are engaged in the identical task, even though they accomplish it differently. That is why progress in foundational thought is impossible. If we heed the essence of philosophy, it makes no progress at all. It remains in place, in order always to think that which remains identical. 57 To discern the identity of theme amid diversity of expression, however, we must yield to the necessity of following these thinkers in thought. If we do so, we soon discover that the divergences among them arise from the intrinsically contentious character of being itself, which discloses itself to each of them in negative fashion. Hence, their mutual disputes help one another to comprehend the disclosure of being that is imparted to each of them and to respond, each in his own way, to the mittance thus comprehended. But if this is the case, we can see immediately that it is impossible to refute a genuine thinker, provided that thought remain historical. All that we can do is accept him for what he is by removing the truth to which he gives expression from the realm of merely human opinion and by comprehending it as the negatived truth of being itself. All refutation in the field of foundational thinking is absurd. 58 We touch here a delicate point. Does not thought of this kind become a complete relativism? Heidegger recognizes the difficulty himself, and his answer is that relativism makes sense only on terms of the subject-object polarity, where the truth of the object is considered as relative to the knowing subject. Once we pass beyond the subject-object relationship, relativism has no meaning. 59 If relativism be understood thus, certainly Heidegger is no relativist. But if he is not a relativist, is he therefore an absolutist? Does he admit an absolute truth? The matter is difficult, and conventional terminology is laden with overtones. If absolute be taken to mean eternal, and if this be understood in the sense of preterhistorical, certainly not, for Heidegger's being is essentially a history. But if absolute may be understood simply as equivalent to constant, then the problem of absolute truth rejoins the problem of unity in being ahistoria. Here the author's position is quite clear, or at least quite explicit. We must distinguish ontic and ontological history. If we consider history in the ontic dimension, we have no right, as long as we restrict ourselves to Heidegger's perspectives, to speak of a continuity between one epoch and another, for the mittance in each is different. The epochs never permit themselves to be derived one from another and, indeed, reduced to the sequence of a consecutive process. 60 If we consider history in its ontological dimension, however, there is undeniably a simplicity and a constancy that pervades every epoch. But it does not run between the epochs, like a cord connecting them. Rather, the tradition comes each time out of the concealment of mittance, just as different rills arise from a single source and feed a stream that is everywhere and nowhere. 81 Is it possible to speak of this truth of being as source in itself and as such as, although historical yet, absolute truth? For the present, we must leave the matter open. However all this may be, it is only by an historical thinking such as we have described that we can overcome the nihilism of the times, which consists in the forgottenness of being. One form of this nihilism is Marx's dialectical materialism. Marx's experience of the alienation of man explores an essential dimension of the history of being. Now if we take Husserl, or Sartre as representing prevailing types of contemporary thinking, then since neither one nor the other, apparently, comprehends this essentially historical character of being, neither Husserlian phenomenology nor Sartrean existentialism, this, at least, is the way Heidegger sees it, can offer us ground for a fruitful dialogue with Marxism. This can be had only through a historical thought, one which comprehends Marx in terms of the mittelns of being as history. Point 62. But we must be sure to understand what it means to comprehend such phenomena as Marxism, Hegelianism, the essence existence tradition, etc. as a mittens of being. It means not only that we interrogate these movements as the disclosure of being in its negativity, it means as well that we pose the question why precisely this question was never posed before, and why it could not be posed before. Point 63. We already have an intimation of the direction in which Heidegger thinks the answer is to be found. The negativity of being is such that it is not only negatived in any single disclosure, but it conceals this negativity and even conceals the concealment. To interrogate being in this compound negativity is to think being in its mystery. Such thought meditates the forgottenness of being as the forgottenness of being, and by this very fact overcomes it. It is thus that we overcome metaphysics and thereby lay the groundwork for it. For the rigor of thought, the thinking of being, since non-ontic, is necessarily non-logical. The fact remains, however, that for the natural way of looking at things, it is only by the rules of logic that we have a guarantee against sheer arbitrariness in thought. Heidegger must face squarely a double question, since logic defines the laws of human reason, ratio, is not a non-logical thought necessarily irrational and therefore the plaything of caprice? If not, then how explain rigor in thought which refuses to have logic for its canon? With the author's answer to the first question we have already some familiarity, and the present essay crystallizes his attitude nicely. The thinking of being is non-logical, but this means only that it is pre-logical, pre-rational. If someone is to be charged with irrationalism, he retorts, should it not rather be they who, in the name of logic, refuse to meditate asyxia, insofar as it is the ground of reason and therefore the foundation of logic? 64. The second question is more serious. Pre-logical thought, however, is by no means lawless, nor is it wanting in respect even for the laws of logic. All that Heidegger insists upon is that prior to the laws of logic, or, for that matter, of ethics, there is a law of being which first intimates to man the pattern of arrangement that subsequently can be transformed into the laws of human thought and activity. If this were not so, then all laws would be the fabrication of human reason. More essential than all prescriptions of rules is for man to discover that he sojourns in the truth of being. 65. By reason of this sojourn, the first law of thought is the law of being, not the rules of logic, which only by reason of the law of being can become rules at all. 66. What is the law of being that is the first law of thought? For Heidegger, it is the historical character of J and E9. This means, from the point of view of being, that being imparts itself to man by mittens, from the point of view of thought, that the there responds by recollection. But how explain the rigor of such a law? By the fact that thought, if it is to be true to itself, must be bound only by being in continual advent toward thought. It must persevere in docility to this continual arrival. It is thus that thought responds to being's appeal, yields to being's demands upon it. Thinking in its essence as the thinking of being is requisitioned by being. Thinking is referred to being as that which is in a continual state of arrival, l'avenant. Thinking, as thinking upon the arrival of being, is bound by being understood as arrival. 67. This is how, thought, insofar as through historical recollection it heeds the mittens of being, has bound itself already to the historical movement that is proper to mittens. 68. It is because thought is adventive that it is an enduring adventure, aventure. The adventure of thought is saved from mere venturesomeness, aventuriere, if there is a total fidelity to being as this is imparted to thought. We answer here Beaufret's third question. And this fidelity itself must complete the historical process, insofar as the thinker, responding to the advent, future, of being as having been in what already is, past, renders it present in his own language. The rigor of thought reposes therein, that its utterance remains pure in the element of being and lets the simplicity of being in its manifold dimensions have its way. 69. In the concrete, this fidelity to being demands that the thinker pay strict heed to what he must utter and how he must utter it. More precisely, it requires that he reflect upon whether or not being may be brought to expression on any given occasion, and if so, then to what extent and in what moment of the history of being this may be done. Briefly, it means rigor in reflection, meticulousness in expression, economy in words. 70. Such is Heidegger's answer to Beaufret. But the difficulty is a major one, and the author returns to it again in I 950 in the form of a letter to another student who had asked about the warrant for foundational thought. We introduce the letter here for the sake of an integral exposition. 71. Since thought is bound by the mittance of being to which it responds. Being itself is the warrant of this thought. Besides this, thought has no credentials. But does it really need any? Whoever asks Plato by what warrant he thinks being steoc, or Kant by what warrant he calls being a position, Gesetztheit, or the transcendental dimension of objectivity. Their warrant consists simply in their docility to the mittance of being. Is not foundational thought as such, hence Heidegger's exposition of it in particular, entitled to the same prerogatives? 72. If ligation to being accounts for the stringency of thought, however, it explains its frailty, too. The more thought binds itself to being, the more it submits to its negativity, hence the more surely it risks falling prey to errance. That is why, the possibility of going astray in this type of thinking is very great. 73. This can be understood from 2 points of view. The appeal comes from being as errance, hence a response to such an appeal also goes astray. The responding achieves the negative thereof negative being, and by reason of its own negativity is prone to lose its way. From both points of view, thought cannot escape the danger of errance, can never pretend to be in its own right a way of salvation, Heilsweg. Foundational thought, then, for all its excellence, is always an indigent thing. And for that reason, it never can be anything more than tentative. If the pathway of this thought demands complete surrender to being, then included in the renunciation is the pretence of being a doctrine in its own right, whose affirmations are binding on all. No, foundational thinking is not a doctrine to be taught, it is an experience to be made, an experience that each must make for himself. Because the experience is so hazardous, we have no choice but inexorably and without respite to prove the fidelity of our own attentiveness to being's appeal. Hence the need for ever renewed watchfulness. Everything here is the way of attentive responding that continually puts itself to the proof. 74. HB is a culminating point. Relatively, simple in style, the essay is, among the author's significant works, by far the most readable, yet distills all of the major theses of Heidegger too, resuming at the same time the most characteristic features of Heidegger I. Here we see clearly that the existential analysis of SC was the first step toward grounding metaphysics by trying to discern that structure in man which most profoundly characterizes him as man, his relationship to being. Since the humanisms of the tradition are intrinsically correlative with the metaphysics that is thus surpassed, the conception of man as existence is in effect the surpassing of humanism, but inasmuch as it discerns man's true value, is it not by that very fact a humanism of a higher kind? Whether or not the word be retained is a matter of indifference. In any case, man's relationship to being appears more clearly now as originally the relation of being, a six-yok to man, relation by which being throws out its there among beings. The throwing, as such, constitutes an appeal to the there to help OCA. And elix come to pass. When the there yields to this appeal in resolve, that is the coming to pass of thought, and since the there is the there of a six-yok, thought is also the achievement of authentic language. Chapter 13. Interlude. I from the experience of thought. The way is long. Let us rest a while. We deal now with two minor pieces that have, to be sure, their value, but give us a chance to relax. The first bears the title From the Experience of Thought. 1. It is a series of epigrams, poetic in style, and, dating from I-947, adopts a curious format. The left-hand side of the page carries a single line of nature description, sample. When the early morning light grows silently over the mountains. 2. And the right side 4 epigrams. One finds it difficult to see a connection between individual lines of description and the corresponding epigrammatic groups, so it seems that one must seek a significance in the structure of the whole. It is not at all impossible that these pages resume the author's reflections upon the experience of being, a 6 yak, made, presumably, in the mountain haunts of Totnaberg which he knows so well. By reason of the poetic description, we have some knowledge of the beings about him through which being came. The descriptive portions, then, would be an effort to bring these beings into words and thus preempt the poet's role. The reflective portions seem to meditate the sense of what he is doing and express it in words. Here he is more the thinker. Does this give us any light upon the relation of poet to thinker? At least it adds another aspect of the problem to consider. We polarize our remarks around A being, B thought, C language. Being, sen, in the present pages is uniformly used with an antiquated spelling, seen, which we render by an equally antiquated English form that comes from the Anglo-Saxon, bien. In the text itself, there is no indication of the significance of the new spelling, but 2 years later, 1949, in a note added to the second edition of WW, we are told that the new form designates the difference that holds sway between being and beings, sc the ontological difference as such as it emerges out of the process of and J and E lot 3. We infer that such is the sense here and take it to be significant that now for the first time the ontological difference as such is thematized. Throughout a whole essay, even if a minor one. What are we told about being? It is a process of light. It is aboriginal utterance, yet never is itself as a being, hence never can be expressed adequately in the ontic dimension of human language and remains for this reason necessarily unsaid. It shines forth in beings with utter simplicity. It is the one, the only that is worthy of thought, and retains primacy over thought, giving rise to it, inciting it, gathering, is it not a 6 yak, thought into a unity within itself. There is nothing new here beyond a new name. Being now goes by the name of the most ancient of all that is ancient. 4. B. Thought. Genuine thought has but one task, to think being, which, like a star in the firmament, remains constant as the concern of man. In order to accomplish thought, we must take a step in reverse from the normal preoccupations of philosophy, as long as philosophy is a presentational thought, and learn to discern the difference between a being conceived as an object of presentation and as that through which being comes to thought. What is the structure of thought? It is tridimensional. 4. In its essence it is recollection. Thought implies the dimension of past, for it is a thinking upon what is as having been, sc beings, which here seem to be the things of nature. Thought implies the dimension of future, for in our thought being comes from behind us and nonetheless toward us. That is why thought deals with the continued arrival of what has been, and is recollection. 6. Thought implies the dimension of present, for it renders being manifest in language. When thought responds to the intimations of being, there flourishes the language proper to mit-ins. 7. Since being keeps coming to authentic thought, the very heart of thought is imparted to it by being itself, in fact is but their sounding of being in man. That is why we never come upon thoughts. They come to us. 8. We have a good example for this in the case of genuine dialogue. Here it is not so much a question of two partners accepting or rejecting what each other says as a joint effort to attend steadfastly to being in continual advent to both. 9. In any case, man's task is simply to remain docile to being in advent. This docility can be expressed in terms of the metaphor of sight, as if we saw before our eyes the being dimension of beings, and also by the metaphor of hearing, as if we heard within our hearts the word of aboriginal utterance. There is, of course, an appropriate attunement. At one point, this seems to be a wonderment before the fact that thought takes place at all. At another point, it seems to be sorrow and even pain. For want of further elucidation, we understand this latter specimen of attunement in the sense of the Hölderlin interpretations, where sorrow is the negativity of joy, sc the disposition of the poet responding to the joyous, insofar as this holds itself in reserve. This makes it clear, however, that the mittance of being with which we are dealing is profoundly negative. Lo. Not only is being negatived, but there is, of course, a correlative negativity in thought, for, because of this reserve of being, thought is powerless to bring into words the totality of the aboriginal utterance. For thought to comprehend this impotence is to recognize being in its negativity, sc as mystery. But being is more than mystery, it is errance as well. To acquiesce to being as negatived, then, thought must accept the inevitability of errance. Who thinks in the grand manner must in the grand manner wander in errance. And this negativity, however, must be understood not only as consequent upon the reserve of being but as characteristic of thought as such. That is why thought is prey to a triple danger, and it would be quite congruous with the text if we understood this triple danger as indicating the innate fallen character of thought. The first danger is the proximity of the poet. We understand this to mean that, because of the intimate connection between thought and language, there is danger that the thinker forget his task as a thinker and play the part of a poet. It is very nice to be told this, but would it not be helpful if the precise distinction between thought and poetry were first made clear? One wonders, too, if in the work we are considering Heidegger himself escapes the danger of what he describes. It is a good and salutary danger. After a 11.12 the second danger is thought itself, for if it is to be authentic, it must think against itself. 13 We are left to our own resources here to interpret this. It seems plausible, however, to understand it as meaning that thought contains within itself a drag towards presentative thinking, born of the fact that, while comprehending being, thought must deal always with beings within which being withdraws. In order to think being, thought must deal always with beings, and therefore it must struggle against this tendency inscribed in its nature, therefore think against itself. The third danger consists in philosophizing. We understand this to mean that philosophy, insofar as it is characterized by presentative thought and evolves into metaphysics, represents a forgetfulness of being. This is all the more insidious because a philosophizing of this sort, in thinking beings as such, pretends to be thinking being, whereas, totally oblivious to the ambivalence of LLV, it fails to recognize the ontological difference as such. Point 14 Briefly, the heart of thought is imparted to it by being in all its negativity, therefore it is a negative thought. The epigrams give us no clear warrant for saying that thought is to be conceived as resolve. And yet we are told that as soon as we have become at home in the origin of thought, then we may venture to take the step in reverse from philosophy into the thinking of being. 15 If we may eliminate from as soon as any suggestion of ontic succession, then recognizing thought in its origins would be simply the indispensable condition for thinking being. To become at home in the origin of thought may be understood as recognizing and acquiescing in thought as the negatived thinking of being in its negativity. We might interpret this to mean the attaining of authenticity, hence implicitly resolve. Perhaps we are forcing the matter, however. There is another suggestion of a more indirect nature that is perhaps more convincing, when we are told what it means for man to grow old. Being has just been called the most ancient of all that is ancient, and for man to become old presumably means to grow ancient with and in the ancient. May we not understand this in the sense of achieving one's fullness as the there of being, of not only arriving at but maintaining one's authenticity? If this is permissible, then to grow old means that, once the propitious time has come and authenticity has been attained, the thinker must persevere in such thought. This means that he must continue to abide in that precise domain where thought, uniquely proper to the way he has followed, has its origin. L6. See language. We know already that when thought responds to the advent of being, A6 yo, winky face, there flourishes the language proper to mittance. 17 Now the author calls the bringing of being into language the process of original poetizing. It is the topology of being. It is the function of man to accomplish this task, and from the very first moment that he exists the process already has begun. But it is important to note that we must distinguish clearly between original poetizing, as it is understood here, and the poetic song that poets write and which we usually call poetry or, as we have been saying hitherto, poesy. Clearly for Heidegger the poesy of poets and the thought of thinkers are to be distinguished, yet their unity is unquestionable, and it derives from the fact that they both stem from a single root, original poetizing. Since this common root itself derives all its vitality from being, both poesy and thought stem ultimately from being itself. 19 Thought, then, deriving from original poetizing, has a poetizing character all its own. If it has remained hidden up to now, the reason presumably is that we cannot appreciate it until we have learned to comprehend the genuine nature of language, sc. being as the process of asixio. In H.B., Heidegger thought being without naming the ontological difference as such. Now it is named as such. With this nuance, the present little work recalls in lapidary fashion the perspectives already seen. To the pathway. Belonging to the same genre as the piece we have just seen, The Pathway was composed to help the author's townsmen of Meßkirch commemorate, 1949, the 100th anniversary. Re-TF composer Konrad Kreutzer's death. 20 The setting is obviously Meßkirch itself. The contents may be quickly resumed. There is a path that begins at the courtyard gate, leads through rolling meadows and woods down to the moorland and back. It is rich with memories for the thinker. In the woods as a boy his father would fell the trees for wood, and out of the shaven bark the lad would fashion toy boats to sail on make-believe journeys, long before he knew what it meant to embark on a voyage that would leave all familiar shores behind. One oak tree in particular brings pause. It stands beside a rough-hewn bench, where, grown into a young philosopher, he would read and ponder great thinkers of the past, then leave them aside to stroll along the path and find there addressed to him a comprehension that philosophy texts could not give. How understand this strange appeal of the pathway? Wherever the path leads, whatever it passes along the way, its appeal is always the one, the appeal of something wondrously simple that permeates all. This simple we understand, of course, to be being, probably in the sense of being. The pathway, then, is another description, prose-poetic in form, of the experience of being. We examine it in greater detail for what it suggests with regard to, a being, b thought. A. Being. Being is the simple. We know from Aoer, that this is to be understood as the one. It holds sway with a gentle insistence that is at once an inexhaustible strength. It is the unspoken language of beings, unosgesprochenierer Sprach. It advances unto man without benefit of any mediation other than itself, yet it must prevail for a long time before man learns to discern it. It never appears as itself, but it is precisely by a hidden efficacy that it bestows its benediction upon man. 21 When the simple makes its appeal, who is it that really speaks? Is it the soul, the world, God? Notice that these are the three types of beings which classical metaphysics studies, hence. The question seems to mean, is the simple that appeals to man on the pathway some being with which metaphysics can deal? The question receives no answer. The author continues, everything speaks of abandonment to the simple which abides. 22 We take this to mean, that what addresses man on the pathway is not some being but being, that beings, LLCFV-.cx, only convey to him the appeal proceeding from Ev, that this appeal solicits man to abandon himself to being, sc the simple, the one. One point is worth underlining. Among the beings through which being advances and makes its appeal to man is the old familiar oak. It has learned the secret of long, slow growth and is imagined to reveal the secret in saying, growing means this, to open oneself up to the breadth of heaven and to sink one's roots into the darkness of earth. 23 Since presumably growing is a manner in which being comes to presence in a tree, we interpret this to mean that there is a certain bivalence in the process of being as it comes to presence in things of common experience, and it permits us to speak of the simple in terms of both heaven and earth. We shall soon see the importance of this remark. b. Thought. Being, however, needs its there, and the appeal of the simple, the one, is uttered only so long as man, endowed with a unique affinity to it, is able to attend to this appeal. This affinity with the simple is of such a nature that man, too, shares in the ambivalence that we have just noted, and it is only thus that he is able to let be the beings that he encounters. Point 24 To attend to the appeal of being, the simple, addressed to man along the pathway, man must overcome the ravages of technicity which distract him, dull his ear to the appeal, make the wondrously simple seem to be merely a dull uniformity. To rouse man from the fallen condition of technicity, the appeal of being itself awakens in him a yearning for genuine freedom. This is the call to forsake the fascinations of technicity and abandon himself to being. This self-abandonment does not impoverish man. On the contrary, it is an enrichment, for by reason of it all of the inexhaustible strength of being becomes abidingly man's own, and he walks along the path attuned with the gladsomeness that being itself imparts. Point 25. Resume the pathway may be taken to symbolize the way of thought itself, where man's task is to abandon himself to the appeal of bivalent being, addressed to him through beings, which he encounters along the way. A pleasant divertimento. Chapter 14. What is Metaphysics? Introduction. The Essence of Ground, Prologue. 6 years had passed since the fourth edition of W.M., 1943, had given in the epilogue the first full sketch of foundational thought as the process of overcoming metaphysics. The passage of time brought demand for a fifth edition, and this offered another significant improvement in the form of an introduction, which dealt with the nature of metaphysics that was to be overcome. What specifically does it tell us? In general terms, we may say that it not only tries to explain once more the meaning of metaphysics and the means of overcoming it, but also reviews the bold lines of SZ, in order to emphasize the fact that this first work, and by implication WM, which, all commentators agree, profoundly concords with it, was uniquely concerned with this problem. The first of these themes served as the basis for the introductory chapter to this study. The second, along with whatever oblique references are made to thought, we incorporated into the study of H.B. There remains, then, practically nothing left to say. And yet, we are not dispensed from a very important remark. For, concomitantly with the introduction, the author made a change in the epilogue. Now it is one of the inalienable rights of man that an author may emend his text. But what was the emendation? The original, 1943, reading was: Being indeed comes to presence without beings. Now it reads: Being never comes to presence without beings. Is this not a complete reversal? And, indeed, on an essential point? And the W.M., Introduction W.G., Prologue 563. Unkindest cut of all is that the change is made without so much as a word to call attention to it, much less to explain it. We must probe the mystery. A. The case of the altered epilogue. We have already suggested in what sense the first text may be understood, sc that it insists on the primacy of the being process in the emergence of beings, therefore names the ontological difference, but not as such. The second text insists on the fact that although being must be thought for itself in order to comprehend the ontological difference, it can never be by itself. Hence, if it is true to say that beings cannot be without being, the reverse is also true, being cannot be without beings. This names the ontological difference as such. Since the alteration is made concomitantly with the publication of the introduction, the question must now be posed whether or not there is reason to maintain that, independently of change, the focus of Heidegger at this time is on the ontological difference as such. We find two indications interior to the introduction and two exterior to it that lead us to say yes. In the closing paragraphs of the introduction, we read, which remains more of a riddle, the fact that beings are that being is? Or does even such a reflection as this still fail to bring us genuinely close to the riddle that with the being of beings has come to pass? 2. It seems quite clear that Heidegger here is thinking being and beings in terms of their mutual dependence on each other, therefore the ontological difference as such. In the development of the metaphor of metaphysics as the roots of the philosophy tree but being as the element, or ground, in which these roots are sunk, we are told that, the ground is ground for the roots. 3. And again, presumably the element is not an element, unless the roots are woven through it. 4. We take this to mean that being is not being unless there be emittance unto beings, which, in the matter under discussion, takes the form of metaphysics. This concurs completely with the altered epilogue. There are two other important texts that appear in R 949, and we introduce them as external evidence. With the third edition of WG there is added a succinct but luminous prologue, and the second edition of WW adds a new first paragraph to its concluding note. Both deal explicitly with the ontological difference as such. The prologue to WG reminds us of the intimate affinity between WM and WG. The first deals with the question of non-being, the latter with the ontological difference. But if non-being in WM simply formulates the not which characterizes being when it is experienced from the viewpoint of beings, the ontological difference of WG, too, is the not which separates beings and being. Now this not that is intrinsic to non-being and the not which constitutes the ontological difference are but one, not in the sense of a logical identity but in the sense that, in the coming to presence of the being of beings, both are correlative. 5. In neither case, then, is the not a mere ens rationis, it is inscribed in the process of being itself. This is what we have been calling all along the negativity of being. This one not, Heidegger continues, is the one problem worthy of thought that both essays, purposely kept distinct, try to pose for meditation, without being up to the task. 6. We infer, that the one problem common to both WM and WG was being as permeated with negativity, that the reason why neither essay was up to the task of thinking it was presumably that both remained, like SZ, locked in the horizon of Heidegger I, where the necessary language to think being in its truth as such failed. The additional note in WW takes the matter further still. It offers us the famous text, whose content is to be found, however, in the essay itself. The question about the essence of truth finds its answer in the phrase, the essence of truth is the truth of essence. 7. We are told once more that the truth of essen, ing, is being in its truth, and ./.9 etx, comporting both positivity and negativity, sc it is the lighting up process of beings that conceals itself in these beings, even as, and inasmuch as, it enlightens them. It is at once both a hidden light and a luminous hiding within beings. All this is familiar. What is new is that it is by reason precisely of this luminous hiding that being is designated as being, and being is intended to suggest the difference that holds sway between being and beings, sc the ontological difference as such. This helps us to see that the entire problematic of revealment concealment in being is nothing more than the problem of the not which constitutes the ontological difference as such. Because a luminous hiding sc the not of the ontological difference belongs to being shines forth in the light of a concealing withdrawal. The name of this lighting process is end./.9 etx. What better evidence do we need to show how profoundly the Heidegger of 1949 is preoccupied with the ontological difference as such? Briefly, the formula of 1943 emphasizes the primacy of being and implies the ontological difference but does not name it as such. The formula of 1949 names it as such. Both have a legitimate sense, and to appreciate the full complexity of Heidegger's problem, we must think them no doubt together. But the second formula expresses better what the author considers to be, as we see in ID, the insight that is uniquely proper to himself. 9 Did he not have the right, then, to alter the first formula accordingly, when the occasion of the new edition gave him the chance? Of course. If there were reason for criticism, then, this would have to restrict itself to the unannounced manner in which the change was made. But when all is said and done, even this seems to be a matter of taste. How do you take your philosophy? Straight, or with a dash of legerdemain? Chapter 15. The Thing. We have spoken much of foundational thinking as something other than the presentative, proposing thought characteristic of the metaphysical tradition it is meant to overcome. The form of thought which up to the present the author has most fully developed is the process of retrieve, as applied to the interpretation of other thinkers. We have had hints of a different style of non-presentative thought, such as in the analysis of a work of art, R 935, and more recently in the Pathway, R 949, but no full treatment of this other style in recent years. Now in a public lecture, entitled The Thing, before the Bavarian Academy of Fine Arts in Munich, Richardson, Heidegger explores a way to think being through things of common experience. As a matter of fact, the author makes his meditation upon the thing in an effort to discern what is meant by the nearness of things. He takes as his starting point the fact that modern means of travel and communication have reduced enormously the distance between man and the things with which he deals. Yet diminished distance need not mean that these things are thereby nearer to man, for no matter how close they come to him physically, they are genuinely near only when they are comprehended in that which renders them near, in their dimension of nearness as such. He proposes, then, to meditate the things that are near precisely in their dimension of nearness. This means to meditate them as near, as what they are, to meditate things as things. We know already that, for Heidegger, 1 Das Ding, VA pages Z63-Z8Z. The thing. Nearness as such is being itself, which withdraws in the things it makes near. Point 2. We have here, then, another effort to think being as such, by pondering things as things. What, then, is a thing? Heidegger resorts once more to the phenomenological method, which, as far as it goes, is masterful. Let us take as our basic phenomenon an everyday thing like a wine pitcher. The question, what is this pitcher as a pitcher, the thingness of this thing? In the most general terms, we may say the pitcher is a vessel, a container, that by reason of its bottom and sides can hold a liquid and be held, by its handle, in turn. But what is it in itself? Does it suffice to say that it is an object and let it go at that? Certainly not, if this means that the pitcher is, only insofar as it is presented to a subject. It stands by itself on the table and is, independently of all subjectivizing presentation. No, the thing as thing is more than simply an object. Well, then, shall we say that the pitcher is something that stands by itself? Even this is not enough, for it stands by itself only because it first has been fashioned by a potter. This fashioning, or producing, of the pitcher thing we shall call, in order to remain as close as possible to the German, composing. 3. Prior to the standing by itself character of the thing, then, is its composition. Now when we think the thing as thing in terms of the fact that it has been composed, we clearly comprehend it as more than merely what has been proposed as an object. This much is gain. But have we broken all the bonds of presentative thought? By no means. For composing is still opposing. The potter poses his material in such a way that at the end of his work the thing stands before, or across, gegenüber, from, him. For the sake of precision, let us say that insofar as the thing, when finished, stands by itself across from the potter, it is contract opposed to him. We intend that this be distinguished from that which is considered only as opposed, object, to a subject, in which case the object, even though it may stand in and by itself, is nevertheless considered only according to that dimension in which it is proposed by, to, and for the subject. Obviously, the thing, when considered as composed, or contract opposed, is immeasurably more than it is when considered merely as opposed to a subject, but we are still interpreting it in terms of opposing. Furthermore, this posing that takes place in composing depends upon a proposing of its own. The pitcher in question is not a container because it was composed, but it had to be composed because it is this container. For the question is, what is this pitcher as pitcher, which at one time was to be composed, and which by this composition the potter simply let be itself in clay. Before the potter could approach his task, the pitcher to be composed had manifested its visage to him. The visage of a thing to be composed is its oc, t and ot. The potter sees the visage, insofar as the t and ot is proposed before him. Heidegger maintains that Plato, and the whole metaphysical tradition after him, got no further than this. His criticism is that at this point we still have not explained what and how the thing is, where we must understand is to mean, in Heidegger's sense, emerges into presence. The whole emerging process he calls the thing's essence, Wesen, but obviously this must be understood as Essen dash, or presenting. However, what and how the container, thus offering its visage to the potter, as this pitcher thing, is can never be experienced, let alone appropriately thought, in terms of the viewing of a visage, sc the TLLCX. That is why Plato, who proposed the presence of beings in terms of their offering of a visage, thought the genuine essening of a thing as little as did Aristotle and all subsequent thinkers. 5. The thing as thing, then, is more than an objectum, more than merely a compositum. Once more, then, what is the thing as thing? From here on, Heidegger leaves the negative part of the analysis and proceeds in his own name. Suppose we pour wine into the pitcher. What happens? Do we pour wine into the bottom and sides? Not exactly. At best we pour it between bottom and sides. It is the emptiness between bottom and sides that contains the wine, thereby making the container to be container. The potter, then, in working the clay, does not fashion, properly speaking, the pitcher. He gives form to the clay, or better, he provides a form for emptiness. For this emptiness, in it and from it he fashions clay into the proper configuration. 6. What is the thingness of this pitcher thing? The thingness of the container by no means rests in the material out of which it is formed but in the emptiness which does the containing. 7. We must interrogate this emptiness. The term containing suggests a double moment, a receiving and a retaining. Both these moments, however, are gathered a6 into one. What gathers them thus into unity? Is it not the ultimate gathering that lets the containing, therefore the containing thing, be? For Heidegger, this ultimate unity must be understood in terms of the functioning of the pitcher. The pitcher's function is not only to receive and to retain the wine, but to pour it out into a glass. It is precisely at this moment of pouring that the container is gathered into the unity of itself, that the pitcher is what it is. This would be true, even if there were nothing in the pitcher to pour, for the inability to pour of a pitcher without wine can be comprehended only in terms of the pouring that the pitcher otherwise would do, and is profoundly different from the inability to pour, say, of a hammer or a scythe. The next step, of course, is to interrogate the pouring of the pitcher, but at this crucial moment the rigor of the analysis seems to disappear. The pouring is seen to imply a fourfold polyvalence, ge Viard, that itself is gathered into original simplicity and oneness. 9. We shall examine the problem shortly. For the moment, it suffices to see, that the pouring gathers together this pitcher thing as thing, that the power of pouring to gather together derives from a still more original gathering power that springs from the polyvalent one, that, this manifold yet simple gathering is what comes to presence in the pitcher. And as the pitcher, sc is the being of the pitcher, the thinging of the thing, 10. That, to return to the beginning, since nearness comes to us only in that which is near, nearness consists in nothing else than the being of things. Nearness in all its power draws near to us as the thinging of things LLA. Being. I the quadrate. When Heidegger speaks of the being of things as essentially a gathering process, we understand being in the sense of asyxia, which, of course, is to be understood as the original one. The puzzling part of the essay, however, lies in the fact that Heidegger sees in this one a fourfold polyvalence. What does he mean by being as the quadrate? The theme of our research is not being but thought, so we do not feel obliged to solve the problem, if it can be solved. The purpose of our present remarks is simply to see it clearly as a problem. What is the quadrate, Gavard? The author disengages the notion in meditating the pouring out of the pitcher. He imagines it to be a wine or water pitcher and considers that this pouring somehow combines four aspects of being, which he calls earth, sky, mortals, gods, earth, for water comes from the springs in the earth, wine from grapes on the vine, sky, for the springs are fed by rain from the sky, wine grapes nourished by the sun, mortals, for what is poured out may quench man's thirst or warm his heart, gods, for the liquid may be used as a libation to the gods. These four facets of being are complementary. To think one of them thoroughly is to think them all. They mirror each other, and in this mutual mirroring each is properly itself. This event of mirroring each other liberates each unto its own proper self, yet binds what is thus liberated in the oneness of their essential mutuality. 12. How is all this to be understood? Firstly, let us note that, although this is the first time that we hear of the quadrate, it is not the first time that such themes appear. The pathway suggested the duality of earth and sky in the coming to presence of the oak tree. The duality of gods and man might have been inferred from the Hölderlin interpretations, where the poet was called a half-god, because he inhabited the domain in between gods and men. 13. But this does not help very much. The essential seems to be that the author here is trying to discern the richness of being, and since being, as the one, has been conceived already as the gathering process of a 6yo, the quadrate seems to disengage those features in being whose mutual mirroring constitutes the collectiveness of being as such. 14. In any case, one curious fact seems worth noting. The sky here suggests nothing supersensible but is conceived in what another language would call a purely physical way. Earth and sky, taken together, then, would suggest the entire world of physical nature. If we take them thus and think them together with gods, clearly designating the entire domain of the divine, and mortals, we are reminded of the trilogy that characterized classical metaphysics: God, man, world. This is a hierarchy of beings, of course, and we are dealing here clearly with being. But is it possible that the sense of the quadrate consists in suggesting that polyvalent plenitude of the simple, ev, by reason of which it can come to presence in il and vrcx, sc as God, as man, and as world? However this may be, being as the polyvalent one is what Heidegger understands by the world. We see how fully the perspective of sc, where their being was the ultimate whereunto of the world, has shifted. In identifying now the world with the one, he insists once more on the fact that the world is not a being which, as far as he is concerned, has to be grounded in a cause, but simply comes to presence in the same way as being itself. World comes to presence simply insofar as it worlds. 15. 2. The negativity of being. There is a significant passage where the negativity of being is underlined, and this brings us to the relation of being to its there. We are told again that being is equivalent to non-being, when considered from the viewpoint of beings. This is due to its not character, by reason of which it recedes in the beings it reveals, as, for example, nearness conceals itself in what is rare. 16. Another manner in which to express this same not character, negativity, is to speak of the mystery of being, a term that suggests not only the self-concealment of being but the concealing of this concealment. Therefore non-being, mystery, and, as we know from W. Ahrens, are all different formulae for the inherent negativity of being. All this has become quite ordinary for us. What is new in the essay is an explicit correlation between the negativity of being and their being as being unto death. For Heidegger resorts to the not which impregnates being to explain what he means by the term mortals in the quadrate. That is mortal which can die. But man alone, he says, properly speaking can die, animals simply stop living, for to die means to be able to know death as death. What, then, is death as death? Death is the shrine of non-being. As the shrine of non-being, Death hides within itself the presenting of being. 17 Man can know death as death, because he can comprehend it as the shrine of non-being, where non-being is not, of course, absolute nothing, but the shrine of being in its negativity. And why? Because the nature of man as ekasistence, is the presenting of a relationship to being as being, 18 SC to being as negatived. We understand all this in the following way: the negativity of being is so profound that it negates, SC limits, every modality of its presenting. Hence the there of being is necessarily negatived, limited. Since the there comes to presence in man, the limitation of there is designated in terms of the limitation, or the ending, of man, SC death. Hence, when we say, as in SC, that there being is being unto death, we mean that it is the there of being whose negativity necessitates that its presenting come to an end, which is death. The same law of negativity which dictates that being be mystery and non-being dictates that in there and as there it be unto death. We might even say that by the there of being we mean nothing else than being itself, precisely insofar as it presences unto an end which is death, SC in man. Since being cannot presence except in a limited, negatived, way, and the limit of the presenting in there is death, then death, limit, is a necessary condition for the presenting we call there, and there is a legitimate sense in which we may say that death is precisely that point where the there begins to be, that death from the very beginning is immanent in their being, that there is at every moment dy, and, ing. However this may be, death is that point where the being which reveals itself in there as there withdraws into hiding. Death, then, is the hiding place where being retreats as into a mountain stronghold, Geberg. Death as the shrine of non-being is the mountain fastness of being. 19 Notice that in this the only difference from the same problematic in SC is the difference between Heidegger I and II. To be able to know death as death is to be able to comprehend being in its intrinsic negativity. When Heidegger says that, rational animals must first become mortal, 2 we may understand this to mean that man must come to know death as death, SC he must pass from a merely metaphysical conception of himself as a rational animal to a comprehension of himself as an EC static relationship to being as such, whose negativity dictates that man must die. To comprehend and acquiesce in this ineluctable fact is for man to achieve authenticity. This is freedom unto death. It is accomplished in resolve. B. Thought. In the present essay, thought is profoundly a recollection. Once more, we discern the same three dimensions of recollection as before. The past in this case is being as having been in that which already is, sc the thing, vg picture, that we are interrogating. The future is being, whether as the simple, as polyvalent oneness, as nearness, or as world, inasmuch as it comes to the thinker through things. The present consists in rendering manifest this being dimension of things in language. Point 21 By recollective thinking of this kind, we let the thing be. Sc we let it come to presence out of being, which itself thereby presents in and as the thing. We might say that we thus let being come into the thing. But we do more than that. We let being come through the thing and upon us, so that it is in the thing and as the thing that being makes its appeal to us. May we say that it is only through things that being comes upon us? Yes, provided that we understand things now as what we have hitherto called beings, a broader sense than the analysis of the picture would suggest. But what we know of the ontological difference would certainly warrant such an interpretation, and it would give a very satisfying, though not necessarily unique, sense to such a phrase as, we are in the strict sense of the word, beings that are conditioned by beings bedingten. 22 Be this as it may, thought is a letting things be, and being is essentially a liberation, a rendering free. The term freedom does not appear, but it is important to see that we are still, I 950, dealing with the conception of freedom in terms of letting be, as suggested by W. I 930. Here the characteristic term is less a rendering free than a keeping free, sc a sheltering, preserving, guarding. We prefer to say tending to the being dimension of things. When we think things as things, then we tend to the presenting of things in that domain out of which they come to presence, 23. Notice that such a process is tantamount to playing watchman, or shepherd, to being not, of course, in itself but as it emerges in things. And when the thinker tends to things in the domain of their origin, he himself, by that very fact, dwells in this domain. Insofar as we shelter things as things, we dwell in nearness. 24 SC in the polyvalent one, in being, in world. At this point, we rejoin, it would seem, the conception developed in the Hölderlin interpretations as dwelling near the source. But how does man succeed in dwelling by his thought in being, SC in letting things come to him as things? Not through the machinations of man as victim of technicity, yet not without the watchfulness of man as mortal. 25 We interpret this to mean, that man as slave to technicity endeavors to submit beings to his own disposition in a thought that is merely presentative, that man as mortal comprehends the authentic sense of death, hence discerns and acquiesces in his own nature as the static relationship to being and its negativity, that man in the second sense is he who has achieved authenticity as man, the slave of technicity has not, that it is precisely the achieving of authenticity, the comprehending of being in its negativity, that constitutes the foundational thinking of things. This achieving of authenticity in Heidegger I was called resolve, but here it is the step in reverse, by which the thinker retreats from presentative thinking into foundational thought. All of this spins to a fullness in a succinct phrase with which Heidegger closes, only as mortal do men succeed at dwelling in the world as world. 26. Being, a6 world, nearness, as to be thought is here considered as the presenting of polyvalent oneness. Foundational thought is considered as recollection upon things, by which mortal man, in full comprehension of his own nature as existence unto being as negatived, tends to being as it presences in things. This is the step in reverse from presentative thinking unto foundational thought. It is the achievement of resolve. Chapter 16. Language. Several months after the thing, June, I 950, Heidegger delivered the lecture on language, October, I 950, taking George Trickle's short lyric, Winter Evening, as occasion to probe again the now familiar problem. A. The antecedents. Echoes of the thing are unmistakable, again being, the one, is conceived as polyvalent plenitude under the guise of the quadrate, and this in tum as world which lets things be what they are, gives rise to the thinking of things. Point 2 Likewise, being is clearly a6 Recalling that a6 grants beings repose in and as themselves, we are told now that language in its origins is a stillness in which all things find rest. 3 There are other familiar notes. Recall how in the study on Hölderlin's recollection, I 943, we saw that the holy has need of the poet in order to be itself. This recalled the necessity of being for its there in M, R 935. In another context, we saw in G, R 944-45, how being, expanse, has want of man's expansion in order that it may come to presence, hence appropriate. Aids to man his own nature in order thus to appropriate him to itself. After this previous orientation, we find it hardly surprising to be told now, Rixo, that the essen, ing, of original language has want of human language and by reason of this want appropriates to man what is proper to himself in order to appropriate him to itself in the process of its presenting. Likewise, apropos of recollection, 1943, we saw that poetry was conceived as the poet's hail of response to the holy's hail to him. Now we are told that human language is man's hailing response to the hail of language as it presences. 4. B. The difference. If all of these theses have been stated before, what, then, is new here? We discern it best, perhaps, if we ponder what is said about the hail of aboriginal language, a6 a response to which takes the form of human language. Strictly speaking, what is it that is hailed? We have suggested quite legitimately that it is man, but the author comes to this only at the close of the essay. In the course of the analysis, that which is hailed is rather things, beings, on the one hand and world, being, on the other. Yet this expression on the one hand and on the other itself is unhappy, for it suggests a separation of being from beings that Heidegger resolutely excludes. If beings cannot be except by reason of being, neither can being be except in that which is. This theme is developed in various ways. For example, world yields things in their thinging, things give a bearing to world. If world and things, being beings, must be called distinct, under no circumstances can they be separated. 5 Inseparable, being beings are correlative. This means that on the one hand they are distinguished by more than simply a mere rational distinction, but on the other the difference must not be conceived as a relation that, representative thought can propose to itself as a subsequent coupling of two entities already constituted as separate. The difference must be understood in the deepest sense of a differ, a bearing of each other out, as if both shared a common center which remains interior to each, the so to speak of correlation, a common measure by which each is measured, which serves as the single dimension of both, a primal unity by reason of which each adheres to the other and out of which both issue forth. We must conceive the ontological difference, then, as a size Zion, Schied, between, unter, being and beings that refers them to each other by the very fact that it cleaves them in 2.6. What is hailed in the coming to pass of A6 as language, then, is the correlation of being and beings, world things. Whereunto are they hailed? Unto the unifying size Zion of the difference prevailing between them. In the hailing which summons things and world, what properly speaking is hailed is, their size Zion. 7 This may be acceptable enough until we go a step further and ask who or what does the hailing. Here we have the disconcerting answer, the size Zion itself. The size Zion is that which hails, s. How can the difference be at once both hailing and hailed? We propose to understand it this way: difference says differentiation, which implies both differentiating and differentiated. If we may speak here of a terminus equo of differentiation, this we would conceive to be the moment of differentiating. Conversely, the terminus ad quem of differentiation would be the moment when the differentiated issue forth as such. The differentiating must be conceived as unity, as oneness, and the differentiated as necessarily two, or, as the author will say later, as two-ness, ambivalence. The whole process of difference consists in this tension, this mutual adhesion between unity and duality, which is the size Zion as such. Insofar as it is a unity, sc a differentiating, it is difference as hailing; insofar as it is a duality, sc a differentiated, it is difference as hailed. The unifying size Zion gathers together the two differentiated out of itself, insofar as it hails them into the fissure which itself. 9 is. Now the size Zion, as we have described it here, sc as the coming to pass of the ontological difference out of original A6 is what Heidegger understands by language in its ultimate origins. Language comes to presence as the size Zion which takes place between world and things. 10 But in order for A6 ascission to come about, there is need of the nature of man. We interpret this to mean that the differentiating cannot give issue to the differentiated except in, through, and for that being whose nature it is to be open unto A6 ascission. The dynamic tension between differentiating and differentiated would be what constitutes the need for man which hails him to be himself. This static openness to the aboriginal A6 is the emerging of human language, which therefore does not have human activity alone as its source but rather, reposes in man's relationship to language in its origins. The static openness may be considered in two ways, and here we discern the double aspect of foundational thought as simply a structural relationship between man and aboriginal language, hence prior to any moment when he gives voice to it by a spoken or even a written word, as the bringing of this structural relationship to fully authentic functioning. Authenticity in the use of language is achieved in the moment of man's free response to the hail addressed to him when the size Zion takes place, sc when the differentiating utters its need of him in order that it may give issue to the differentiated. By responding, man gives voice, vir Lotberung, to the differentiated, therefore being beings. To the extent that his verbalization is authentic, that which he brings into language never becomes a thing of the past but remains in continued advent through the words he has used. It is his hail of reply. Point 12. Obviously this responding hail comports first of all a docile attending that pays heed to the hail of address that comes to him out of a 6 yak, ascision, of which man is by nature an attendant. That the attending be docile, man himself must remain unobtrusive, without at the same time being passive. He must advance, though with reticence, toward the hail as it comes to him. This advancing with reticence characterizes the manner in which mortal man responds to the hail of a 6 yak, as size Zion. In this fashion mortal man dwells authentically in aboriginal language. 13. Foundational thought here is elaborated in terms of the origin of language. Being is conceived as a 6 yak. Inasmuch as a 6 yak is and.fijih tad, it is the coming to pass of that size Zion which gives rise to the ontological difference. Inasmuch as a 6 yak is essentially utterance, it is the coming to pass of aboriginal language. In either case, man's task is to respond to the hail addressed to him out of the need of a 6 yak, for there in order that the differentiating may give rise, issue, to the differentiated. Response to this hail is the coming to pass of human language in complete authenticity. What is new here is not that being, a 6 yak is conceived as aboriginal language, for that was clear in 1944. What is new is the thematizing of a 6 yak, thus conceived in order to meditate the difference as difference. Point 14. Chapter 17. Working, Dwelling, Thinking. The lecture of August, 1951, entitled Working, Dwelling, Thinking, is effectively a prolongation of the meditation on the thing. There we considered the thingness of the thing and saw that its presenting consists in the gathering together of polyvalent being in and as this thing. In the present case, Heidegger, retaining this fundamental conception of the presencing of things, takes advantage of a general discussion in Darmstadt on the theme man and space to explain how he conceives the bringing forth of things. Structurally the analysis revolves around working and dwelling, whereas thinking seems thrown in for good measure. Since this is precisely our problem, however, we cannot afford to disregard it. A. Dwelling. The sense of dwelling for Heidegger is familiar to us, not only from the thing, where we saw that man dwells in nearness to being, but from the Hölderlin interpretations, where we learned that the poet dwells in nearness to the source. It is no great surprise, then, to hear that dwelling is the fundamental being structure of their being, hence the manner in which their being abides, sojourns, is. It comports 2 dimensions, openness unto being in its polyvalent oneness. Mortals are in polyvalent being, inasmuch as they dwell. 2 comportment with beings, sc things, with which from the very beginning their being takes up its sojourn, and, indeed, inevitably so. The Old Saxon, wohn, and Gothic, wohnen, forms from which the German word for dwelling, wohnen, derives, suggest, besides, the notion of treating with consideration or taking care of something, which we translate to tend, as this word is used with reference to a watchman, caretaker, or shepherd with his sheep. 3. Now, the fundamental characteristic of dwelling is this function of tending. For which comes to pass in both dimensions of their being, ontologically, insofar as, tending means, to guard polyvalent being in its presenting. 5. Ontically, to the extent that, dwelling as tending preserves polyvalent being there where their being takes up its sojourn, in things. 6. Hence their being tends being in its coming to presence through beings, inasmuch as it lets these beings as beings be. Note how completely this conception of dwelling concurs in its essentials with what SZ called the in-being of their being as to be in the world. B. Working. Working admits both a broad and a strict sense. Point 7. In the broad sense, it is the equivalent of the word dwelling, for, according to Heidegger, the stem of bauen, buen, bu, bio, bears affinity to the German form of the verb to be, ich bin, du bist, etc., hence suggests the manner in which their being is or dwells. In the stricter sense, it signifies a manner in which their being comports itself in accordance with the structure of the dwelling process. It is the sense which we wish to suggest by working. For this word admits the very general sense of accomplishing by toil, sc. doing something by labor. Of the manifold nuances that the word thus understood may have, Heidegger underlines two: working in the sense of cultivating, cholera, as a farmer works his fields; working in the sense of building, edificare, vg laboring to construct something. The author concentrates on the second sense in the essay, hence in using the word work here, we understand doing something, where the doing has the sense of building, constructing, and the something has the sense of something, vga. Bridge. The question: what is the nature of the thing that is done? What is the nature of the doing? As to the nature of a thing as such, we have already some idea from the thing. It is the gathering together of polyvalent being in and as any given being. In the present case, this conception is applied to a bridge. The bridge gathers together unto itself in its own way the polyvalence of being. 9. There is, however, a further precision. We are told that the bridge gathers being into a certain location that we may call a place. This place, however, as Heidegger uses the term, did not exist as an entity before the bridge, although there were always many sites along the river bank where it could arise, but comes to presence with and as the bridge. Furthermore, this place ipso facto occupies space, which Heidegger understands as a certain free area enclosed by those limits within which the thing begins to come to presence. Once the thing in question is thus understood, then the doing of the thing consists not merely in the human activity which fashions steel and concrete into the structure we call a bridge, but it is the process of bringing, bringen, forth, her, polyvalent being into the limits of the thing and thereby bringing the thing itself, vor, into presence as what it is, her verbringen. In this sense it rejoins the Greek conception of rex. V1, sc to let something appear as what it is, as itself. Now it is precisely by this process of bringing forth things as things that their being goes about tending being in beings, and, dwelling, to the extent that it conserves being in things, is, as this conserving process, what is meant by working. 12. We infer, then, that to tend to being in beings and to work beings by bringing them forth as what they are, both of these are one. The reason why their being can do things thus lies in the bidimensional character of the dwelling. That is to say, it can let things shine forth in their own place, occupying their own space, because from the very beginning its openness to being is an openness to all possible space, its ontological dimension is a constitutional nearness to things. But only when this ontological dimension is articulated on the ontic level in the things among which their being sojourns, does their being find itself genuinely at home in its nearness to things. 13. For all of their being's bidimensional structure, however, this condition may not be taken for granted. On the contrary, it comes to pass only insofar as the dwelling process of their being reaches the full achievement. This implies a complete docility to being, which always holds the primacy. In bringing forth things, their being must accept whatever intimations being imparts, assuming them in its own name as the measure of its own activity, and thereby respond to the particular manner in which any given thing comes to presence. It is this that their being brings to fullness, its at-homeness with things. Hence by letting these things shine forth as what they are, their being effectively lets itself be as dwelling in their nearness. This is their being's response to being's appeal. It is the moment when their being overcomes its homelessness and all the nihilism that this implies. It is the moment of achieved authenticity. The author concludes with an appeal to learn what this means. 14. See thought. The problem of thought, despite the fact that the word appears in the title, is hardly thematized in the present essay. The principal remark comes toward the end when we are told that in the same sense as working, though in a different way, thought, too, plays a role in their being's dwelling process. Each in its own way is necessary, both are intrinsically complementary. As for further details of the relationship, we are left to our own resources. Is it legitimate to surmise that both working and thinking have the same sense, insofar as both are attending to being in beings, hence each is a way by which their beings dwelling in nearness to beings reaches fulfillment. This seems plausible enough, but then how do they differ? One thing is certain, by both working and thinking, their being achieves its authenticity. How else can their being respond to the address of being than by endeavoring for its own part to bring the dwelling process, insofar as it can, into the fullness of its presenting? 15. This it does by working and thought. Resume. Their being dwells in nearness to things by reason of the double, ontocontological, dimension of existence. It tends being in beings, insofar as it helps bring them forth into truth. This is what is meant by working. Such a process is complementary to thought, but we do not yet see precisely how. Chapter 18. Poetically doth man dwell. The preceding essay was delivered as a lecture in August, and but a few months later, in October of the same year, 1951, came another, entitled Poetically Doth Man Dwell, where the author dialogues once more with his old friend, Hölderlin. It is so perfectly consequent with working, dwelling, thinking that the two should be taken together as a single whole, for there only the first two of the three processes were thematized. Thinking received only incidental treatment at the end, more by way of promise than of realization. It is in the present essay that the promise finds some measure of fulfillment, for what Hölderlin calls poetizing is, despite profound difference, one with what Heidegger calls thought. 2 with the necessary reserves, then, we might translate the title. Thought. Fully doth man dwell. We take the present essay as a necessary complement of the former and polarize the discussion thus: A. Dwelling, B. Poetizing. A. Dwelling. Once more the word dwelling designates the fundamental structure of their being as it sojourns in nearness to beings. Now, however, the conception is developed by a new metaphor. The Hölderlin poem that Heidegger interprets here permits him to say that if man dwells on the earth, he also looks up toward heaven. Hence effectively he dwells between heaven and earth, just as we saw that the poet is a half-god because he dwells between man and the gods. This manner of thinking permits Heidegger to speak of this between as a sort of ontological space. The term is not Heidegger's, that he calls dimension. Sustaining the metaphor, if such it is, the author speaks of this dimension as somehow admitting of measure, and since man, as the in-between being, dwells in dimension, it is his task to do the measuring. The new terminology as such is not so important for us, for it seems to be dictated by the poem in question. More important is to see that we are dealing with the same old problem, the relation between being and their being. We know already that the quadrate designates being in its polyvalence. To speak of dimension as an ontological space between two members of the quadrate does not change matters very much. Besides, the quadrate is filled out shortly by the mention of God and the poet. Dimension, then, is still being in its polyvalence. Furthermore, it is measurable only because it is lit up. So that the new metaphor even comports the familiar notion of light. 4 If we turn now to man, we are told, that it is only in, measuring out dimension that man is first man at all. 5 That he, is insofar as he withstands dimension. 6 That, only insofar as man in this way measures out his dwelling can he be in accordance with his essence. 7 All this adds up to describing what we already know about their being's relationship to being, in terms of the new terminology of measurement. Obviously, it is by fully achieving the function of measurement that their being dwells authentically in nearness to things. The pivotal point, then, becomes, how comprehend this measuring process by which man achieves authenticity. B. Poetizing. The fundamental sense of measurement in the present case, Heidegger tells us, lies in taking a measure, Mafjanam. We must understand, then, what is meant here by measure and what is meant by taking. As for measure, Heidegger suggests that it is the shining forth of being itself, and, indeed, in negative fashion, in the process of revealing concealment that we have come to know already. His textual warrant lies in the fact that Hölderlin speaks of the unknown God. We are restricting the word God here to the sense that it has as a member of the quadrate, hence as denoting a single valence of being, connoting, however, the whole gamut of being's polyvalence. Heidegger argues that being, under the guise now of God, is measure for man insofar as it remains unknown. The sense is that being shines forth through beings, insofar as it reveals precisely what is being concealed, sc itself, and thereby guards itself in its own self-concealment. We recognize here all the essentials of being as mystery. Thus the unknown God shines forth as unknown through the revelation of the beings of heaven. This shining forth is the measure by which man measures himself. Be briefly, then, the measure which man must take is being as it conceals itself by reason of its not character in beings. We understand this to mean the ontological difference. We come now to the taking of this measure. We are told that the taking is not a seizing that in any way does violence to the measure. Rather it comes about when their being gathers the measure into unity and thus brings it to a point of containment, a process that is the equivalent of attending to the measure. More simply still, their being simply lets the measure come unto it. 9. Notice now that the taking of the measure, as we have just described it, coincides perfectly, once we understand the measure to be being as negatived, with what we know of foundational thought. Letting come clearly suggests the acquiescence that we have come to call responding to being, and the formula of gathered together containment unquestionably translates the myel vivo v duality which in M. 1935, was interpreted as thought, and which soon in WD, R 952, will be explicitated once more in the same sense. When we consider thought as taking measure and understand that it is thus that man measures out dimension between heaven and earth wherein he dwells, we realize that it is thought which lets man dwell in nearness to beings, and this is precisely what we called the authentic sense of working, sc the building of the house wherein he dwells. Authentic working comes to pass insofar as there are thinkers, those who take the measure for the architectonic, the structural design, of man's dwelling. 10. Thought and authentic working are but one, both bring to fulfillment their being's dwelling in nearness to beings. This accounts for the fact that both belong in the same sense to dwelling, and that authentic working may be said to assume its measure from being. All this is very coherent. There are only two difficulties, since, as a matter of fact, Heidegger accepts the designation of this measure taking with Hölderlin as poetizing, in what way does thought coincide and in what way does it differ from poetizing? 2. Granting that thinking poetizing coincide with working, how are they differentiated from it? Thinking and poetizing. From here on we are left pretty much to our own resources. What is unmistakable is that the measure taking we have just described is what Heidegger understands Hölderlin to mean by poetizing. To descry this measure, to let it serve as measure and to accept it as measure, this is what Hölderlin means by poetizing. 12. But why call it poetizing? If we restrict ourselves to the text itself, there is only one hint. We are told that the measuring process, sc. their being's response to being, is the element wherein man's dwelling is conserved. At another point, we are told that man's responding to being, as it comes to him through language, is that utterance which speaks in the element of poetizing. We take this coincidence of element, tenuous as it is, to warrant the surmise that measure taking is a poetizing insofar as, by reason of it, being, mafj, is brought, nm, into language. Then their being would fulfill its measuring function by taking, sc attending to, being as measure, insofar as being is original utterance. This would give a very coherent sense to such a text as the following. Man speaks in the first place only to the extent that he responds to original language, insofar as he attends to its address to him. Of all the manners of address that we men for our part may cooperate in bringing to expression, language is the highest and by all means the first. 13. It is easy to see, then, why poetizing is the fundamental power of human dwelling. 14. All that we have just said is based upon the present text. If we expand the horizon and recall all that we have seen about being as aboriginal A6 yacht, the case is thoroughly convincing. On the old difficulty, however, of how poetizing and thought, as two fundamental functions of their being, differ, and the difference is firmly insisted upon, we have no light at all. Point 15. 2. Thinking and working. Once we consider thought in terms of its essential relation to language, is it possible to infer in what way thinking and working differ from one another? We propose the following hypothesis: both processes would be manners in which their being lets polyvalent being shine forth. They would differ only in this: working brings forth A6 yacht, in things, such as the picture, the bridge, or, for that matter, a work of art. Thinking and poetizing articulate A6 yacht, in words. We would understand working, then, to pertain to the order of man's dynamic intercourse with beings, and thinking, poetizing, to the order of giving them a name. But it is the one A6 yacht, aboriginal utterance, that in either case their being, the there of A6 yacht, lets be, so that we may understand even things, as things, to be already inchoative words. This would explain why Heidegger methodologically can pass from the phenomenological analyses of the thing to the language analysis which characterizes working, dwelling, thinking, without so much as a shift in gears, in the beginning and once more at the end. Language points out to us the essence of something. 16. It would explain, too, why, whether the focus of his attention falls upon a wine jug, a Van Gogh or Indo-Germanic word stems, Heidegger has only one concern: to retrieve the authentic sense of being, sc. Being conceived as A6 yacht, comma. Resume. Poetically doth man dwell. Complements working, dwelling, thinking by the matizing thought under the guise of poetizing, by reason of the relationship between thought and language. This said, thought appears once more as an acquiescing response, taking, to being as negatived, measure, sc. Resolve. Postscript. Concerning a verse from M. Oric. We add here, for the sake of completeness, a small appendage concerning the exchange of letters between Heidegger and Emil Steiger, Rixo Sr., with regard to an interpretation given by Steiger in a public lecture to a line of Marik's poem, On a Lamp. 17. The dispute revolved about the proper reading of the word skint. Should it be taken in the sense of seems, videtur, or of shines forth, lucid? Steiger defended the former reading, Heidegger the latter. What is interesting for us in the exchange is not the argument but the method of both men. Steiger goes about the task admittedly with all the instruments of literary criticism. In paying respect to such methods, Heidegger is coolly proper, but one has the impression that he could not care less. He passes on quickly with the remark that such arguments can never be decisive but only an argumentative prelude to the real work of interpretation. This is accomplished only by meditation of the work itself. For what does it mean to read a work, if not to gather it together into its fullness? But what is its fullness? The unspoken that lies concealed in the spoken. Ls. Chapter 19. What evokes thought? In 1950, after 5 years of enforced retirement, Heidegger was reinstated as professor at Freiburg, but not until the winter semester of 1951-52 did he give his first post-war lecture course. It bore the title What Evokes Thought? 1 and was continued in the summer semester of 1952, then published 2 years later. The whole is, of course, a meditation on the sense of thought. Stretched over 2 semesters, the theme is developed in 2 different ways. In the winter semester, Heidegger's chief purpose was to approach the problem in terms of the philosophical tradition. Nietzsche is his dialogue partner of predilection, and it is here that the author elaborates the Zarathustra analysis as signifying the correlation between being and man. In the summer semester, he devotes himself to an exposition of his own conception of thought, developed chiefly by means of dialogue with the pre-Socratics. It is this which concerns us now. The essentials of Heidegger's conception of the relation between being and man were crystallized for us already in H.B., 1947. The essence of man lies in his existence, sc and ec static relationship to being. Being in tum is not only in relationship with their being but is this relation inasmuch as it imparts itself to man. There is nothing new, then, in being told now that to speak of man's essence is to speak of the being of beings. In each of the two members of the relationship between human nature and being there lies from the very beginning the relationship itself. 2. We are on familiar ground. What is more, we are accustomed to thinking of the problem in terms of thought, for since the Pathway Dialogue on Thought, 1944-45, we have been led to consider thought in the broad sense as static existence, in the strict sense as the achieving of authenticity by resolve. Before we even begin the present analysis, then, we have everything we need to understand why the meditation on the being-man correlation should unfold for Heidegger as an interrogation of thought. The question which gives the meditation its title admits of at least four possible interpretations. What does thought evoke for the student of language? What is the meaning of the word as word? 2. What does thought evoke for a philosopher? What has it come to mean in the history of ideas? 3. What does thought evoke from someone who wishes to go about thinking properly? What are the requirements for authentic thinking? 4. What evokes thought? Calls it forth into being what it is. Obviously, such a question as the fourth already presupposes that the relation between being and thought is such as between call and call ed, and Heidegger admits the fact most readily. Point 4. The analysis is not concerned, then, with establishing this fact, but with probing its import. For our part, we need not expect anything noticeably new. After all, we are not so much following an argument as meditating a mystery. The text for the meditation, we are making another retrieve, comes from Parmenides, 6 francs, which Heidegger writes paratactically, xp. Roaelv revo vr, eov, l, j_vixl. 5. We disregard the author's order in favor of simplicity in exposition and consider the single correlation as suggested by this text from the point of view of being, call and of their being, call ed. The argument. A. Being. As to how being is conceived in WD, there is at this point relatively little more to say. The essential is that being is always the being, FLFLEVCXL of beings, MV, that by which beings, all beings are. If beings are to be thought, what else in them is thinkable except the presenting by which they are? That is why the author constantly refers to being as eminently thought-worthy, das Bedenklichsein, that which imparts to thought its to be thought. 6. Now being wants thought. By reason of its nature, being must itself be served, tended, guarded by thought, hence is in want of thought in order to be itself. Because of its own indigence, then, being wants thought to be, in order that in its own way being can be itself. This latter sense of want approaches the meaning that Heidegger gives to the Greek xpf, by translating it as there is want of, brauchet. We have met this Greek word before. Deriving from spakafel cxl, cfxdp, hand, it suggests a process of handling that does not simply use that which is handled but lets it be according to its own essence, lets it appear as what it is and conserves it thus. Although the formula is awkward, it is not impossible to say that a handling of this sort wants that which is handled to be itself. However this may be, we understand the translation of xpf, as there is want of to suggest, that there is intrinsic to being an indigence by reason of which it is in want of thought, that being therefore wants to satisfy this indigence, that being therefore wants thought to be, and, indeed, in abiding fashion. Obviously, we are refining here what M spoke of as being's need for its there. If there is any further precision, it consists perhaps in the author's present insistence that in releasing thought unto itself being leaves to thought a certain liberty by reason of which it is more than a blind compulsion. We shall return to this point later. 7. If being wants thought, this want as such is efficacious. Hence, in this wanting there is concealed an enjoining, an evoking of thought. We are at the heart of the matter. The want is efficacious, for it implies letting thought be in abiding fashion. This is what we mean by saying that being grants to thought its to be thought. Effectively, then, this wanting is a giving of being itself as eminently thought-worthy. What being as thought-worthy grants, the gift it bestows on us, is nothing less than itself. 9. This is precisely what we called before the imparting of being by Mittens, where imparting corresponds perfectly to what Heidegger understands Parmenides to mean by mopoc. But since the giving proceeds from a want in being itself, it carries the overtones of an appeal that calls thought forth. This giving under the guise of an appeal is what Heidegger understands by the evoking of thought. He describes it by a profusion of terms. The appeal out of want sets thought on its way, summoning, commissioning, enjoining, soliciting, attracting, laying claim upon it. In doing so, the appeal pledges being to thought, imparting thus both precept and admonition, committing being completely to its custody, and since it is thus that being comes to thought, it helps thought arrive at presence as itself. To the extent that we may reduce all these to a common denominator, we are going to fix this want appeal that evokes thought by the word we use to translate the same word in the Hölderlin analysis, sc. Hail, intending thereby to suggest, that the evocation is an address that proceeds from being, which always retains its primacy, that it is a summons which is efficacious, that its efficacy is such that it leaves to the hail full liberty of response. This will enable us to see how for Heidegger the hailing of the poet and the evoking of the thinker are in profound accord. b. Their being. In hailing the thinker into being imparts itself to him as gift, and this gift is what constitutes the essence of the thinker, the endowment by which he is. What is more, being not only bestows the gift but conserves, preserves, sustains it, sc. remains the abiding sustenance of thought. This endowment reposes in what Heidegger now chooses to call the heart of man. 12. I thought as record. How precisely Heidegger comes to choose the word heart is worth noting, though it is perhaps not essential to the analysis. He proposes it when dealing with the first of his studies of the word thought itself. The German word for thought, he says, derives from Gedanken, which suggests not only denken, to think, but Gedächtnis, usually translated memory, and danken, to thank. It is apropos of Gedächtnis that we come upon the term heart. For the primary sense of this word, the author insists, is not memory but collection, sc. a collectedness in the sense of gathered togetherness into a center that abides by what it collects. But what does it collect? That, which sustains us, insofar as it is thought by us, thought, that is to say, inasmuch as it remains always as that which is to be thought. 13. In other words, this center, collects being, and, indeed, as it comes to presence in beings. This center, we are told, is what in Latin would be called animus, as opposed to anima. It is what Meister Eckhart called the Seelenfunklein. Heidegger calls it the heart of man, understanding by the term that innermost core, sc. the essence of man, insofar as it is in static relationship to being, hence man's ecosistence. Ecosistence here is considered as that constitutional openness to being that in sc. we called an antecedent comprehension of being. All subsequent recollection of the thinkable dwells itself already in that gatheredness in man's heart through which everything that remains to be thought is hidden and concealed. 14. It is by reason of this antecedent comprehension of being in man's heart that he is empowered to think. In fact, to speak of a power for thought is simply to express under a different aspect the dynamic character of ecosistence. This same dynamic character we called in sc. a drive toward being. It is not too awkward, then, to speak of it now by saying that their being wants being. In fact, the effective overtones of wanting are coherent with the connotation of the metaphor heart. In any case, we can see that in the dynamic ecstasis that constitutes man's essence, the power, Vermiegen, to think and the wanting, Mogen, to think are profoundly related. We have here, then, it would seem, the key to such ploys as the following. Only when we want mogen what is in itself thought-worthy do we have the power vermogen for thought. 15. If the play on words, m6 gen vermiagen, dissipates in English, we may nevertheless discern a genuine significance in speaking of their being, sc structural thought, as wanting being. For we recall that the reason why thought comes to pass in the first place is that being wants thought, hence the correlation between being and thought comes to expression as a mutual wanting. We have the power only for that which we want. But in turn we truly want only that which for its own part wants us, insofar as it addresses itself to our essence as that which sustains this essence. 16. The want in their being for being, then, reposes in the want of being for their being, thought. That is why being is the ground where man's heart in its essence is sustained in an ultimate dwelling place. We have here, it would seem, another evidence of what in discussing HB we suggested as the adhesion of being to itself. Briefly, thought, as the gathering together by which man, collects being, rests in the center of man's being, in his heart. In order to suggest these nuances with a single word, we translate gedeichtnis by a derivation of the Latin word for heart, cordis, and say that thought thus understood is record. 2. Thought as thanks. Once we see that the original German word for thought, Gedanken, suggests record, it is not difficult to understand in what sense it also implies thanksgiving, danken. Being's supreme gift to the thinker is the very being by which he is a thinker, existence. Does it not warrant acknowledgement on man's part? Such an acknowledgement in its purity, however, is not in the first place a requiting of this gift with another gift. On the contrary, the purest form of acknowledgement is simply the accepting of the gift, assuming it, acquiescing in it, yielding to its demands. Acceptance, then, is the most original form of thanks. Now when their being accepts the endowment by which the thinking comes about, existence, it accepts the gift of thought as such. For their being to accept thought as thought is to do what lies within its power to accomplish thought. This is by that very fact the fulfillment of thinking. Thinking thus conceived in the moment of fulfillment is clearly thanksgiving. Pure thanks lies rather in this, that we simply think that which solely and properly is to be thought. 17. Thinking as thanking consents to existence through complete acquiescence to being. This is accomplished when their being plays the role of an attentive attendant of being in profound and docile recollection. Effectively, their being, once being has released it unto itself, must reciprocate by releasing itself unto being. Hence their being must come to being, opening itself up, committing itself, abandoning itself to its exigencies. Briefly, then, this means that thought thinks when it responds to being as the eminently thought-worthy. 18. It is the responding that is decisive, for although we are engaged in thought by the very fact that we are, by reason of existence, this is, so to speak, but a structural thought that becomes authentically functional only in the moment of response. The author intimates here, it would seem, the answer to the third question which the lectures pose: how does one go about thinking? For in the last analysis all we can do is ask ourselves if we have attended, responded adequately, to being's hail.L9. In any case, all of these forms of letting be are, it would seem, but variations of the complete acquiescence of their being to being by which thinking is thanking. It is the process by which existence achieves authenticity. All of this suggests a manner of formulating the distinction between thought as record and thought as thanksgiving. With the necessary reserves for better judgment, we propose to understand thought as record to correspond to their being as existence, thought as thanksgiving to correspond to their being in the moment of resolve. The efficacious want, and their being. In doing so, we have considered in Parmenides' text, which forms the backbone of the whole analysis, the following: Eof, levcx.l, the being of beings, x.pfj, hailing. Obviously, roaew vovr corresponds to that which is hailed, sc thought. Both of these Greek words are familiar. The present study of /j.lv itself refers to the analysis already made in VA and adds little more than a summary. No V in M we translated as to AC sept, in the sense of to bring to concentration or containment. Here the connotation is less military, as the sense becomes rather to receive or take under one's care. So the correlative conjunctions, re, r have for Heidegger their own importance. They indicate that AEW and VOV are profoundly meshed, though it is /j.yew that ultimately gives its stamp to the whole. It is AELV that lets lie forth, in non-concealment, what VOV accepts under its care. Again, this caring of VOV is a constant gathering together unto itself of that which thus lies forth, in order that this continue to appear as itself. This gathering, however, and even their being itself is hereby gathered together in attentiveness, is in turn AELV. Conversely, AF.YW requires the care that VOV supplies. AELV and VOV then, are mutually complementary. Point 21 Notice, therefore, how closely the two words, when taken together as accepting under one's care what one lets lie forth, coincide with the sense we gave to tending, shown in working, dwelling, thinking. The sense is always, letting be, manifest. Now the mesh of /j.lv VOV must be meshed, fugged, itself, SC must correspond, with the being of beings, which must be understood always as maintaining the primacy in the process. The primacy is articulated when we say that it is being that hails thought. The corresponding that their being must accomplish is simply the response to this hail. Only insofar as AF.YW VOV accommodate to the being of beings, SC remain directed toward, introverted into, it, does the unity of both satisfy being's demand for thought. 22 Winterpret AEOSO WD, p. 124, in Ichnemen. See pages 122 to 124. B1WD, pages 125 to 126, Gafayach. VOIV, then, as describing the process of thought in its moment of complete acquiescence to being, as thanking, as resolve. This permits us to understand how Heidegger can explain so conveniently that the noun form of VOIV, SC volet, originally meant not intelligence but thought as record. Point 23 Before we take the next step, let us recall what we are doing. We seek to discern the correlation between being and their being, thought, by analyzing, XPL to AK.YLVTE, VOIVT, EOF.L.LEVCXL. According to the results of the analysis, the translation should read, there is want, both letting lie forth and accepting care of beings, being. In paraphrase, we understand Heidegger to understand Parmenides thus, the being of beings wants their being to let lie forth and accept the care of beings in their being. Now the combination of A.IW VOIV is often expressed simply as VOIV and the being of beings as to E, VCXL. With these transpositions, we recognize another text of Parmenides that occupied us in M, to yacht CXUTO VOIV EOT, VTE, XCXTE, VCXL. We translate. Thought as -AC septence and being are correlative. The two texts, then, are profoundly one. Both VOIV and E, VCXL belong together, SC in such a way that the first named VOIV has its essence therein that it remains orientated toward the being of B. J24 Ems. This is for the author a point of major importance. The significance lies not so much in the fact that the two different texts of Parmenides are fundamentally in deep accord, but rather that we find formulated here at the dawn of Western thought a theme that abides in it through the whole course of its history. In modern times, we find one resonance of this correlation between being and thought in the Esse est Percipi of Berkeley. It comes to expression much more profoundly in Kant, who formulates the supreme principle of all synthetic judgments a priori in the following terms, if we recall that for Kant in KRV beings are considered as the objects of experience and being as their objectness, whereas thought is considered as the presentation of these objects of experience to the knowing subject, then the question arises, what in Kantian terms is the relation between the being of beings, sc the objects of experience in their objectness, and thought, sc the presentation of objects? Kant's classic answer: the conditions of the possibility of experience as such therefore thought are at one and the same time therefore correlatively the conditions of the possibility of the objects of experience therefore the being of beings. Point 25. In different context and with different words, this is the same principle as that of Panenides. But why stop here? Must not the same be said for Hegel's principle being is thought? And, to come full circle, for Nietzsche's Zarathustra. 26. Heidegger's contribution is simply to return to Panenides and meditate the correlation as such. See the difference. But if the two Panenides texts rejoin each other in a common unity, have we come all this arduous way to find that we are back where we started from in 1935? No. There is a difference, it would seem, and a significant one. M took its starting point from the question about the ontological difference, but the analysis, like that of SC, was devoted to explaining and exploring the preliminary problem about the sense of being as such. Hence, the correlation analyzed was between thought and the being, of beings. Since 1941, however, we have witnessed a gradual shift in emphasis. More and more the author has focused upon the ontological difference as such, so that now, 1952, the correlation is between thought and the being of beings, where the of points in both directions at once. If we say being, this means, the being of beings; if we say beings, this means, beings. In terms of their being, 27, the difference between M, 1935, and WD, 1952, is the ontological difference as such. It is understandable, then, that Heidegger, in meditating the correlation between being and man, should insist so strongly that it is a correlation between thought and the ontological difference. It is the ambivalence of SV which is absolutely primary. By the ontological difference, we understand here the difference between being and beings as the reverse side of the ambivalence of SV, SC, the necessary coupling of being and beings. It is this duality which is absolutely primary in the process of thought. It is this duality which from the beginning has unfolded the domain within which being's hail has been addressed to man, and where the authentic thinker in response to the hail, whether it be Parmenides or Plato, Kant, or Nietzsche, has gone about his task. Point 28. But it is not enough to affirm this as a fact, the correlation must still be interrogated. Even at the end of the laborious study we have reached only the point where the question can be posed: why must thought be conceived as response to a hail in the first place? Why is it the duality of SV that hails thought? How does it do so? Again, we have been speaking about correlation, but in fact it is a compound of two correlations, the first between being and beings, the second between this duality and thought. What, then, is the intrinsic connection between the two correlations? What explains the unity of the correlation, SC? What is the element in which its members dwell? Is it something prior to the correlation, therefore some third thing, Eindritz, which, in fact, would be a first thing, SC, a genuinely primary thing out of which the members of the correlation arise? 29. To be sure, Heidegger is already underway towards probing such questions. In the essay on Parmenides' MOFPOC, for example, the author meditates once more the sense of Akuti 6 as the unfolding duality which guards the orientation of thought to this unfolding. 6, then, is presumably the absolutely ultimate third thing which allows both being, of beings, and thought to arise. What is more, Aku R6 is called the process of truth which constitutes being as history. But is this really an advance? Or are we simply contemplating once more the aboriginal discord? No matter. We are underway in thought, and for Heidegger that is all that counts. AO. II General remarks. Our main task has been accomplished. We wish now to cull certain oblique remarks that are subsidiary to the main argument, which we have just seen. To give them a frame of reference, let us profit from the intimate affinity that we have just noticed between W.D. 1952, and M. 1935, and recall the basic characterization of the thought process as it was delineated in 1935. Then as now, thought was conceived as J.Il Vof V, whereby their being overcomes its decadence in order to discern the law of negativity within being and consents to be the there of such a process. This is Decisoren. Concretely, this means a willing, because resolve, to know, because a standing within the revelation of beings. To will to know, however, is to pose a question, hence thought thus understood is essentially interrogative thought, where the to be interrogated, the eminently questionable, is precisely the negative being process itself. Foundational thought tries to interrogate this process more originally than ever has been done before, sc by approaching closer to the source from which all thought derives. Hence, it is a retrieve of what others did not, could not, think/say, a procedure which, because itself intrinsically finite, must be repeated again and again. Since the being process is a 6-yak, thought retrieve must interrogate the sense of language. Thus far M. In examining WD, we let this pattern serve as orientation. Since with this study we conclude our research, we include those indices in the works appearing after 1952 that add any significant light, without pretending to completeness, however, with regard to them. That being for Heidegger is the coming to pass of and eloc in beings is clear enough by now. What is interesting in WD is to see how the negativity of the process plays an essential role in the evocation of thought, for in addressing man, and therefore in revealing itself through beings, being simultaneously withdraws. Yet even though this withdrawal is necessitated by the not character of being, we must not consider it merely negative. It is withdrawal, after all, that gives any particular manifestation its special character. By itself, being's withdrawing is not nothing. Withdrawal is an event. 31 As we saw in analyzing the hail, being in withdrawal draws with it, sc attracts their being. This is the hail that calls their being to play its role in the event, for the attraction constitutes their being in the ecstatic condition we call existence. Existence thus understood, then, is openness to being as negatived. Furthermore, it is precisely inasmuch as it is thus negative that being is thought-worthy. This withdrawal is that which properly gives us the to be thought, sc is being eminently thought-worthy. 32 After all, is it not the withdrawal of being in its bestowal that constitutes the ontological difference? In other words, it is this which constitutes the intrinsic ambivalence of 6v. That is why the entire history of Western thought from Parmenides to Nietzsche, which dealt with the intrinsically ambiguous 6v, is the series of man's successive responses to the hail of being as negatived, addressed to him through the beings in which this negativity comes to pass. What evokes thought? The matized more and more. This is just as true, if less explicitly so, in WD. What is emphasized is the negativity of the process. For a more explicit treatment of A6-yak, in its positivity, we must wait until The Essence of Language, 1957-58, and The Way unto Language, 1959. 33 In the former, for example, we are told something that is for us at this point almost self-evident. The earliest mittance of being that through Western thought finds its way into word is the relation between thing and word, and, indeed, in the form of the relation between being and uttering. This relation overwhelms thought so completely that it is articulated in a single word, A6-yat. This word speaks at once the name for being and the name for uttering. S4. In these latter essays, being is explicitly thematized as aboriginal utterance, but it is remarkable how closely the conception of the origin of language rejoins the appeal-response problematic of WD. 35 For the moment, however, we restrict ourselves to WD. Being, A6-yak, is negatived, hence being withdraws in the beings it reveals, sc in the words that are just brought to expression. This means that there is a not in every word, behind which being, with all its inexhaustible wealth, retreats. This constitutes the domain of the unsaid, immanent in everything that is said. But the unsaid is not nothing. It is the hidden wealth of the said. It is the noiseless voice that speaks within the words to which we attend, constituting the said as such. Every original and authentic naming expresses something unsaid, and, indeed, in such a fashion that it remains unsaid. 36. We recognize the essentials of being as mystery. Furthermore, the negativity of being in language is such that it not only remains as such withdrawn in words, but it even dupes man into disregarding it. That is to say, being as utterance plays in such a way with our process of language that it gladly lets our language wander astray in the more obvious meanings of words. It is as if man had difficulty in dwelling authentically in language. It is as if the danger to which man most easily succumbs is that of everydayness. We interpret this to mean, that being holds the primacy in the coming to pass of language, not only in its positivity but in its negativity, that man by nature is thrown into language and, thus thrown, is the plaything of negative being as utterance, the essening of language plays with us. 38. That it is because man from the beginning is the plaything of being as utterance in its negativity that he is so susceptible to the lure of everydayness in his use of words, taking them as mere conventional signs, as sounds filled with meaning, to be used as the instruments of daily living, that we find here in terms of the problem of language all the characteristics that we discerned, in being as negatived, truth, being conceals itself, therefore mystery, dupes man into overlooking this concealment, therefore errance, dominates in every way his fallen condition. 39. That in order to think the being process, the emergence of the ontological difference, in terms of language, man presumably must learn how to achieve authenticity in this fallen condition by responding to the negativity of being in language, and he does this by penetrating beyond the ordinary, everyday meanings of words in order to enter the realm of the unsaid. That such an effort is precisely what M called decision. B. The response. I thought as spring. It is to the emergent ontological difference, appealing to man out of the process of A and RTCXA6 yo to bring it to pass, that their being must respond. The response, as the author conceives it here, is a surrender to negative being in terms of language. It is an attempt to recollect the mystery, and whether the retrieve be made in dialogue with Nietzsche or Parmenides, or simply in a single analysis of words, v.g. evoke, the sense is always the same. Stripping off the everyday meanings of words, the author claims to discern their authentic sense, introducing us thus into the hidden domain of the unsaid. His whole method becomes a heeding of, a caring for, attending, better, attending, to utterance of words. He strives to find his own way to their source, discovering thus their abiding freshness. Such for Heidegger is the way his thought must go. The heeding of the utterance in words should be the decisive and determining step on the way of thought that is known by the name of philosophy. 40. Now such a passage unto the source of language Heidegger calls a leap or spring. The word implies that there is no bridge between presentative thinking and the meditation on being as source. That is why foundational thinking is not simply a more energetic type of presentative thought but proceeds from a completely different origin. By such a leap, we accomplish the translation of ourselves into the being process which alone makes genuine translation of a thinker like Parmenides possible. It is only thus that we engage in true dialogue. 41. It is a leap into the unsaid, unthought, which hides behind the not that is intrinsic to every finite word, being. Since the thinker passes thus unto the origin itself, we see here what it means to think the origins of thought more originally than before, to be more Greek than the Greek thinkers themselves. 42. In all this, we are dealing clearly with retrieve and discern easily its tridimensional structure, meditating what is having been, past, thought lets the unsaid origin come, future, and brings it into words, present. This spring Heidegger calls a leap backwards, back and away from presentative thinking, into the unthought. We discern at once the structure of the step in reverse, which Heidegger in I957 tells us is the fundamental characteristic of his entire method. 43 It is worthwhile insisting that this is not so much a step back from the present and into the past, as through the past and into the future, sc into A6yo, in continual advent. But this spring into man's origin is a return to the element that he has never left and cannot leave, for it is that by which he is. A curious thing, indeed an uncanny thing, that we first make a spring onto the very ground whereon, properly speaking, we already stand. 44 This has a familiar ring. In SC, were we not forced to admit that in disengaging the characteristics of the antecedent comprehension of being with which man by nature is endowed, we are indeed going in a circle, the hermeneutic circle? Whereas a logical circle must be broken, the task in the case of the hermeneutic circle is not to leave the circle of presupposition but to enter into it more and more profoundly, in order to discern all the more clearly the nature of what is presupposed. Here the same returns. In itself, the question, what evokes thought, is not without presupposition. So little is this the case that what people like to call here presupposition is precisely the problem that this question approaches and enters upon. 45. What is the presupposition here? It is the correlation between being and the nature of man, which first enables the question to arise. For thought never goes out from man and over to being, thence to return and contemplate the bridge which it itself has thus built. Much rather, every way of thought from the very beginning moves within the entire relationship between being and the essence of man, otherwise it is not thought. 46 It is precisely this relationship which the present question interrogates. And the more Heidegger probes this correlation, the nearer he moves toward the center of the hermeneutic circle. What is the nature of this center? This is the question that more and more preoccupies him. It is thus that we understand the third thing, the genuinely ultimate, which presumably gives rise to both members of the correlation, for the relationship between being and the nature of man sustains everything inasmuch as it brings as well the shining forth of being as the essening of man to issue. 47. 2. Viewing. To achieve authenticity, the thinker must make a spring into being, better into the center of the hermeneutic circle. But it is not a blind leap. On the contrary, the thinker must make it with eyes wide open. We discern here, transformed into the terminology of seeing, what we often have found expressed in the terminology of hearing, attendant, the attitude of total docility to being in advent. The present form is not unprecedented. Did not SC admit that man's comprehension of being could be expressed in terms of the classic metaphor of sight? 48 But there is an interesting corollary, for their being in its leap is not only seeing but seen. If we may say that by seeing the thinker eyes, blicken, A6 then we must say that A6 eyes the thinker first, uns and blicked, and we must call the correlation between being and thought a mutual eyeing, just as we previously called it a mutual wanting. 49 The German word for eye is auch, so that at one time the verb form of eyeing or to eye was zu ugnen. Even as late as Lessing, this was the spelling of the current form, sic, erignen, which we have been translating as the coming to pass of an event. What Heidegger currently calls Erinus, then, suggests the correlation of being and thought conceived as mutual eyeing. Being casts its eye on man, appeal, and their being catches being's eye in response. 50 There is another nuance to add here apropos of the leap, spin reverse, as an eyeing of A6 With regard to the rigor of foundational thought, we spoke about its warrant. What is the criterion, we asked, which assures us that the unsaid is really uttered by being? Heidegger answers in the present context. Something viewed can be verified only insofar as it constantly continues to be viewed. Something viewed can never be proven by argument of pros and cons. Such a procedure forgets the one decisive factor, the simple viewing. 51. What evidence is there, then, that it is being which discloses itself to the thinker, when he leaps into the unthought, unsaid? Being itself, nothing else. If the procedure seems arbitrary, This cannot be helped, since it is impossible for the thinker to produce any ontic argument to prove his case. The only evidence is being. The thinker's only task is to make a continual effort to keep it always in view, and since every effort is finite, this means that it must be repeated. The thinker must accomplish the step in reverse again and again in order to keep his eye on being. 52. 3. Interrogation. More precisely, how is the thinker always to keep his eye on being? Here the author's answer is clear and quite important, for we see now the full sense of what he means by interrogative thought. The attentive beholding of being is sustained only insofar as we constantly put being to question. We understand the point best, perhaps, if we recall that the being into which the thinker leaps withdraws in beings and hides its inexhaustible wealth behind a knot. It is thus that being gives itself to us as the thought-worthy. Inasmuch as it is thought-worthy, it is also question-worthy, or, as we say more idiomatically, questionable. What gives itself as thought-worthy is the gift of the eminently questionable. 53. Now in the inevitable withdrawing from man, being as questionable naturally draws man with it. Hence man's existence as such is an openness to being as questionable, and the thoughtful response to being that hails man thus, the achieving of authenticity, will take the form of interrogation. Such thinking would be a thanksgiving to the thought-worthy, which would guard the thought-worthy inviolable in its questionableness. 54. In other words, docility to being gas questionable means to place it continually in question. Is there an answer to the questioning? Of course there is. But any answer lets us comprehend better the questionable as such and therefore devolves into an ever more penetrating interrogation. The way that thought must follow, then, and here we change the metaphor of spring but remain faithful to its sense, is not a well-traveled road, already laid out before us as a mere entity which the thinker need only traverse in his turn. Rather it is a path that every thinker must step by step break for himself, and these steps along the way are successive stages of the questioning. It is first and only by going one's way, and here we mean by thoughtful questioning, that there is movement along the way. 55. And only if the questioning continues does the thinker remain underway in thought. If, according to this conception, the thinker must let every step of the way come to him as he proceeds, this is simply telling evidence for the fact that interrogative thought by nature is tentative, where this word should be taken in its most radical sense to suggest, that the effort, tentar, of thought never can be remitted, that success is never more than provisional. 56. The tentativeness of thought, thus understood, crystallizes in the relentlessness of the questioning. There is ample evidence of this in the analysis as it proceeds in W.D. For example, the translation of Parmenides, even after it is accomplished, and even when stated declaratively, remains always a questioning one, and this means that it is always open to question. In fact, the author seems to count his effort a success if his readers simply place Parmenides' saying in question, for what is desirable is not to absolve the questioning by an answer but simply to achieve by it a deeper fidelity to being as questionable. 57. We are in a position now to appreciate why Heidegger's own thought process is so profoundly characterized by the question. If he speaks of his whole work as an effort at thought, this must be accepted as more than an affectation, for the formula makes clear that he has followed the way of questioning, whereon he has assumed being, the questionable as the only place of sojourn worthy of thought. 58. Even in Km. I 929, it was a case of keeping the investigation open through questioning. 59. Again in SF. I 955, we see the attitude in all possible concreteness, for the dialogue is sustained by resolute questioning. At one point the author interrupts himself to say, I write all this in the form of questions, for at present a foundational thought can do no more, as far as I see, than give unremitting thought to what the foregoing questions call forth. 60. Two observations are of special importance, in the question about technicity, I 953, the author concludes by saying that the closer we draw to negative being as questionable, the more interrogative we become, for interrogation is the piety of thought. 61 This is perfectly consequent with all that we have been saying. In I 958, however, he rejects the formula, and the reason is illuminating. The fundamental attitude of thought is not, first of all, an interrogating, but an attending to being's appeal. Hence, we must always understand the interrogation as subordinate to attending and a function of it. This is a salutary reminder but not an absolutely necessary one, for already in I 935, we were told that even in interrogation being holds the primacy. Only where being opens itself up in questioning does history come to pass. 62-2. The interrogative method is so deeply inscribed in the nature of thought that for Heidegger there are no absolutes in genuine thought. The point is made with regard to absolutely valid interpretations of any given text, but one feels that the statement may be expanded to absolute truths of any kind, for the reason given is that absolute validity can be had only within the realm of presentative thought. The author does not deny that such absolutes are possible, but only that they are accessible to human thought as such. If such truths are to be had, they must be grounded, he claims, in an absoluteness that faith can give but not thought. The unconditioned character of faith and the questionableness of thought are two different domains that are a chasm apart. 63. For freedom there is one last step to take. What is the characteristic gesture in man by which the interrogation of beings comes about? It is not an act of conquest, it is an act of surrender. It is an abandoning of oneself to the question, a letting oneself in upon it, a committing of oneself to its demands, an opening oneself up, a throwing wide one's heart, a setting oneself upon the way of thought. 64 All these metaphors say the same, they describe an act of freedom by which their being acquiesces to being's hail. An act of freedom, of letting be. For being's hail to thought solicits but does not necessitate, invites but does not compel. It leaves their being free to refuse its call, for it is the hail of being that first constitutes their being as free. The hail of being brings our essence into the domain of the free, and this, indeed, in so decisive a fashion that what summons us unto thought constitutes in the first place the freedom of the free, in order that what is free in a human way can dwell therein. 85. We interpret this to mean, that what is free in the most original sense is not their being but being, because being, A-A-N-D-L-O-C, is liberation, therefore a freeing from concealment, and as such is the domain of the free. 66 That their being as the there of being is the there of being, the free, that being, in effe. Consciously wanting their being to be, thereby constitutes it as free, sc as existence, ecstatically open unto, being, the free. 67 That the freedom of their being therefore reposes still more originally in the freedom of being, freedom, therefore, is never something merely human. 68 That the supreme moment of their being's freedom comes to pass when of its own accord, without constraint, it consents to be the thereof, being, the free, sc when it achieves authenticity. 69 What does Heidegger's own procedure in WD tell us about the authentic response to being as negatived in language? The thinker must overcome the everydayness by surrendering to being, A6yo, winky face, whether the surrender be conceived as a self-translation, or a spring backward, or a fixing one's gaze upon, or a relentless interrogating of being, the sense is always the same, the surrender in consummate freedom to the hail of being gas negatived. What are we to call this surrender? In SZ, the hail was the voice of conscience, the acquiescence was resolve. In WD, the hail is an evocation, the response is foundational thought. Resume. What evokes thought? Being, A1 and E9, A6 yo. As being, it is the process by which all beings emerge into presence, as A1 3 E9, this presenting is a mingling of darkness and light, hence comports a not in beings which constitutes the ontological difference, as A6 yo, the emergent difference is aboriginal utterance. In order that the process take place, there is need of a there among beings, in and through which the size Zion comes to pass. This want of a there is already an evocation of thought, conceived as a fundamental structure. Since this structure constitutes the essence of man, it lies within the power of their freely to accept or reject this commitment. To accept, thought, as function, is to acquiesce in all the exigencies of being as negative truth and thus achieve authenticity. Concretely, this is accomplished when their being surrenders to the being process by leaping through the past and into the future as into the source whence all thought springs. By reason of this leap, their being on the one hand achieves itself and on the other hand brings to fulfillment the process of aj and lot, whose there it is. Since aj and lot is a liberation from darkness, this leap is a fulfillment of freedom. It is this free acquiescence to being as negatived, resolve, that we understand by foundational thought. Inside the hermeneutic circle, round and round we go. Conclusion. 0 star of evening, thou bringest all things homeward that the shining dawn dispersed. Sappho, Fragment 95. If at this point we draw our study to a close, the reason is not that we have reached the end of the way but only that we have discerned its direction with sufficient clarity to permit us to comprehend its sense. We wish now to prescind from the different steps we have followed and to meditate the sense of the way as such. We conclude with an effort at xp#al, provided that this word be understood in what for Heidegger himself is its genuinely Greek sense, the cutting off of a being, xp, vew, from all else by setting it within its limits, where limit must be understood not as that point where something ceases but rather where it begins to be what it is. Our critique, then, has as its purpose to let be seen the limits within which Heidegger is what he is for contemporary thought. A. Heidegger in 2. We are in a position now to compare Heidegger in 2, and we can see clearly, that the same problem preoccupies both, the effort to overcome, sc ground, metaphysics by endeavoring to think the sense of being as truth, that in both cases the effort is to overcome the subject-object polarity by letting come to pass the negative process of non-concealment, truth, that the method characteristic of Heidegger 2 is the process of thought, of Heidegger I the process of phenomenology. Let us compare the methods in detail. The nature of the being that executes the method in Heidegger I is characterized as transcendence, to be in the world, existence, in Heidegger 2, beginning with WW 1930, as existence in both cases, that being among other beings whose distinctive prerogative is to be open unto being. In both cases, the process is profoundly marked by negativity, finitude in Heidegger I by the finitude of transcendence, in Heidegger 2 by the finitude of the mittance of being. In both cases, the process is temporo-historical, in Heidegger I, it is the process of their being, in Heidegger 2, it is being, that is fundamental history. The structure of the process, however, is the same in both, being comes future, as having been already in what is, past, and is rendered manifest through the cooperation of man, present. Finally, in both cases, the process comes to its fulfillment only when man endorses it with his liberty. In Heidegger I, the process is called resolve, the culmination of phenomenology. In Heidegger 2, it is called thought. If the analysis is valid, we must conclude that the thinking of being as it is discerned in Heidegger 2 is not simply the term of an odyssey that began with the phenomenology of Sc. It is this phenomenology, the very same process of hermeneutic interpretation transformed into a new modality. What is more, this transformation is not an arbitrary thing, determined by extrinsic circumstances. Much less is it an escape into a new problematic necessitated by the dereliction of the old. Rather, the transformation of Heidegger I into Heidegger 2 is born out of a necessity imposed by the original experience of being as finite, negative. For the shift of focus from their being to being, which, as far as we can see, characterizes the decisive difference between the two periods, was demanded by the exigencies of the hermeneutic analysis itself, as soon as it became clear that the primacy in the being process belongs to being itself. And when was this? Precisely when the author began to meditate the negativity of truth as such. This we take to be the genuine sense of the reversal in WW, For it was then that he began to appreciate the full import of what it means for concealment somehow to precede non-concealment in the coming to pass of n./-3 But a transformation it was. And it would be just as erroneous to claim that Heidegger 2 is the same as Heidegger I, as conclusion. To see a cleavage between the two. For the Heidegger of the early years was victimized by the metaphysics he was trying to overcome. That is why the latter part of SZ never appeared and could not appear, any more than the intended complement to the essay on the essence of truth, which would have borne the title The Truth of Essening, was feasible. In each case, the language of metaphysics, in whose ambience each of these programs was essayed, was inadequate to the task of giving expression to an essentially non-metaphysical thought. After all, no one can set himself outside a dominating ambience of presentative thinking with a single leap. Yet the leap was attempted and eventually found a provisional success. The success consists in having found a way to bring to expression that in the author's original experience which SZ did not and could not say. In other words, we understand the whole of Heidegger 2 to be a retrieve of Heidegger I. Do not the repeated attempts at self-interpretation say as much? Such an hypothesis permits us to take a middle position between two schools of interpretation, with those who claim that there is a complete dichotomy between the two periods. We can admit that Heidegger 2 indeed says what Heidegger I did not say. With those who insist on an absolute sameness, we can admit a profound continuity between the two periods and a necessary evolution from one to the other. Briefly, Heidegger I and Heidegger 2 are not the same, das Gleiche, but they are one, dasselbe. If this interpretation is correct, then Heidegger I is a past which still is as having been, which Heidegger 2 must recollect. Even for the contemporary Heidegger, then, SZ must be considered as still in advent and still to be retrieved. That is why a surprising number of the old themes keep returning, to such an extent, indeed, that one is tempted to say that all of the essential elements of the existential analysis of SZ can be disengaged from Heidegger 2. For example, we can find the analysis of the world as such in the Meditation on the Quadrate, Weltgewert, 3. The world as matrix and total meaningfulness in the conception of what Heidegger calls Gestal, 4. With being in the relationship between poet, therefore thinker, and people, the ontological disposition in the insistence upon the need for attunement in poetry and thought, 6. Comprehension, understood as project of world, being, in the conception of being as Bamg, 7. Logos in the meditation on the essening of language, 8. Death in the designation of man as mortal, sc. That being which alone can know death as death, 9. Concern in the problematic of thought as record, 10. Authenticity in the notion of thinking as hanking, 11. Historicity in the conception of thought as recollection. 12. The focus of SZ has changed completely but the structures are exactly the same. We may go still further. If Heidegger I is still in advent even for the author himself, is this not even more the case for those who would follow along the way that with SZ was first opened up? There is no need, then, to look upon the later development as a type of receivership imposed by the bankruptcy of SZ. On the contrary, it is only in the later Heidegger that the earlier becomes solvent, SC truly free. It is from this point of view that we would try to see in unity two widely divergent perspectives. When Ada Y. Hens says, for example, that the conception of concern resumes in the ontological order the Husserlian notion of intentionality. 13. This is certainly an illuminating insight into Heidegger I. When M. Miller, on the other hand, tells us that the intentionality of the self-emitting or the historicity of being is prior to all intentionality of conscience, 14. That is perfectly comprehensible in terms of Heidegger 2. Our own hypothesis permits us to insist upon the coherence of these two positions, in fact their mutual complementation, for it is the intentionality of being, Heidegger 2, that at all times was the unsaid of Heidegger I, rendering possible the entire structure of concern. Perhaps this is the opportune moment to call attention to another problem that we have signalized several times before, the difficulty of reconciling the primacy of being in the event of truth with the nature of their being as a project of this very same being. One wonders if we might not approach a solution by meditating the sense of Akuti 6, according to which being and thought, there as project, these two intentionalities, are one in the identity of mutual belongingness. We understand the matter thus: Heidegger's perspective from beginning to end remains phenomenological. By this we mean that he is concerned only with the process by which beings are lit up and reveal themselves as what they are for and to man. The lighting process takes place in man, not through, by reason of, him, yet not without him either. If the lighting process does not take place by reason of man, then the light itself holds the primacy in the process. If it does not take place without him, then there is necessary that the light be able to light up, and to that extent may be considered as projecting the light. What the light in itself or the projecting there in itself might be, independently of the process in which they cooperate, is simply not Heidegger's problem, presumably because neither one nor the other in that case would be a JLOCLV6FLE\love. A correlative identity such as this between disparate components in the unity of a single process has many parallels in the history of thought, v.g. in Aristotle, Thomas Aquinas, Meister Eckhart, Hegel, etc., but we must leave further treatment of the matter for another day. However this may be, the program of SZ remains still to be achieved, not simply because it was left unfinished by Heidegger I, but because it is still in advent by reason of the perspective opened in Heidegger II. And is it not legitimate to presume that, once we have learned something about the sense of being by passing through the experience of non-being and come to comprehend it more positively as the holy and as original utterance, we may then return to other phenomena which hitherto have been mentioned only obliquely, v.g. freedom, boredom, work, presence of the there being of a loved one, as genuine ways by which to experience being and bring it to authentic expression? From another point of view, the same may be said for metaphysics. Heidegger's purpose is not and never has been to destroy it, but to ground it through thinking the being process as such which gives rise to it. Foundational thinking does not tear the roots of philosophy out but dresses the ground and tills the soil. 15. From which it draws its strength. Once we have come to appreciate the sense of the being process as such, it seems to be a suitable task of foundational thought to re-examine the classical problems of metaphysics, v.g. of human freedom, of coexistence with others and, above all, of God, with the help of this light that Heidegger has brought to light. To be sure, Heidegger himself is not moving in this direction, but is it fair to demand it of him? Indeed, to every thinker there is but one way appointed, his own way, whose traces he must follow back and forth over and over again. 16. And the way we are suggesting is clearly not Heidegger's own. All that we wish to maintain is that this way is a legitimate, indeed a necessary, manner for others to achieve fidelity to the direction that he has set. B. Or Heidegger. Heidegger I and II are not the same, but they are one. They belong to each other in profound identity. What is to be said now about this oneness? What precisely is the living center of Heidegger's experience? Given the relatively limited character of the data at our disposal, it would be presumptuous at the present time to attempt any type of pronouncement that would be anything more than provisional. But at least we may gather what data we have and see what help they give. In this respect, the conversation with a Japanese professor, 1953-54, is especially illuminating. Point 17. The theme of the discussion is the nature of language, and in the course of it the author explains how it came about that the meditation upon language should become the principal method of thinking being. As we know, the first experience of the problem of being came through the reading of Brentano. That somehow there is a correlation between being and language began to become clear a few years later, when, as a seminarian, he began to meditate upon the relation between sacred scripture and the speculation of the theologians. An enthusiasm for Hölderlin and Trickle dates from the student years prior to World War I, and in 1915 the habilitation thesis, entitled Duns Scotus Doctrine on Categories and Signification, touched again in groping fashion the relation between being and language, to the extent that category pertains to the being of beings and signification suggests the relation between being thus proposed and the language in which it is expressed. 18 The teaching career began in the winter of 1915. What is to be said about these early years we must infer from the titles of his courses and seminars. The title of the first course, The Pre-Socratics, Parmenides, rings familiar enough even today, and in the following year, A Course on Truth and Reality suggests that he was grappling already with the problem of subjectism, which would preoccupy him for so long. At any rate, we know that as early as 1920, when he devoted his lectures to the theme of expression and appearing, it was clear to his students that the being-language problematic was central to his thought. 19 The problem was considered, too, in conjunction with a meditation on the nature of poetry and art, for at that time expressionism was in vogue and invited philosophical reflection in terms of expression and appearance. In addressing himself to the problem thus posed, Heidegger was quite consciously engaged in trying to get beyond the subject-object relationship. As used in 1921, the word appearing, Erscheinen, received already an interpretation that was completely radical, going beyond the normal Kantian one, even beyond the entire post-Cartesian tradition, back to the Greek POC, VECR and OCL, which meant, as we have been told before, the process by which a being comes to shine forth of itself, thereby emerging into presence. With this interpretation he was already trying to explore, ever so haltingly, some realm that is completely other to the subject-object polarity. The term expression, however, remains laden with subjectist connections, implying usually the making external of what is internal, sc to the expressing subject. 20 With the summer semester of 1923, SZ began to take written form, and for the first time there appeared the important word hermeneutic in the university lecture course, Ontology. To examine the role which the word plays in the author's thinking is to trace his entire development. He had had his first experience of the word as a seminarian when he heard in his theology courses of hermeneutic as a method of interpreting Holy Scripture. Latent here already in obscure, still inaccessible, fashion, as we have mentioned already, was the whole problem of the relation between being and language. So far-reaching was the import of this experience that 40 years later the author would say, "Without this theological heritage I would never have gained the way of thought." 21 Later he found the word hermeneutic in Dilthey, who had taken it from the same source, sc theology, in particular from the theological writings of Schleiermacher, who had given to the word the broad meaning of an art by which one correctly understands and judges the writings of another. It was an easy step to expand this meaning of hermeneutic still further so that it could apply to any type of interpretation whatever, even to the plastic arts. 22 All this matured slowly. As SZ crystallized, the author began to conceive hermeneutic more radically still. It would mean for him not simply a manner of interpretation, but interpretation itself would be conceived in terms of a still more fundamental process of hermeneutic. How was this process to be understood? Heidegger went to the radical sense of Pflyjvoidv, which, he maintains, bears profound affinity with the Greek deity Hermes, herald of the gods. Pflyjvoidv for the maturing Heidegger came to mean to play the role of herald, to bear tidings, or, more simply, to make something manifest, darlegen. What for him must be made manifest, ever since the philosophical awakening with Brentano, is the being of beings in its difference from beings. So it happened that hermeneutic came to mean the entire effort to let being be manifest, sc to achieve a more original assumption of being in order to lay the groundwork of metaphysics. 23 But at the start, it was not explicitly the foundation of metaphysics as such that preoccupied him. Assistant to Husserl until invited to Marburg in R923, the young Heidegger gave his first loyalty to phenomenology and sought simply to think the essence of phenomenology in its origins, so as to give to it a rightful place in the philosophical tradition of the West. This probing into origins was from the very beginning the sense of retrieve. The early interpretation, RGZR, of CPIXVO and IXL is evidence enough. At any rate, it is easy to see how hermeneutic, the process of letting be manifest, and CP1X TV6L and VIX, that which manifests itself, plus AYEDV, to let be manifest, rejoined each other to such an extent that hermeneutic and phenomenology became for Heidegger but one. If hermeneutic retains a nuance of its own, this is the connotation of language. But it will be a long time before this comes to fruition. In SC, it remains in the background while the phenomenological analysis unfolds in full panoply, then it emerges tentatively in the summer semester of I-934 with the course on logic, more decisively in I-944 with the course bearing the same title. At any rate, it was because phenomenology seemed to offer promise of unfolding the hermeneutic that Heidegger dedicated SC to Edmund Husserl. 2.4. As Heidegger now, in the fullness of his years, looks back on those early efforts, he concedes quite readily their stumbling insufficiency. Neither in 1907 nor in 1915 did he discern the full import of this experience. Even in 1921, when the direction already was set, he was only trying to follow a way which was leading he knew not where. Only the immediate prospect was known to him, for this was continually opening up, even if the field of vision often shifted and grew dark. 25. However dark the way, this much is clear, Heidegger was not his own master. He only followed a course, spur, that was set for him, but follow it he did. The course was a scarcely perceptible promise of a liberation unto freedom, now dark and confusing, now a lightning flash of sudden insight which then again for a long period of time withdrew from every attempt to utter it. 26. From this it becomes clear that, no matter what must be said about the orientation of Heidegger I in SC, 1927, the experience which comes to expression in Heidegger II, where being in simultaneous revealment concealment holds the primacy over thought, dates at least from 1921, when he was already engaged in what he later calls the historical process of thoughtful dialogue. 27. What else is there to conclude than that Heidegger II is more original than Heidegger I, went before him along the way? By the same token we are given to understand that if Heidegger I reverses his perspective in order to become Heidegger II, the reason is not that the effort went bankrupt but that the thinker simply left one place in order to gain another along the same way. What abides in thought is the way. 28. The way is the same today American Samoa in 1927, and even if the term phenomenology has disappeared, in order to leave the process nameless, so that no fixed formula would freeze its movement. 29. The whole effort is as much a hermeneutic as ever. In fact, inasmuch as Heidegger has found a way to probe the relation between being and language, we have a right to say that now in the full unfolding of Heidegger II, as he meditates the sense of being in terms of aiok, we have achieved, however inadequately, the principal ambition of Heidegger I. Yet with this all is not yet said. For even if it be granted that Heidegger II is more original, sc closer to the origins of the primordial experience, than Heidegger I, it seems inexact to say that even he is absolutely primary. After all, we are not yet at the end of the journey, clearly we are still underway, unterwegs. This is strikingly apparent if we note that the two words which most profoundly characterize Heidegger's whole effort now seem inadequate. The word being, for example, has almost completely disappeared from his vocabulary. The reason, this word is so saturated by the metaphysical tradition that in passing unto the ground of metaphysics it seems better to drop it completely. So again, the word language, too, has lost its charm, and in its stead we find more and more the word utterance, to designate language in its origins. Sl it is perfectly obvious, then, that there is some hidden power still more original than Heidegger II which gives rise to both I and II. Let us call this primordial source the Heidegger. 32. What can be said of him? The question must be posed, for unless we discern his physiognomy, how can we delineate the limits, xp, velv, of this thinker so as to comprehend him in what he is for our time? CKP, ALC. In trying to discern the limits of Heidegger's conception of thought, we must delineate the negativity in the mittens which constitutes him by resorting, for the most part, to the interrogative method. We make every effort to avoid measuring him by any standards but his own. Implicitly, all of our questions come down to this: having seen the general direction of Heidegger's effort at thought, to what extent can we follow him along the way? Beyond any doubt, Heidegger's great service to philosophy consists in having forced contemporary thought, proceeding as it does from a tradition that reaches from Anaximander to Husserl, to pose again the question about the sense of being. If his work had no other value than that, our debt to him would still be immeasurable. I the thinker. But who is it that thinks? Is existence merely the individual man, or all men, or humanity, or the essence of man as such? In the introduction to W.M., for example, we are told that the there is the openness of being as such, and there being the domain where being essences, Wesensbereich, within which man stands or into which he can enter. 33 As if there being were somehow that region wherein being and man encounter each other. It is thus that H. Bayrald comprehends their being. That hidden place where the essence of man and the essence of truth, both essential to each other, meet in order to define one another mutually, this we call their being, designating thereby that finite place of being which man, finite being that he is, has not chosen, but where out of necessity he is called to dwell. 34. The profundity of this perspective no one will deny, and it is quite possible that on this level we have reached in there being a point of intimacy between being and man that precedes all distinction between singular and plural. Yet is there not something more to be said? How precisely are we to understand the role of the individual in the process, and his relation to other individuals? After all, unless the being process, in their being, emerges on the ontic level, it does not take place at all. Have we not the right to ask, then, which man, ontically speaking, is to bring foundational thinking to pass? The same question may be posed in terms of time and historicity. If the mittance of being to their being in thought constitutes an epoch of history, how are we to understand the relationship between an individual thinker and the epoch in which he lives, or between a thinker in one epoch, v.g. Kant, and a thinker in another, v.g. Heidegger? More concretely, in the epoch of absolute idealism, Hegel and Hölderlin were contemporaries. Were there at this time two mittances of being and therefore two epochs? If only one epoch, how understand the relationship of both Hölderlin and Hegel to this very same epoch? To one another? Again, how understand the relationship between Trickle and his epoch? And the epoch of Hölderlin? In terms of being as history, does Trickle belong, strictly speaking, to the epoch of Hölderlin? What is meant more precisely by epoch? What is the relationship between being as history and ontic history, sc political, social, military, and cultural events? Do not these, too, belong to the history of being? It is doubtful that Heidegger would deny the legitimacy of these questions. He probably would tell us that they are, at least as far as being's grace, Huld, to him is concerned, merely premature. His own effort has gotten to the point of interrogating the sense of the mittance to Hegel, Hölderlin, Trickle, etc., and no farther. All else is still to be thought. Fair enough. The function of our XP, al, is not to show Heidegger's lacunae but his limits. Z. Thought and language. Heidegger has rendered great service by interrogating the relationship between thought and language. We can see clearly the affinity between thinker and poet born of the fact that both dwell in a common nearness to being, a6 The problem, then, is how to differentiate them. The author gives us several hints, none of them wholly satisfying. One explanation might be this: through both poet and thinker being comes into words by reason of a response to being's hail which has the structure of recollection. Being comes, future, as having been already in what is, past, and is rendered manifest in words, present. What would distinguish poetry from thought would be the nature of the past. In poetry the past would be principally the things through which the poet experiences being, the world, the holy, and to which the poet, in response to being's hail, gives a name. For the poet, then, it would be this original naming that holds the primacy. As in thought, on the other hand, the past would be being as already brought, in one way or another, into words, which must be retained in them by a constantly renewed retrieve. For the thinker, it is retrieve that holds the primacy. According to such an interpretation, the thinker would play a role in the event of language analogous to the conservers in the work of art. 36 Again, perhaps we could conceive of the hermeneutic relationship in such a way as to see in it two different directions, from aboriginal utterance, a6 yak to articulation, verlotberung, and from articulation to utterance. The first would be the direction proper to the poet, vg no thing is where faileth word. 37 The second would be the direction proper to thought, vgn is appears where word dissolves. 38 Sc The thinker, by retrieving the authentic sense of words, would let being, a6 yak shine forth. But such an explanation does not explain why poetry is fundamentally a thinking. 39 Nor how thought differs from poetry when the thinker for his part, 2, brings being into words. Once more for good measure. In W.M. E.P., we are told that, the thinker utters being. The poet names the holy. 40 But how distinguish being and the holy? H.B. told us that being as the mittens which emits truth, announces itself. In poetry, without being manifest already as the history of being. 41 Is it possible to understand the holy as being considered as revealment whose concomitant concealment is not experienced as concealment? It would be this to which the poet gives a name. In thought, on the other hand, being would be experienced as the process of and.j. and elot, sc revealment and concealment, and brought to expression as such. Or is all this too complicated? Could we find a more original simplicity if we reduced all three explanations to this? In poetry, being is uttered, but not as being; in thought being is uttered as such. Fine, but is the formula not still a bit too formal? At least, we are underway. J. Thought and retrieve. Heidegger has always emphasized the finitude of every mittens of being and seems ready to concede the finitude of even his own efforts at thought. To catalogue the textual indices of such an attitude would be easy, indeed, but for reasons of brevity we limit ourselves to the perspectives we have been considering heretofore. Witness the author's abiding effort continually to retrieve his own unsaid, the dissatisfaction with his own formulae, the relentless effort at a spiral interrogation. Given this finitude of Heidegger's own efforts, we are moved to pose two questions. In the first place, is it not possible to retrieve this unsaid differently than Heidegger himself has done? For everything that foundational thinking has genuinely thought retains, and, indeed, by reason of the very essence of the process, a plurality of meanings. 42 More concretely, let us ask, does Heidegger too have any more right to retrieve the unsaid of Heidegger I than, let us say, Jean-Paul Sartre? Again, if every thinker is in dialogue with his predecessors, but still more, perhaps, with posterity. 43 Is it not possible that another thinker may retrieve even Heidegger too and bring his unsaid into language? If this is the case, is it not premature to speak of an eschatology of being and a new dawn of world history that would have arrived with Heidegger? 44 As if the mittens that has been bestowed upon him were, at last, definitive. For being as event, what are we to understand by the event, awareness, out of which the ontological difference issues, a Ustrag? As early as 1944, in the essay, A6 Yak, Heidegger suggests that there is some middle point between being and there being that somehow gives rise to both. In W.D., 1952, this middle point is spoken of as a third thing that for E, VCXL and VOFV would be a first thing, SC. Prior to both. In ID, 1957, it is understood as an origin that lies deeper than being and man, and permits them to belong to each other, an ultimate simplicity that is called a singulare tantum. 45 This absolutely ultimate thing is what is called the event of truth. Now if we restrict our attention to these texts, we are inclined to infer that the author, in meditating the ontological difference as such, is groping beyond it into the ultimate unity, sc the differentiating, out of which the duality of beings, sc the differentiated, derives. We find this same probing into original unity when the author speaks of A. and Rj as an inexhaustible wealth, by reason of which the unsaid in any given expression is not absolutely nothing but merely an unsaid. The unspoken is not only that which lacks articulation but something unuttered, which has not yet been shown, which has not yet reached the condition of shining forth. What must remain unspoken is withheld in the unuttered, whiles in concealment as unable to be shown forth, is mystery. 46. In other words, it is a something which we can only imagine as an original unity. So far, so good. But another series of texts leads us to believe that the event is only being itself, whose sense we have always sought. In this case, the being which arises out of the event is simply being inasmuch as it emits itself in any given mid-ins. By event, then, Heidegger would simply mean being as such, insofar as it is the process through which the ontological difference breaks out. 47 Considered in these terms, event designates nothing more than the process of Cij. And Hx by which being emits itself to man. In other words, it is another formula for mid-ins, whose only advantage would be that it suggests the ontological difference as such. That which brings about the event is the event itself, and nothing else besides. 48 If this is the sense of event, however, in what sense is it a singulare tantum? Does singulare tantum mean mittens as such, insofar as it perdures through the entire history of being? How are we to understand the following text? Perhaps, indeed, through this analysis of the difference between being and being something perduring appears, which passes through the mid-ins of being from the beginning to its consummation. But it remains difficult to say how this perdurance is to be thought, when it is neither a generality that is valid for all cases, nor a law which the necessity of a process in the sense of a dialectic certifies. 49. But must we not at least try to think it? And does the disjunction between abstract generality and dialectical necessity exhaust all possible explanations? If every mid-ins is the identity, correlation, of being and thought, is it not possible that there be an identity of these identities that would supply a unity to history? If not, then what sense does it make to speak of a consummation of being as history? If so, what is the nature of this unity? 5. The finitude of being. From the very beginning of the way, Heidegger has emphasized the negativity of Aj and Elcx, sc the finitude of the phenomenon with which he is alling. Being for him is the process by which finite beings emerge from concealment, this and nothing more. If we restricted ourselves to the perspective of Heidegger, we would have to say that being itself is necessarily finite. For Heidegger too, however, must we not leave the question open? The most that we can say, it would seem, is that the mittenses of being are necessarily finite. As for being itself, the antj that is mystery, what is to be said of it now? It is wealth, treasure, a hidden fullness. It is inexhaustible wellspring, ineffable. The simple, the all, the only, the one. 50 Beyond this, we dare not say anything about being itself at all, we must simply leave it without name. And the thinker, too, what of him? Is he condemned to ineluctable finitude? Is it not the task of foundational thought to put even this to question? Is it possible that certain phenomena, albeit finite in themselves, nevertheless point beyond themselves, perhaps even beyond finitude? Suppose we take, for example, the very phenomenon with which we have been dealing, the dynamism which keeps Heidegger underway. Is it possible that the very restlessness of his interrogation, the dissatisfaction with his own formulae, the dogged fidelity to endless dialogue, 51 the eager attentiveness to a noiseless voice, may not all this be a phenomenon for itself which perhaps may point beyond limit? Or, at least, may it not be itself an unsaid that some other thinker can, and should, retrieve? What is the living center of Heidegger? Is it the great origin that comes out of his past? 52 Is the step in reverse a way of return? Is his advent a coming home? But these are questions, questions, questions. Are there no answers to be had? What must we do to find them? We must do nothing. But wait. 53. Night has fallen again on Reichenau, the light has gone out of the west. For those who watch with Heidegger, there is nothing to do but wait, and hope, for the grace of a better dawn.